We grew up following one of the most classic hero's journeys in fiction, that lonely outcast kid who had absolutely nothing but an impossible dream, yet gave his blood, sweat, and tears to become his village's greatest leader. This story of beating the odds shaped an entire generation, constantly reminding us that hard work and perseverance can break down any barrier. Now imagine taking all that beautiful legacy, built on so much sacrifice, and dumping it straight into the lap of a spoiled teenager. A kid born with a silver spoon in his mouth, who cheats on his exams using high-tech gadgets, and throws tantrums simply because his dad works too much. That generational gap is exactly where Boruto steps in. For a lot of people, the anime is nothing more than an unnecessary sequel, centered around an unbearable protagonist whining in a modernized, capitalist-driven village. But there is more to it than that. Beneath all that initial teenage angst and parasitic aliens, what we actually have is a story with an unexpectedly heavy tone about the inevitable collapse of the traditional ninja world. Today, we are going to dissect Boruto's true journey, the path of a privileged brat who ultimately turned into a human time bomb, destined for tragedy. In the future, two teenagers fight in the ruins of a collapsed ninja village, with our protagonist activating a magic eye before the scene cuts to the present. Here, Boruto is a spoiled brat running around with shikadai, while his dad, the hero Naruto, gets humiliated by office paperwork. On top of a train, Boruto scarfs down a burger and spots Denki getting beat up by bullies. He summons shadow clones, rescues the nerd, and finds out the kid's capitalist father wants to force him to become a ninja. Boruto tells the kid to stand up to the old man, but when Denki tries, he's bitten by an evil chakra snake that injects pure rebellion into his bloodstream. The next day, Boruto is late for his own academy entrance ceremony and notices Denki oozing evil purple smoke on the tracks. Consumed by dark hatred, the nerd lures his bullies onto a rundown train and programs the locomotive for a suicidal collision. Boruto jumps onto the train car, uses the power of plot armor and some pretty words to exorcise the kid's demonic attachment. Together, they detach the bully's car and derail the rest of the train directly into Naruto's giant stone face on the Hokage Rock. Denki's rich dad pays for the massive property damage. The nerdy kid decides to mix ninjutsu with science, and Boruto stares at the vandalized statue, swearing to forge his own path, just like every rebellious teenager who hates the system but still uses their parents' credit card. After a 2-week suspension, Boruto finally sets foot in the Ninja Academy, where Shino tries to explain that the curriculum involves more than just assassination. The protagonist ignores the classroom gossip, including Sarada confirming that he is unbearable. Trying to force a friendship, Boruto reaches out to Inojin, who promptly refuses to touch the kid and spits out some humiliating truths. During a practical class meant to stroke the prodigy's egos, Boruto scores the second best time. First place goes to Iwabe, a bitter holdback who acts like an old man complaining about the new generation. Annoyed that Boruto is the boss's son, Iwabe spews his hatred. When Denki tries to defend his new master, the repeater lunges at the nerd, forcing Boruto to intervene before blood is spilled. The two head to the Chunin exam arena to settle their differences with physical violence. The arrogant senior promises not to use his long staff, wanting to humiliate Boruto with just his fists. Boruto proves his nepotism comes with actual talent and lands a solid hit, leaving the veteran so frustrated that he breaks his promise and summons a giant earth hammer to crush the protagonist. Before tragedy strikes, Inojin uses his ink birds to snatch the aggressor's heavy weapon, exposing Iwabe's hypocrisy. Consumed by the shame of being utterly defeated by a drawing, the holdback miraculously rethinks his life, quits bullying, and decides to attend classes like a halfway decent student. Shino tries to teach lethal blade throwing, but the entire class ignores him. Metal Lee shows off absurd skills until he realizes people are staring, turning him into a pathetic puddle of anxiety. To make matters worse, Boruto decides to flex an illegal giant shuriken stolen from the repeater's locker. Wanting to play hero, Lee tries to kick the weapon, but gets his foot caught in the blade and is dragged away in a humiliating fashion. As punishment, Shino sentences those involved to community service to repair prepare the Hokage's stone face. Feeling the pressure of an audience once again, Lee panics, misses a hammer swing, and destroys Naruto's face even more. Out of patience, Shikadai warns him that the kid's nervousness only ruins other people's lives. The next day, when Shikadai tries to apologize, Boruto notices with his magic eye that Lee has been possessed by that same dark school aura. Completely unhinged, Lee hunts the trio through the school courtyard with pure murderous intent. Shikadai sets a trap. Boruto uses clones as bait, while Ino-Jin draws dark snakes on the floor, fooling the attacker just long enough for Shikadai to paralyze him from behind with the shadow possession jutsu. Ignoring tactical logic, Lee uses brute force to break the jutsu, but in a peak moment of cosmic humiliation, he trips, knocks himself out, and makes the evil entity leave out of sheer second-hand embarrassment. With their friendship restored, Boruto asks his mom about ocular genetics. The next day, the group tries to cure Lee's anxiety by offering him a video game, but the kid breaks the console, proving that some people were just born to cause financial ruin. Konohamaru decides to show off by summoning a giant toad, leaving everyone in awe, except for our spoiled protagonist, who tries to do the same and fails miserably because he hasn't signed the contract. Frustrated by his premature impotence, Boruto becomes the center of a pointless civil war between boys and girls over who is more mature. To stop the class from killing each other, Shino makes the kids play capture the flag on the academy roof. Unable to accept that he couldn't summon anything, Boruto steals a sketchy scroll to pull out a little toad and scare the girls. His lack of control causes him to summon a colossal beast that tries to squash Cho-Cho, tossing the girl off the roof like garbage. Boruto and his lackeys catch their classmate just in time, but are left dangling over the precipice while the monster prepares to devour them. Konohamaru pops out of nowhere and shoves a Rasengan into the beast's face, blowing up the threat before the anime loses its cast. While the boys are hanging on for dear life, Sumire sneakily grabs the flag, winning the match for the girls for free. In the end, Boruto apologizes for almost killing the chubby girl, while Shino forces the students to clean up the rubble of the imploded building. Konohamaru scratches his head, trying to figure out how a brat managed to pull such a huge monster, and a shadowy figure watches the tragedy from afar like a professional stalker. An expelled background character causes a scene, and Boruto spots the same dark aura possessing the crazy guy's body. Before the fight gets interesting, the rebel is knocked out by the pale new kid, Mitsuki, who sits next to the protagonist and steals the show. Boruto tries to flex by lazily solving a problem on the board, but Mitsuki humiliates him by solving a hard-level equation without breaking a sweat. Things get worse on the sparring mat when Mitsuki gets carried away and nearly strangles Iwabe to death, stopping only when Boruto gives him a lecture. Shino decides to throw a welcome party for the new kid to buy his students love. The problem is that pest control fails. Bugs infest the party, and when they ask Mitsuki for help, the kid unleashes an absurd wind-style jutsu that destroys whatever was left of the classroom. Shino overhears the students trash-talking him behind his back and falls into a deep depression. To make the teacher's day even worse, a construction worker consumed by the evil aura snaps and wrecks the school. Shikadai, Iwabe, and Boruto beat up the worker. The blonde and the worker fall off the balcony, and Mitsuki uses his wind again to save everyone. The Spectre abandons the guy, but Shino can't take being humiliated anymore, and the evil shadow takes over his body. Going full Joker, he invites Boruto, Shikadai, and Mitsuki for a very private extracurricular lesson. Possessed Shino's extracurricular class kicks off by launching a swarm of killer insects to devour his own students. Shikadai tries to trap the swarm with his shadows and fails miserably, leaving Mitsuki to blow the bugs away and stretch his arms to grab Boruto. The three escape into the forest with a smoke bomb, realizing the teacher genuinely wants to murder everyone. Shikadai notes that the bugs avoid water, while Mitsuki suggests assassinating the teacher once and for all. Boruto decides to play bait, sending clones to try and stick a paper bomb in Shino's face. The teacher dodges everything, traps Boruto and Shikadai in one fell swoop, and laughs in their faces because he already figured figured out the water plan. What Shino didn't count on was Mitsuki stretching his limbs underwater, dragging the possessive teacher down to the bottom of the lake. Shino unleashes his aquatic insects for the massacre, but Mitsuki drops a lightning-style jutsu into the water, frying the teacher, the bugs, and expelling the evil aura. The victory is short-lived as Mitsuki runs out of chakra and starts drowning. Boruto jumps in to save his friend and starts drowning too. In a final act of redemption, Shino summons a giant insect and rescues the two soaking wet kids. After nearly dying, the students swallow their arrogance, apologize, and acknowledge their teacher's power. Shino goes to cry on Naruto's shoulder, reporting the madness and agreeing to investigate who is spreading this dark aura. Boruto tries to draw the ghost that's been possessing people, but the art is so crappy that he and Shikadai spend lunch speculating why only the useless protagonist can see the haunting. Meanwhile, Sarada and her friends complain about the boys until they notice a stalker spying on them. They corner the weirdo in an alley after Chocho buys snacks. The stalker is Magi Ray, a poor guy from another class drooling over Sumi Ray. The chubby girl tells him to confess, but Sumi Ray ruthlessly rejects the kid, completely destroying his ego. The next day, the rejection hits hard, and Magi Ray embraces his inner psychopath, leaving creepy messages for Sumi Ray and making it rain bizarre love letters. In a fit of neediness, he raises a metal wall in the academy to isolate the group, forcing the girls to hide. Sumi Ray tries to clear away a mysterious smoke, gets separated from her friends, and runs into Denki, who gets beaten up by the invisible stalker and passes out just to meet his daily uselessness quota. When the boys arrive on the roof to save the day, Boruto realizes Magire has been possessed by the usual black goo. The invisible stalker attacks, but Chocho takes the front line with moral lessons and potato chips. She humiliates the kid, tells him to stop begging for attention, and offers her chips. This is enough for the ghost to bail from Magire's body, who bursts into tears like a baby and faints from exhaustion.
What's wrong with him?
Maybe we should take him to the nurse's office.
While Shikamaru delivers paperwork confirming that the possession drains chakra, the weirdo Mitsuki whispers to the wind about the protagonist. Up on the moon, a shadowy background character delivers a dramatic monologue about the harvest, proving that villains have nothing better to do. On Earth, Boruto and his friends watch a movie about a generic ninja with a magic eye. The protagonist, loving being the center of the universe, fills the house with clones to play detective and hide it from his busy dad. Shikadai brings up the hypothesis that it's the famous Byakugan, a theory Mitsuki pops out of nowhere to agree with. That night, the protagonist dreams of the moon guy, who guarantees his eye will bring an incredible destiny. Waking up, Boruto runs to the mirror and sees his eyeball turn white. Getting so excited, he almost sets off fireworks. While the Hokage drowns in paperwork, Boruto spends dinner bragging about his new ocular power. But his family doesn't give a crap about his fanfic, making the kid furious for not getting the attention he thinks he deserves. Having no patience for her son's delusions, Hinata tells him to go cry to his grandpa. Naruto drags Boruto and Himawari to the family compound, where old man Hiyashi and Aunt Hanabi welcome them with their usual terrifying fanaticism. When Boruto explains his ocular hallucination, his grandpa hits him with the harsh reality that this power requires actual heavy training, not a temper tantrum at dinner. To prove whether the kid is delusional, Hiyashi calls his grandson to the backyard and warns him that the only way to find out the truth is by throwing hands. Hiyashi explains that if the magic eye is real, it will awaken during the beatdown. But Aunt Hanabi decides to steal the spotlight, volunteering to beat up her nephew instead of the old man. Boruto tries to play tactician with the flashbang and useless clones, but Hanabi shows no mercy and mops the floor with his face using the 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Humiliated, his aunt confirms he doesn't have a Byakugan at all, forcing him to pretend everything is fine. The family spends the evening faking normalcy, with Hanabi joking around and Naruto confessing he's proud of his son's effort. Unable to sleep with a bruised ego, Boruto bumps into Sarada in the middle of the night, but before the conversation flows, he sees his pet shadow floating by. The target this time is the actor from the ninja movie, who gained fat and lost his sanity. The protagonist mocks the chubby guy about his weight, resulting in the lunatic trying to crush the child. Just as Boruto is about to turn into a pancake, Sarada steps in and blocks the attack, proving background characters have their uses. The protagonist confesses that the fat guy is possessed by the dark goo only he can see. Joining forces, the two pull off a pathetic cosplay of the movie. Boruto transforms into a giant shuriken to smack the poor guy in the face and force the ghost to abandon his heavy body. The next day, Boruto tells his friends he doesn't care if it's not the Byakugan, promising to rub it in everyone's face just how special he is. Our Nippo baby strains his eye to see if the magic power wakes up. Boruto, Shikadai, and Mitsuki's albino snake play private detectives, but upon discovering that their dads are investigating the incidents, Boruto becomes obsessed with solving everything before Daddy Hokage does, proving his deeply rooted daddy issues. After skipping class, Hinata corners the boy, but Shino saves the kid's skin by sticking him in a work experience program. Our ninjas become mailmen, delivering packages under Tayori's command. While playing FedEx, Boruto runs into Naruto inaugurating something. They exchange classic absent father rebellious son banter, and Boruto decides to deliver the letters faster so they can go back to playing detective. Suddenly, Mitsuki warns them things went south at Senju Park. When they get there, Pale Sai has already cleaned up the crime scene and deduced the use of Hashirama cells. He swears former Foundation members are draining people's chakra for military purposes. Meanwhile, Naruto goes home, dropping the excuse that he doesn't know how to be a father because he grew up without one. At the post office, their boss Kamame throws the trio into the stockroom to clean up the mess. But a TV alert warns that the water treatment plant has been attacked. They ditch the boxes and run over there, pretending they are actual heroes. The whole class visits Sumire in the hospital, and while Shino whines and blames himself for suggesting the trip, Boruto goes full life coach, telling him to get over it. Naruto shows up and drags Boruto into a secret room to show him Sumire's attacker, who's dried up like a raisin without a single drop of vital fluid left in his body. Shino convinces the Hokage to let the kids play CSI. Back at the post office, Boruto wants to cheat using clones, but his own clones think the idea is garbage because they get too exhausted. They miss another attack, and Boruto realizes the villain is tracking their route from behind. To cover the whole village, Shikadai rallies the ninja daycare and tells Iwabe to bring stolen fireworks to signal them. The plan works so well that the ghost invades the empty post office and enters the body of the annoying boss, Komame. The old man starts destroying the place, throwing letters like killer shurikens. Boruto and Iwabe arrive to beat down the demonic mailman, but it's the employee Tayori who saves the day, protecting a box with his own life, which weakens the ghost. Boruto slaps a paper bomb onto the goo as it slips out.
You're not getting away!
While they clean up the mess, Mitsuki corners the masked man in an alley, but lets the guy slip away, while a mysterious voice talks about draining people's chakra to wake up a creature called Nue. In the dead of night, Mitsuki chats on speakerphone with a white snake about a Foundation treasure, reminiscing about the time he woke up soaking wet in a test tube. The next day, the teachers put the students through an obstacle course, and Boruto drags Denki's dead weight to the finish line, blowing past the time limit. Shino fails the entire class, saying that leaving your buddies behind is a jerk move. Mitsuki decides to become Boruto's #1 stalker and spends the day interrogating everyone about the blonde kid. He questions Shikadai, gossips with Inojin, and pays a solo visit to Sumire in the hospital to ask if she likes playing with the protagonist. The traumatized girl says she just wants the suffering to end, but Mitsuki is already hyper-focused on his newest platonic crush. Boruto makes the mistake of inviting the little snake over for dinner. Mitsuki tries to pry out Boruto's feelings regarding his dad's behavior, but Hinata announces dinner is ready. Naruto tries to fake being a present father until Shikamaru radios in that the ghost has struck again. Naruto's clone vanishes and the real one bails, leaving Boruto to throw yet another teenage tantrum. Boruto foams at the mouth, swearing he'll never abandon his comrades the way the Hokage abandons their home. This little shunin speech touches Mitsuki deeply, triggering a flashback of his own bizarre parent. Feeling the emotional connection, Mitsuki looks deep deep into Boruto's eyes and casually drops the bomb that he knows who the bastard behind the ghost attacks is. Sai raids the hideout of a crazy Foundation researcher, discovering from an old photo that the chakra-sucking terrorist is the useless Sumi-Rei. Mitsuki drops this bomb in Boruto's lap, but our blonde boy, in absolute denial, refuses to believe the shy girl is lethal, while Kakashi comes out of retirement to take the blame for Danzo's mess in the Hokage's office. Sumi-Rei decides to honor her daddy issues and destroy the village. Sai tries to arrest the girl in the park, but she spits the giant Nue right in his face. Just as the beast threatens to suck the entire city dry, Kakashi pops out of nowhere, slicing the creature's tail off with a single strike. Unfortunately, the monster sprouts more tentacles to swallow the panicked background character's chakra. Receiving assassination orders through his snake earpiece, Mitsuki sets off with bloodlust to eliminate Sumi-Rei. Boruto swears he'll save the girl and the world. Mitsuki thinks the joke is hilarious, tries to tie the blonde up, and runs off. But Boruto creates a clone and activates his magic tracking eye to follow the beef. On the battlefield, Naruto arrives ready to blow the monster to pieces, until Kakashi warns him the creature is a giant suicide bomber waiting to detonate the Hidden Leaf village. Mitsuki corners Sumi-Rei. Boruto shows up just in time to ruin the assassination. Sumi-Rei cries about her revenge, and the Nue teleports into the middle of the brawl. The giant beast swallows its owner through a black hole and disappears, making Boruto and Mitsuki dive straight into the darkness after her, while the village adults scratch their heads because Naruto can't sniff out the creature in another dimension. Boruto and Mitsuki play deadly hide-and-seek with the Nue. The protagonist jams his kunai into the monster's face, revealing the beast's chakra network with that weird eye of his. Mitsuki appears out of nowhere to save Boruto's skin, warning him that the beast just wants to kill everyone under Sumi-Rei's orders. Boruto sets a trap, pierces the base of the creature's tail, and knocks the beast down so Mitsuki can unleash his electric energy. Sumi-Rei intervenes by squirting water in their faces. In an act of pure heroic idiocy, Boruto throws himself in the middle of the lethal attacks, deliberately tearing up his own body just to make everyone stop fighting. It's in this dramatic moment that Sumi-Rei vomits her childhood trauma. Her dad became a pariah, and her mom kicked the bucket, forcing her to become an emo terrorist. Boruto figures out she was spreading the black goo because she herself desperately needed intensive therapy. Going completely unhinged, Sumi-Rei orders the Nue to drain their energy and blow everything up, but the giant creature affectionately nuzzles her, proving it loves its mommy. Using his talk no jutsu, Boruto convinces the girl to stop being a generic villain, which magically shatters the cursed tattoo on her back.
The Gozu Tenno.
The dimension begins to collapse, but the Nue shields them with its colossal body. Boruto spots a glowing rift, and the three escape unharmed. Outside, Sai offers free psychological support, and Boruto drags everyone onto the train. Weeks pass, and Boruto's magic eye conveniently stops working. The village returns to a boring peace, ignoring the fact that a traumatized brat almost turned them all into fertilizer. At the academy, Shino forces the students to form trios before graduation. Mitsuki is desperate to secure Boruto as his intimate partner. The whole class speculates that Sumi-Rei was expelled, the most lenient punishment possible for domestic terrorism. Surprisingly, Naruto comes home earlier than usual. Meanwhile, Shino heads to the security base to visit Sumi-Rei and offers her a cushy spot outside the village. During a game of capture the flag at school, Mitsuki literally carries Boruto on his back to victory. Suddenly, Shino gets some mysterious gossip, only for Sumi-Rei to walk through the classroom door, acting as if she hadn't just tried to murder her classmates. The idiot students welcome the girl back with open arms. Cut to Naruto sending a premium shadow clone to meet his old emo friend in the forest. He hands over a secret scroll about Sumi-Rei's weapon, and Sasuke realizes this whole mess reeks of Kaguya and alien dimensions. Realizing he's gonna have to put in actual work again, Sasuke tells Naruto to make up a lame excuse for Sakura and vanishes into the shadows to continue being an absent father. Far away, the bizarre moon dweller mutters dramatic lines about the arrival of the gods. To make matters worse, two pale, horned aliens decide the universe is way too peaceful and start packing their bags to come down to Earth and punch everyone in the face. Denki, the scrawny rich nerd, fails miserably at the simple task of sticking his feet to the wall, terrified of being held back a year like Iwabe, the peanut-brained bruiser. While the nerd sweats bullets, Metal Lee and his generic thick-eyebrowed dad decide decide to drag the poor guy mountain climbing, an idea that nearly results in Denki breaking his neck before Rock Lee catches him midair. Iwabe tries not to fail math, proving that numbers are his natural enemy. Seeing each other's deplorable situations, the bruiser decides to teach the nerd how to use his feet properly to walk up a wall, while Denki returns the favor by cramming knowledge into his thick skull, making Iwabe study geometry while glued to the ceiling. On the day of the big test, the duo of idiots stumbles upon a burning building with a useless sprinkler system. Without hesitation, Iwabe charges into the blazing inferno to play firefighter and fix the water tank's wiring, while Denki crawls through a window to pull a bunch of kids out. They scale down the wall with the kids hanging onto them, arriving completely late for their exam. But Shino is a softie and decides that risking your hide in a fire is more important than a piece of paper, passing the duo on the spot and getting the class to clap for them. After the teacher teaches the brats how to walk on water using chakra, Sarada decides to play the perfect little homemaker, judging the boys for train surfing like a bunch of delinquents. She sends Sakura off on a trip and promises to deliver a teddy bear to a hospital, but gets distracted reading a letter and leaves the package on the train seat. Desperate not to ruin her Miss Perfect reputation, she leaps across rooftops and surfs the very same train she just criticized, discovering she actually loves the adrenaline rush of danger. Just when she thinks she's recovered the package from Lost and Found, she realizes she grabbed the wrong box. She drags Chocho to a river ceremony, only to find the original package has already been tossed into the current. Trembling with fear, Sarada tries to apply her water walking lesson to rescue her plushie, but Boruto and his lackeys pop up out of nowhere looking to fish, distracting the perfect girl so much that she loses her concentration, tosses the bear to her friend, and faceplants into the water. She emerges from the river playing it tough, pretending she just wanted a morning dip. After finally delivering the stuffed animal, she goes home and nearly poisons her own mother by serving her a soup with a completely butchered recipe. Boruto plays the doting older brother taking care of a sick Himawari, which triggers a traumatizing flashback to their dad's inauguration ceremony. That morning, the ninja hero was passed out in bed with a hangover, reeking of alcohol and proving to be the worst family role model imaginable. While Hinata frantically ran to pick up his cloak from the tailor, the two brats started a tug-of-war over a teddy bear and ripped the toy in half. The tragedy activates Himawari's pure killer instinct. She awakens her Byakugan and decides to annihilate her own brother. Naruto tries to play human shield, but the toddler jabs her fingers so brutally into his chakra points that he drops dead away on the floor.
This is halted chakra points.
With the main character MIA for his own party, Kakashi dumps the problem on Konohamaru, who uses a transformation jutsu to fool the entire village by pretending to be the Hokage. Back in the present, the absentee father finally shows up at home wanting attention, but starts bickering with Boruto over what food the sick girl is going to stomach. This pisses Hinata off so much that she kicks them both out of the house in the blink of an eye. With their tails between their legs, father and son go to eat at Ichiraku, where they discover that the gluttonous Akimichis failed to break the restaurant's eating record, a colossal title that ironically belongs to the woman who just threw them out on the street. Sarada spends her free time watching an attention-starved Boruto vandalize the Hokage rock. While Naruto chases the kid, Sarada decides to lie about the little pest's location just to watch the world burn. Shikamaru paralyzes the delinquent and lectures him for wasting the Hokage's time, who turned out to be just a shadow clone anyway. Meanwhile, Sarada goes to eat with Chocho, and the two have an existential crisis about their father figures. Chocho is dying of embarrassment over Choji and swears she was adopted, while Sarada realizes she doesn't even know what her own dad's face looks like. At dinner, the girl presses billboard brow Sakura, demanding details about Sasuke and doubting if their marriage is even real. The pink-haired Kunoichi freaks out so much at the audacity that she punches the ground, collapsing the entire house and passing out from pure mental exhaustion. While Shizune drags the unconscious woman to the hospital, Sarada digs through the rubble and finds a compromising photo of her father with Team Taka. The shock comes when she focuses on a woman with glasses who is her spitting image. To make matters worse, she finds out there's no record of her birth in the village. Paranoid, Chocho suggests a road trip to find her biological parents, and Sarada decides to go after the runaway Uchiha to demand a DNA test. On the other side of the world, Sasuke magically steps out of a portal and is immediately attacked by a a hooded hobo. Sasuke crosses swords with the hooded hobo and channels a Chidori so violent that it sends the pale Sharingan-wielding kid crawling back into the hole he came from. Meanwhile, Sarada demands answers at the Hokage's office, but Naruto has just received a message from the emo about the boy with the red eyes. Kakashi deduces that the mysterious child is connected to a certain someone, while the pale kid meets up with a bizarre bald guy who wants to kill Sasuke to avenge Itachi. Sarada overhears that Naruto is going to meet Sakura's husband and decides to follow him. Boruto shows up with a bento box for his dad, and Sarada uses it as an excuse to play delivery girl and chase after the Hokage alongside Chocho. The problem is that a bizarre, eyeball-covered creature is spying on the girls and sends the pale kid Shin to kidnap the bespectacled Uchiha. Shin drop-kicks his way into the girl's path, but Naruto shows up glowing in six-path Sage mode to ruin his fun. Shin tries to use his Mangekyo to attack the Hokage from behind, but gets blocked by giant chakra arms and makes a cowardly retreat. Shaken, Chocho becomes delusional, thinking Naruto is her long-lost father. After delivering the lunchbox, Sarada gets so anxious to see her dad that she awakens her own Sharingan on the way to the tower. But the family reunion is a disaster. The second Sasuke lays eyes on his daughter, he pulls his colossal sword on her, thinking the girl is one of the enemy's henchmen.
Very impressed that you found me. Are you one of them?
Shizune gossips to Sakura that Sarada went hunting for her dad, sending the Pinkette into a panic. At the tower, Sasuke freezes with his sword drawn when the girl screams that she's his daughter. Naruto arrives with Chocho, who now thinks the edgy Avenger is her father. Sarada blatantly asks if Sakura is her biological mother, or if it's the bespectacled woman in the photo. Sasuke refuses to answer, and the girl storms off. While the adults reminisce about the Uchiha's alien mission, Shin's father announces to an army of clones that he will revive the Akatsuki. Back at the tower, Shin and the bald guy arrive guns blazing. Naruto defends them, and Sasuke switches places with the enemy, spitting out a massive fireball jutsu. Father of the Year uses his own son as a human shield and introduces himself as Shin Uchiha. Controlling Sasuke's sword, Shin plunges the blade into Naruto's gut, disabling his chakra, and launches it all at Sarada. Sasuke uses his body as a shield. Shin lunges forward to gouge out his eyes, but Sakura drops from the sky, caving the villain's face into the ground with a devastating punch. Naruto ties them up, but the creepy eyeball creature activates a teleportation jutsu, trying to swallow Sarada. Sakura shoves her daughter out of the way, getting sucked into the enemy's lair instead, and waking up surrounded by dozens of sick-looking mini-clones. Naruto loses Sakura's trail, deducing she was thrown into a magical barrier. Meanwhile, Shin cuts open his own living son's abdomen for spare parts. He reveals his gang is made up of clones grown from teeth, and that he's Orochimaru's #1 fanboy. Sasuke deduces that the eyeball-riddled arm is the Snake Man's handiwork, deciding to pay him a diplomatic visit. Sarada is revolted by her father's coldness. Naruto takes the kids to the snake's hideout, whispering that Sarada might get to meet the gang from the old photo. There, they run into Sasuke's old team, and Orochimaru recounts Shin's past. Taking advantage of the distraction, Sarada drags the water guy away and runs a DNA test using an umbilical cord from Karin's desk drawer. The positive result unleashes utter chaos. Naruto snaps at the fishman and tries to comfort the girl, who freaks out, activates her eye, and screams that she won't save her fake mom. The Hokage uses his signature motivational speech, making her realize she still loves Sakura and wants to rescue her. Outside, the pale snake suggests Sakura might already be dinner, but Sasuke guarantees his wife knows how to crush skulls. Wasting no time on the bald guy's monologues about stealing the Sharingan, the Uchiha summons his giant purple mecha, throws the daycare inside, and flies off to resolve this soap opera with his fists. Flying first class in Sasuke's giant purple mecha, the ninja daycare approaches the enemy lair. Inside, Shin delivers a monologue about reviving the Akatsuki while assembling an arm made of flying blades. 0% impressed, Sakura throws a brutal punch at the ground that disintegrates half the scenery. The cavalry parks. Naruto plays babysitter to Chocho and steamrolls the infantry of mini-clones, while Sasuke and Sarada storm the base. Sasuke burns away traps with a glare and tries to pin the bald guy down, but the villain cowardly uses his own son as a shield to stab the emo. Sakura charges in, and Sasuke swaps places with her in the blink of an eye, serving the villain up perfectly for his wife's bone-crushing punch. With their leader down, the genetic kids realize his uselessness. In the name of evolution, the clones pull a Julius Caesar on Shin, revealing an army of little monsters. The villain tries to flee using his deformed mascot, but Sarada ruthlessly squashes the creature. A clone tries to step up to the Hokage, but the blonde manifests the colossal demon fox, making the daycare of assassins wet their pants. Problem solved.
Don't do any more bad stuff. We won't do anything either.
Naruto ships the clones off to the orphanage run by Kabuto. On the way back, Chocho realizes her real dad didn't disappear. He just went on a miracle diet. Far away, Karin beats the crap out of her waterboy partner, explaining that the umbilical cord used for the test was actually Sarada's own. To top it all off, Sasuke leaves again, but manages to smile at his daughter before vanishing into the world. The village gears up for the 5 Kage summit. At the Ninja Academy, 2 students brawl over which leader punches hardest and knock out their useless teacher. The young Uchiha shows off her knife-throwing skills and announces out of nowhere that her new dream is to become Hokage. The protagonist is confused by the sudden personality shift, but the pale-skinned boy ruins the mood by saying they'd make a cute couple. Sarada drags her chubby friend into training and decides to copy the blonde boy's shadow clone jutsu. However, her body can't handle burning that much chakra, and she passes out. Konoha Maru catches her fall, explains how her family's magic eyes work, and declares himself the true rival for the village's mayoral seat. While the kids play, Naruto gathers the big bosses and drops the worst news on the table. The rabbit goddess created the White Zetsu army because a bizarre interdimensional threat was coming to collect rent on the planet. The leaders whine that the new generation is too spoiled, but the red-haired leader of the Sand guarantees the youth will step up to the plate. Ignoring the apocalyptic tension, Boruto grabs buckets of paint to vandalize the stone faces of the leaders. Sarada crosses his path, playing the moral defender, and they trade blows. The Uchiha impresses with her tricks, but Boruto still manages to slip away and graffiti the stone foreheads anyway. This little prank results in Naruto pausing the most important conference in the world to deal with his rebellious teenager's neediness. Naruto shows up to announce a school field trip to the Hidden Mist village. Boruto interrupts the scene by trying to blow a pathetic gust of wind from his mouth, fails miserably, and starts a pointless argument with his dad. Shino briefs the class on the trip and asks for a class rep. Sarada volunteers Boruto, who is currently hanging upside down and completely gagged in a silent humiliation session endorsed by the entire class. While packing, Iwabe points out that the mist used to be a bloody slaughterhouse. However, upon arriving by boat, they realize the place has turned into a capitalist metropolis packed with skyscrapers. They are greeted by Kagura, a suited-up guide who instantly makes the girls drool, and Boruto quickly finds common ground with him over their questionable taste in fictional ninjas. Iwabe keeps whining in the corners like a goth teenager until Boruto bumps into a random street thug. Tensions rise and they're about to throw hands, but Shizuma appears out of nowhere to break up the fun. He praises the Hidden Leaf village brats for standing up to his lackeys and walks away, leaving a thick fog rolling over the village, guaranteeing the stage is set for the usual chaos. The sightseeing tour continues with Kagura introducing the village's fossils, including Mei and the current Mizukage, who tortures the students with a speech on cooperation so boring that even Sarada has to complain. Choljuro tries to recruit Kagura for a future leadership role, but the boy politely declines to keep babysitting the Hidden Leaf village kids. At the Mist Academy, Choljuro makes Boruto fight Kagura in a training pool. Our blonde hero tries to play the strategist, but Kagura disarms him in the blink of an eye, showing him who's boss. Except the winner immediately panics right after because he secretly hates fighting. Later, at the blood-stained memorial, goth Iwabe reveals his grandfather was butchered by the 4th Mizukage, whose last name just happens to be the exact same as their beloved guide, Kagura's. The vibe is already terrible when xenophobes led by the useless Hachiya show up to insult Boruto's bloodline. Hachiya tries to skewer everyone, but Kagura blocks it, and Iwabe raises an earth spear, forcing the cowards to flee.
We'll let you go this time! Watch your backs!
Sumire patches up Kagura's injuries while the villains run back to their boss, Shizuma. At night, the rich nerd Denki wanders off alone to buy retro electronics like a desperate otaku. The obvious outcome happens. He gets kidnapped, serving purely as bait to lure Boruto and try to salvage the thug's tarnished reputation. After the magical ransom note vanishes, Kagura deduces Hachiya is the culprit, but Boruto refuses to snitch to the adults because he doesn't want to lose the rest of his vacation. They go on an unauthorized rescue mission and find the kidnappers inside a magical barrier. While the Hidden Leaf Village brats wipe the floor with the extras, Hachiya challenges Kagura and exposes to the world that the guide is the fourth Mizukage's grandson and used to sadistically slice up his academy classmates. Boruto is violently hoisted by his neck but escapes by farting a terrible wind jutsu right into the enemy's face. Proving his technical superiority, Kagura thrashes Hachiya using only his hard wooden stick against the opponent's solid metal, and Iwabe finishes the job. With the nerd Denki saved, they head back to the hotel, where Kagura has a therapy session crying about his bloodlust and childhood trauma. Over in the adult wing, Anko and Shino listen to the former Mizukage Mei explain a complex political treaty while she drinks enough to put down an elephant. Back in their room, Boruto forces Kagura to play cards in an attempt to cheer the troubled boy up. The strategy works like magic. Kagura smiles when he wins, and Boruto gifts him the deck. Pumped up, Kagura runs to Chojuro the next morning and demands to take the test for the legendary Hirame Kare sword. Meanwhile, useless Hachiya gives the update to Shizuma, who rewards his loyalty by wiping the lackey off the map for good. Kagura finally decides to wield Chojuro's legendary Hirame Kare sword. While he's playing with the hilt and calling the useless protagonist to thank him for the moral support, the piece abruptly ends. Out of nowhere, Shizuma uses his liquid to trap the two in a watery bubble, revealing his genius plan to kill the Hokage's son to start a world war out of sheer boredom. The pale creep tries to seduce Kagura to the dark side, rubbing an old scar to play the emotional guilt card. Boruto tries to play the hero by throwing electrified kunais and a little wind, but Shizuma orders Buntan to parry the strike and introduces his boy band of washed-up swordsmen. Seeing that the blonde kid was about to be turned into Swiss cheese, Kagura draws his giant sword, realizing the only way to save the protagonist is to accept the invitation to become the seventh member of this troupe of thugs. Shizuma leaves the blonde on the floor, tells him to go cry to daddy that the war has started, and flees with Kagura, who willingly surrenders himself. When Boruto wakes up, he finds Sarada tending to his wounds after extorting Hachiya, a lackey who got beaten up by his own boss. The punching bag reveals that Shizuma is using Kagura's guilt to manipulate him. Determined not to let the crap hit the fan, Boruto gets up, while Kagura, looking like a dead fish, opens the vault of sacred swords wide open for the evil gang to have a field day. The gang of deadbeats breaks into the vault and steals the pointy toys, trashing the security puppets along the way. Shizuma reveals he has rich old politicians funding his revolution, planning to put Kagura in power due to his cursed bloodline. Meanwhile, Choljuro and Mei discover the mess in the vault, and the current Mizukage decides to quietly slice everyone to pieces before the gossip hits the media. However, Boruto and Sarada arrive on the scene, and the protagonist blackmails the leader, threatening to cause an international diplomatic incident if they aren't allowed to settle this beef like a playground brawl. Choljuro swallows his pride and agrees to tag along with a stopwatch in hand. While Iwabe and Denki make up excuses at school to cover for them, Mitsuki finds Suigetsu hiding in an alley. The fishman complains about the new generation and hands Mitsuki a secret scroll, telling him not to get involved in the shit show. The nosy Shikadai and Inojin spot the interaction, giving the boy Machiavellian ideas to do the exact opposite. Far away, the fake villains vandalize a memorial, only to be interrupted by the rescue trio. Shizuma puts up a barrier and the circus begins. Hebi Ichigo ties Choljuro up in a compromising position. Ichiro-ta blows up the ground, and Buntan rushes in to skewer Sarada. Amidst this chaotic mess, the fog completely blinds our useless protagonist, who spins around like a dizzy cockroach without noticing Kagura marching up, ready to slice him in half. In the fog, Kagura charges at the protagonist with his giant sword, proving that childhood friendship doesn't last long. On the other side, Buntan lands a hit on Sarada, forcing the girl to activate her special eye.
You want the Sharingan that badly?
Realizing that Uchiha is slippery, Buntan creates a little lightning fish and controls her twin swords from afar, forcing Sarada to hop from rock to rock. Meanwhile, Choljuro proves he was only pretending to enjoy being tied up. He provokes Hasaku into missing a strike, cuts the bondage tape, and grabs his weapon to beat the living daylights out of the rebellious youth. He humiliates Hasaku and Hebi Ichigo so fast that Kyoho immediately throws his hands up to surrender, displaying the typical bravery of this new generation of villains. Ichiro-ta tries to snipe from afar, but Iwabe sprouts from nowhere and slices the coward, who blows up his own sword in a pathetic kamikaze attempt. Back at the girls' cage match, Buntan cries over the drama of her father dying at Naruto's hands. Sarada ignores the soap opera and copies all of her enemies' electric attacks. Buntan coats her own body in electricity and shoves Sarada into the water, thinking she decapitated her. However, it was just a cheap Uchiha genjutsu. Sarada reveals the annoying little fish was causing electrolysis in the water, building up hydrogen gas. She tosses an explosive tag and turns the arena into a pressure cooker, blowing Buntan sky high before passing out from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Imo Kagura keeps swinging his sword at Boruto, whining about his past traumas and refusing to go to therapy. Kagura tries to slice Boruto, who uses a shadow clone because he doesn't have the guts to tank the hit himself. The emo kid keeps attacking like a maniac while Shizuma claps. Boruto throws his own jacket in Kagura's face, creates a distraction with clones, and lands a direct punch. Shizuma crashes the party, acting crazy and claiming the current Mizukage is a corrupt murderer, but Mitsuki pops up out of nowhere waving a snitch scroll, proving that Shizuma's very own rich sponsors ordered the assassination of their competition. Being the cliché villain he is, Shizuma shrugs and confesses he just wants to start a bloody war because he thinks it's fun. Using his own blood and the buck-toothed Samehada sword, he turns the mist a crimson red. Mitsuki and Boruto charge in, but the starving sword starts sucking their chakra through their wounds. Mitsuki manages to slit the villain's throat, but it was just a water clone. Shizuma pins the snake boy to the ground. Since Mitsuki is down for the count, he acts as bait, allowing Boruto to fly in with wind jutsu and disarm the aquatic emo with a perfect dropkick. Kagura finally grows a spine, blocks his boss's attack, and tells him to stop. But Shizuma grabs Samehada again and undergoes a bizarre mutation, turning into a giant shark because the sword takes control. Choljuro sprouts out of nowhere, but Kagura begs for the final blow. He and Boruto hold the massive sword together and rip the shark off the villain. Hachiya shows up carrying Sarada, and the girl points out they're going to get marked absent for roll call, proving that fighting mutant terrorists never excuses being late for school. The school trip finally ends, and the class says their goodbyes. Chocho arrives dragging a gazillion useless souvenirs while Kagura cries secretly, watching the boat leave. The protagonist gets home and finds Himawari with the poutiest face in the universe. The next day, Boruto, Sarada, and Iwabe are dragged straight to the principal's office. The blonde kid makes up a lame excuse, and even though the principal reveals the Mizukage sent a letter praising the heroes, the three of them still get detention. Meanwhile, Suigetsu gossips to Orochimaru, who admits to manipulating the whole mess just so he could go for a walk without being bothered, leaving the water guy completely disgusted. Back to the family drama, Boruto's mom reminds him of his promise to bring the youngest kid imported sweets. Desperate and forgetful, Boruto lies that the bags got mixed up and goes around begging his friends for sugar. Sarada and Mitsuki point him to a shady little shop. The grumpy owner refuses to sell the sweets and challenges the kid to a rigged game of cards. Mitsuki whispers that the window reflection is giving away the old man's entire hand. Playing the Good Samaritan, Boruto refuses to cheat and asks to reshuffle. The shopkeeper is so shocked to see an honest teenager that he tells them to get lost and hands over the box for free. On the way back, a mailman drops an apology letter from Kagura into his hands. Boruto gets home, hands the candy to his sister, and confesses to being a forgetful idiot, resolving the biggest diplomatic issue of the week. Inojin decides to embrace laziness and starts making photocopies of his own drawings to use in combat. Sai watches the atrocity with pure disgust. During a training session, the bootleg copies quickly melt away. Desperate, he draws on the spot, but the art crumbles to dust just the same, sending him into a panic, thinking he has lost his powers. Sai suggests he enter an art contest. Little Male Himawari takes first place with a scribble that Ino-jin considers radioactive trash, leading him to conclude it was pure nepotism. Sai gives a class, tells them to draw Cho-Cho, and praises Boruto's horrendous scribble, leaving Ino-jin on the verge of going full Joker. He tries to use his jutsu again but suffers from a terrible artistic dysfunction, and nothing works. To make the humiliation worse, during a sparring match against Iwabe's team, Ino-jin tries to possess the meathead's body, gets thrown across the field, and makes his team lose miserably. Depressed, he decides to throw his art supplies in the trash, but Ino finds an old drawing and ruins the drama. Swallowing his pride, he begs Himawari to be his teacher. When he tries to summon something, the jutsu fails, and a gust of wind blows the little girl's art into the water. In that moment of panic, his brain clicks. He realizes the kid's art has emotion, unlike his industrial copies. He pours his own energy into the paper and animates a beast to save the wet drawing. Sai reveals that his favorite artwork is an ugly scribble of their own family. The next day, Ino-jin apologizes for the washed-out drawing, but the brat says she'll just draw another one. Couldn't care less about the kid's existential crisis. The spoiled protagonist notices his classmates busy studying and decides the best way to enjoy life before graduation is to gather the gang to scarf down a juicy carp he saw on TV. Since Boruto is addicted to putting questionable things in his mouth, he drags everyone to a campsite. While Sakura notes that Sarada's complaints about the blonde boy perfectly mirror her own humiliating past with Naruto, the prodigies arrive at the lake and fail miserably at catching the carp. The groundskeeper reveals that the rain made the fish hide in the rocks. Boruto tries to hook one, but yanks the rod with so much aggression that the line snaps. After stuffing themselves with curry, Boruto heads back to the lake in the dark to try swinging his rod again. Sarada and Sumire follow to watch. The protagonist and the Uchiha bicker like an old married couple, making Sumire laugh and thank the blonde for changing her life. Suddenly, the gigantic carp takes the bait, dragging Boruto underwater. Sarada grabs the blonde from behind to help, and Sumire summons Nue, using the monstrosity's chakra to reinforce the line against the pressure. All the other class scrubs arrive and combine their ninjutsu to pull the big fish out. They share the wet carp under a starry sky, while on the moon, a pale alien named Tonari works as an intergalactic janitor, sweating to fix space-time distortions that nobody cares about. During the dreaded parent-teacher conference season, Shino warns Hinata that Boruto is a genius with the motivation of a government worker on a Monday morning. Desperate over the boy's lack of direction, Shino goes to cry on Anko's shoulder. While the students discuss their non-existent futures, Sukeya, a journalist with questionable makeup, approaches Boruto for an interview. The blonde confesses that his only goal is to be better than his absentee father. At home, Hinata tries to comfort him, reminding him they will support any decision he makes, but Boruto doubts the Hokage even cares. The next day, Boruto discovers that Naamida wants to quit the ninja life. He uses cheap reverse psychology on Sarada, saying that if she's afraid of solving high school drama, she'll never earn the Hokage's seat. The Uchiha swallows her ego, sorts out the gossip, and gets Naamida to stay. Meanwhile, the sneaky snake Orochimaru pays Naruto a casual visit. Naruto thanks him for Danzo's data, which helped with the edgy Avenger Sasuke's secret mission. When Boruto asks Mitsuki about the future, the pale boy reveals he only wants to stay in the village by the blonde's side, as Boruto has changed the entire class's life. The truth finally comes out when Sukeya rips off his disguise, revealing he was Kakashi all along. Chatting with Iruka, the former Hokage promises to shove strictness down their throats during the exam, swearing not to let a single arrogant brat become a shinobi. The written exam begins, and the worst students celebrate stealing the answers straight from the teacher's lounge. Boruto tries to play the moralist, but Sarada reminds him that Shino literally told them to test their stealing skills. Boruto aces the test on the first try, leaving Kakashi annoyed by his overconfidence. The next day, the real torture in the forest begins. The students receive white dishcloths to wear on their heads. Lose the fabric, and you're out. The show starts when Kakashi appears, announcing himself as the head proctor, jingling a single bell in his hand to suggest only one will pass, recycling the same psychological harassment tactic from decades ago. The class turns into pure chaos. Shikadai plants a tracker on Kakashi, but Shino ruins the fun with his disgusting bugs. Anko traps extras in a genjutsu and summons massive snakes against the Ino Shikacho trio, while Konohamaru goes around throwing hands and mercilessly knocking out the weak kids. Ignoring the fodder, Boruto and Mitsuki rush straight for the final boss. When Shino tries to block their path, Mitsuki deals with the bug teacher alone and wins to clear the way. Sarada and Sumire use the Sharingan and Nu-A to steamroll Konohamaru. The protagonist finds Kakashi at the top of a giant tree and sends a horde of clones. Boruto attacks from underground, but Kakashi uses the substitution jutsu in the blink of an eye. The former Hokage acknowledges the kid's skills but warns him he doesn't have what it takes to be a ninja. Kakashi magically appears behind the protagonist, effortlessly pins him to the ground and tells him this is the end of the line for the Hokage's spoiled little brat. But before the psychological trauma is complete, Mitsuki and Iwabe attack the masked old man and free the blonde kid. At night, the kids realize this is just a basic survival test, as the teachers are ignoring their presence and the headbands remain intact. Boruto decides to formulate a group plan. The fodder distracts Anko, the class rep's pet frees the captives, and a girl screams so loudly she knocks out the plump examiner entirely. For their next target, Boruto and Sarada cosplay as each other to trick Konohamaru, allowing the girl to slap a genjutsu on his brain. Kakashi is all that's left. At dawn, Boruto unleashes a horde of clones, revealing that the entire class got plastic surgery to look like him. They latch on to the old man and refuse to let go even when fried by high-voltage shocks, allowing Boruto to touch the bell before time runs out. Instead of failing everyone, the masked man reveals his fetish for teamwork and passes the entire class. The bug teacher turns the white cloths into official forehead protectors and kicks off the celebration, while Iruka scolds Kakashi for electrocuting minors for fun. Our rebellious blonde leaves the house hiding his headband from his parents. At the academy, the teacher reveals that Sarada, Mitsuki, and Boruto will form Team 3. The Uchiha internally freaks out about having to carry 2 dead weights and decides to hunt down Naruto to cancel the team. After stealing the Hokage schedule from a sleeping Shikamaru, the trio arrives at a bridge guarded by Mirai. The woman cuts the ropes of her own bridge to stop the kids, forcing Mitsuki to hold the structure together with his sticky snakes. Boruto tries to solve things with his fists, but Sarada decides to play with her red eyes and swallows a genjutsu so strong that the protagonist has to slap her back to reality. Seeing the idiots fail miserably, Mitsuki plays therapist and tells them to stop ignoring each other's skills. Boruto spreads clones, Sarada throws knives to divert attention, and a sneaky clone pulls Mirai's leg into the abyss. Impressed by her own ability to play dirty alongside Boruto, Sarada changes her mind about canceling the team. She crashes the Hokage's training to demand the name be changed to Team 7, proving that nostalgia is the only thing that matters in this village. While the Uchiha complains about the protagonist being late, she asks if Mitsuki acts on his own free will, triggering a dramatic flashback for the Snake Boy. He wakes up in Orochimaru's lab completely devoid of memories. Suigetsu decides to beat the kid up out of nowhere to test his reflexes and reveals his memories were stolen by a guy named Log. Orochimaru drags Mitsuki along to hunt the thief. They find Log and trade blows and poisons in a paralysis battle. Orochimaru freezes the villain by slipping a little snake into his armor and sneaks away. Log begs the boy to take off his mask, revealing he has Mitsuki's exact face, just an older, washed-up version. He reveals they are both lab puppets, and that Orochimaru only wants to steal the original embryo. Snake Mom returns and the adult starts screaming, forcing the kid to pick a side. Fed up with this toxic drama, Mitsuki snaps, activates his glowing sage mode, steals the scroll, and tells the old geezers to go to hell. As soon as he vanishes, Orochimaru and Log laugh together, revealing the whole thing was a staged act put on for the 6th time to force the kid to develop a personality. Opening his stolen prize, Mitsuki finds a picture of Boruto, deciding that this blonde kid will be his great son. Back in the present, the protagonist finally arrives, and the freak trio sets off on their mission. Boruto's daddy's boy is on his way, thinking he's going to save the world, but Konohamaru throws a wet blanket on him, warning that Genin only get low-tier grunt work. The kid complains about skipping the tutorial, prompting Naruto to pop up out of nowhere to deliver a corporate lecture. Their epic mission is to kick homeless people out of Green Banks, which is suffering from food theft. Team 7 marches in, bickering like an old married couple. Arriving at the bridge, they meet Kiri, the village's fresh out of the crib lowly leader. Konohamaru realizes the stakes are much higher when an extra is brutally murdered by an enemy ninja. Boruto immediately jumps into the brawl without thinking. Konohamaru saves the reckless protagonist, and the enemies retreat. At night, the terrorists set the houses on fire and put the villagers under a genjutsu to attack our heroes. While Sarada fails to find the illusion user with her magic eye, Mitsuki sweeps the mind-controlled villagers with style. But in the midst of the chaos, the villager Boruto tried to save takes Kiri hostage, and she ends up kidnapped by the enemies, proving the protagonist only screws up and earning him a well-deserved scolding from his sensei. While Sarada was healing our hasty protagonist, the ransom demand arrives. The bridge's deed for the life of the lowly leader Kiri. The villager Iori confesses to stabbing her father, working for the Blue Valley village. He hands Kiri over to the bosses, Hidari and Ashimaru, only to be immediately murdered. Hidari fakes a friendly exchange with Konohamaru but tries to blow him up with a paper bomb stuck to Iori's corpse. Konohamaru tosses the injured girl to Boruto, ordering the genin to run while he handles the adults. Trapped in a snare, the sensei gets tired of playing around, blows up the restraint with a wind-release Rasengan, and knocks the villain out. The trio sets traps to buy time against Ashimaru. Sarada activates her Sharingan and notices the brute doesn't dodge. Boruto and Mitsuki use wind to launch her like a human ballistic missile straight into the enemy's face. She dodges his counterattack and buries a humiliating final blow. Konohamaru arrives with the deed, completing the mission and restoring peace before our spoiled protagonist can go back to bragging. Team 7 completes the rescue of a runaway pet, causing Boruto to throw a tantrum because he wants to shed enemy blood instead of playing around. Konohamaru reminds him that in times of peace, everyone does manual labor, but the kid whines. After buying a new video game release and promising to teach Mitsuki, the alarm sounds for a bank robbery. The scene is pathetic, no hostages, just a lunatic threatening to blow himself up. Ignoring protocol, Boruto walks in alone playing negotiator and discovers the terrorist, Haguruma, is a depressed programmer. Fired, slandered by his abusive boss, and drowning in debt, he decided to become a suicide bomber on the launch day of his own game. Boruto relates to him and reveals he actually bought his masterpiece, melting the suicidal man's heart. Haguruma gives up, but the detonator jams. Without wasting time, the protagonist fries the bomb with an electric shock. In the end, Haguruma gets off the hook due to the lack of victims. Boruto gets him a job at Denki's company, and the police discover mysterious masked figures orchestrating the chaos from the shadows. The police inform Team 7 that the hostage situation was just a smokescreen for the Byakuya gang to clean out the village's vault. Near the security system, Sarada finds a frozen flower and deduces the thief used ice release to bypass the thermal sensors. Playing detective, the genin hide the evidence to interrogate Katasuke. On the way, Shikadai drops his shogi piece, which is returned by a stranger. They spend hours at the park's chessboard, while Shikamaru almost dies at home for focusing on the game and ignoring Tamari. In the black market, the disguised Team 7 runs into an explosive suicide puppet. The real thief mocks Boruto and escapes, leaving convenient icy footprints. The chase leads them to a miserable slum, where the criminal traps them in an ice cube and delivers a Robin Hood-style speech, revealing he stuffed the stolen cash into the poor people's broken plumbing. Boruto suffers a moral breakdown, decides not to arrest him, and goes home questioning his rich kid privileges. With the investigation going nowhere, the police recruit Genin as mall cops, forbidding them from fighting. Iwabe is shocked to see Boruto become a crybaby pacifist. When the gang robs a construction site, Iwabe raises earth walls, but the thieves smash everything, and Metal Lee gets pierced by ice to protect Denki. Udon scolds Iwabe, sending him to the hospital's timeout corner. At home, Boruto blames the Hokage's incompetence for the poverty and goes to play video games. At the park, Shikadai continues his shogi date with the ice boy, Ryogi. When Boruto shows off his games, Ryogi flees to his criminal day job, arriving late for the pawnshop heist. Sumi Rei and Wasabi bust the clown show, but get beaten up until Tamari intervenes. The veteran chases a thug to the park and yells for Shikadai to hold him, but the kid has an anxiety attack and freezes, letting him escape.
Shikadai, shadow paralysis! Huh? From this distance?
Tamari gives her son a motivational scolding, while Gecko, the gang's leader, prepares the final phase to unleash absolute chaos on the village. The poor population finally revolts against Denki's father's company, and the Byakuya gang watches with a smile. The manipulative Gecko convinces the naive Ryogi that anarchy equals justice. Shikadai pretends not to care but thinks about it non-stop. A tragic flashback shows Ryogi's father dying on a mission, his mother being murdered, and the boy awakening his ice powers before passing out. Gecko appears, buries the bodies claiming to have killed the attacker, and recruits the orphan with a cheap speech against the ninja system. In the present, Gecko praises the boy's hobby but mutters behind his back that he'll soon discard him like trash. At the park, Shikadai destroys Ryogi and Shogi and activates detective mode. He accuses his friend of being part of the terrorist gang, pointing out that the lamp he was using was on the police's stolen items list. Cornered by a lamp, Ryogi snaps. He accuses Shikadai of being lazy and runs crying to Gecko. Taking advantage of his fragility, the villain smiles, declaring it's time to play their endgame card. With the city engulfed in the chaos of protests, the police avoid attacking civilians. Gecko and Ryogi watch the mess while the protesters display suspicious marks on their necks, revealing mind control. Kotaro hands out boring assignments to the Ganon, but Shikadai notices the mob is advancing in Shogi peace formations, proving Ryogi's predictability. The Byakuya gang's real play is to raid Katasuke's lab. Going rogue, Shikadai abandons his post and drags his entire team along, followed by Boruto. There, the villains wipe out the ninjutsu data while the scientist cries, but Katasuke manages to plant a tracker on Gecko. Sarada confirms the mob's genjutsu with her Sharingan, and Denki tips off the police. The gang intercepts the Shadow Group, and Chocho and Inojin take a beating until Shikamaru saves them. In the plaza, Naruto uses 1,000 clones and the TV screens to expose the mind control hoax, demanding peace. Seeing their scheme collapse, Gecko and Ryogi jump onto a moving train, followed by Boruto and Shikadai at the very last second for the final reckoning. On the moving train, Shikadai tries to save Ryogi from the brainwashing, but Gecko mocks the naive boy. Boruto throws a kunai that Ryogi blocks, shattering his own mask. The boy defends his master, justifying that Gecko saved him in the past. Forced by his boss, Ryogi uses his hypnotic ice release. Boruto falls into a deep trance and attacks his own friend. Shikadai breaks the mirrors and frees his teammate, thanking the illusory tortures he endured from Mirai. Seeing their resistance, Gecko discards a henchman and flees to another train car. The duo chases him, but the curse mark overtakes Ryogi, making him see Shikadai as his parents' murderer. Gecko tries to bribe and blind Boruto without success. Losing his patience, Boruto and his clones use wind to launch Shikadai like a missile straight at Ryogi. The physical impact breaks the illusion, and Ryogi finally remembers that the man he idolized ordered his parents' death. Gecko disconnects the train car and escapes, only to be smashed into the ground by the Hokage himself at high speed.
Are you the... Ah, come on!
Katasuke gets his flash drives back, and Ryogi goes to jail with a smile. A week after the gang fiasco, Naruto praises the Ganon on TV, leaving Iwabe furious because he spent the entire mission warming the bench at the hospital. Terrified of becoming holdbacks in the Chunin exams, Team 5 finally gets some attention. Udon puts them in a Ninja Academy documentary. With zero charisma, the trio tries to please the view-thirsty director. Iwabe raises mountains, Metal Lee destroys the wall, and throws lethal shurikens at Denki, who dodges by a hair. The show terrifies civilians, forcing Udon to cancel the clownery. Outraged, Iwabe throws a tantrum and tries to throw his headband away, but Udon confesses that he also repeated his graduation multiple times. At night, the film crew blows up a condemned building and the roof collapses. Team 5 turns into a rescue squad. Metal kicks rubble away, Iwabe bats away a crane through sheer brute force, and Udon defies physics by holding back boulders with a colossal gross-out move made of his own snot. Iwabe loses his headband, but regains his honor after hearing from the Hokage that he was also a disaster in school. In the end, their embarrassment airs on national television. Zoo animals are set loose at night, and Hanabi dispatches Team 15, swearing there's no danger. Sumi Rei dresses them in smelly clothes to mask their scent. However, a kleptomaniac monkey steals their lunchboxes and the cage keys. Wasabi embraces her furry side in a cat costume, but only ends up embarrassing herself and gasping for air while chasing the primate. She yells at Namida, who immediately starts bawling. Meanwhile, Hanabi reads the second page of the report and discovers there's a giant killer wolf on the loose. Namida catches the monkey but comes face to face with the monster. Sumire summons Nue to absorb its chakra, but the beast fails miserably. Wasabi arrives, acting as bait while plastering the wolf with paper bombs. Namida unleashes her deafening jutsu, detonating the explosives and knocking the beast out with blunt force trauma. Safe, the three make up. Sumire confesses her terrorist past, but her friends say they already knew. Hanabi pops up to congratulate them on a job well done, and right when it's time to eat, the same wretched monkey steals their lunchbox again. Konoha Maru hands reports over to Shikamaru, while Naruto negotiates with the daimyo. Shikamaru asks them to evaluate if the students are ready for the Chunin exams, the perfect excuse for a recap episode. Konoha Maru gathers Moegi, Udon, and Shino at a bar to discuss the headaches the class caused over the year. Going into full overprotective mom mode, Konoha Maru cries that he doesn't want to recommend Boruto, swearing the kid only survives on pure luck and that failing would destroy his fragile ego. The table disagrees, but the meeting is crashed by Hanabi, who turns the whole thing into a wild drinking binge. In an irresponsible outburst, she gets Shino drunk. With a tolerance worse than a teenager's, he loses control of his bugs and infests the place. The mess gets so out of hand that Naruto himself is called in the middle of the night to clean it up. In the end, Konoha Maru realizes that the adults in the village are infinitely more chaotic than any bratty student. Train robbers are obliterated by something hiding in the shadows of an abandoned mine. Far away, Boruto overhears extras gossiping about Team 7 and walks away pouting. The trauma of his last birthday returns when Naruto didn't show up. Boruto sees Himawari hopefully circling the calendar and promises their dad won't drop the ball again. The next day, Team 7 goes looking for the thieves. Boruto freaks out, demanding an Avengers-level mission to stop living in his father's shadow. Simultaneously, the Hokage decides to investigate Kaguya's ruins instead of signing paperwork. Boruto bumps into his dad, gives him the birthday lecture, and leaves. In the border town, the team finds a traumatized thief babbling about a white creature. Entering a cave filled with gutted corpses, they find an Otsutsuki symbol. Right when they realize it's an obvious trap, the ground shakes and a giant, multi-faced white Zetsu emerges, proving the franchise will never be free from recycling old villains. Team 7 comes face to face with a roided-up, multi-headed white Zetsu that spits all 5 elements and wipes the floor with Konoha Maru and the brats. In desperation, Boruto fires a flashbang into the monster's face with Katasuke's orb, allowing the sensei to pierce the creature. The Zetsu flees, leaving Konoha Maru bleeding. Playing the lone wolf, the teacher orders the kids to fall back, but Sarada spits out a speech so charismatic it convinces him to fight as a team. They dump paper bombs to raise a smoke screen, allowing Sarada to cancel out the beast's jutsu with her Sharingan. The Zetsu resorts to an all-out fistfight. When Konoha Maru preps the final Rasengan, Boruto tries to steal the spotlight and gets captured. Konoha Maru and Mitsuki pull off a desperate combo to rescue him and obliterate the monstrosity. Exploring deeper, they find a Zetsu graveyard and the black marks of Amaterasu, proving the edgy Avenger Sasuke had already been there playing with fire. On the moon, Urashiki comes to collect rent from Tonari, rubbing it in his face that the main branch was spying on his meddling in Boruto's life. Tonari tries to attack, but Urashiki binds him with chakra and throws a powder that freezes him in time for 10,000 years, since he's forbidden from killing his own family. In the village, Naruto gives tips on TV about the Chunin exams. Katasuke begs to let them use his technology, but Naruto shoots him down, demanding brute force from the kids, which attracts a hooded figure who manipulates the scientist. While Boruto spends his day cheating at video games, Sarada brings the exam forms and rubs it in his face that it's his chance to prove his worth. The boy goes back for Himawari's birthday and is shocked to see his dad there, but the illusion shatters when Naruto poofs into a clone cloud. Throwing a dramatic tantrum, Boruto tosses his dad's clothes out the window. The doorbell rings and he goes to answer it, ready to punch his dad, but his fist is caught by the majestic Sasuke, making him forget his anger instantly. Sasuke marches into the Hokage's office to warn him about Kaguya, noting that she fled with a scroll to another dimension after being pressured by Kinshiki and Momoshiki. Smelling a new war brewing, he takes off and bumps into Boruto, who begs on his knees to be his student. Sasuke says he will only accept if the boy learns the Rasengan. Desperate for validation, the protagonist cries to Konoha Maru, who melts with emotion at the chance to teach the legendary technique. After grinding hard, Boruto manages to form a tiny ball and proudly shows it off to Sasuke. When the master mocks the miniature size of the sphere, the brat throws a tantrum and storms off, offended. Preferring to cheat rather than sweat, Boruto grabs Katasuke's scientific ninja tool, comes back, activates the machine, and spits out a giant Rasengan, demanding to be accepted. With his magical eyes, Sasuke immediately sees the fake chakra flow and the mechanical cheating. However, remembering that he once sold his soul to Orochimaru for power in the past, he plays dumb and takes him on as a pupil, planting the seeds of disaster. The spoiled Boruto decides that training is too hard and spends his time complaining to Sasuke about his dad, displaying the shuriken-throwing dexterity of a brick. While the secondary teams train, we discover that Gaara has an emo-adopted son named Shinki. To avoid any effort, Boruto uses the forbidden technological gadget and discovers that cheating by magically firing shurikens is an absolute delight. In another volcanic dimension, the aliens Momoshiki and Kinshiki notice Kaguya's scrolls are missing. Urashiki reports that the goddess scattered her chakra and was sealed away. The hulking aliens immediately go after Killer B, lay a brutal beatdown on the rapper, and greedily absorb all his chakra. In the hidden sand, Gaara finds out through his raccoon that the connection to the Eight Tails has been severed, while the Leaf leaders discuss the new pale threats. Boruto spends the night polishing his little cheating machine, getting ready to humiliate his friends in the Chunin exams. The mess of the Chunin exams begins with Shikamaru laying out the rules and Boruto almost getting into a fight until Gaara's adopted son restores order. Sai reveals that the first phase is a quiz, but the route requires running 20 kilometers through the woods, which are infested with traps set by the useless Tenten. Team 7 bulldozes through the obstacles without breaking a sweat and reaches the quiz. Sai asks an enigmatic question and warns that anyone who turns black will be eliminated. When they pick their answer, the floor vanishes, and everyone falls into a giant pit of black ink. Boruto gives up and accepts the humiliation, but Sarada uses her brain and Mitsuki stretches his limbs to save him.
We barely made it.
Anyone who didn't fall into the goop passed the test, while the spoiled brat cries out of guilt for being dead weight and is already planning to cheat with his little toy. Naruto sends him a pathetic email congratulating him. Frustrated about being useless with weapons, the brat whines to Sasuke, claiming that this is the Uchiha specialty. Sasuke shuts him up by creating multiple clones and rubbing it in his face that this would then be his specialty. Behind closed doors, Gaara confesses he was attacked by an alien. Sasuke wants to cancel the exams to prevent a massacre, but the Kages decide that politics matter more than safety. The second phase begins with Capture the Flag. Sarada and Mitsuki go on the offensive and leave Boruto behind to defend. The protagonist is cornered by three brothers, uses his pathetic clones, and is overpowered. Having absolutely no shame, he presses the illegal gadget and spits out massive water and lightning jutsus he never trained for, flooding the field and obliterating his opponents. Sarada sees right through an enemy genjutsu, grabs the real flag, and secures the victory, while one of Katasuke's henchmen records the protagonist's cheating. Completely unaware that his own son is a fraud, Naruto shows up to congratulate him, and Boruto hides his guilt behind a mask of disinterest. Rock Lee oversees the arena for the Chunin exams. Boruto faces Yurui and his explosive bubblegum. When the gum corners our protagonist, he spots his dad watching and resorts to cheating. He activates the forbidden gadget, throws a curved shuriken out of nowhere, pops the bubble right in his opponent's face, and wins without honor. Shikadai faces Yodo, who can hear movements like a bat. Stepping on the chewed-up gum from the previous fight, Shikadai silences his footsteps, bursts the girl's eardrums with a paper bomb, and traps her in his shadows, forcing her to forfeit. Sarada activates her crimson nepotism, dodges, and knocks out an extra with a single punch. Inojin loses easily to the masked Araya, who ignores attacks and has zero emotional depth. Mitsuki fights Toroi, a discount lightning guy. Pushed to the edge, he almost activates Sage Mode, but gives up remembering that his father figure would ground him, opting instead to just vomit snakes to force his opponent into submission. Chocho tries to crush Shinki with her giant fists of accumulated fat, but the emo blocks everything with his iron sand. Acting like a human bowling ball, she manages to make her opponent break a slight sweat, but gets humiliated and loses. The next clash is between the Nepo babies, Boruto versus Shikadai. The heir of shadows dodges perfectly until he expands his darkness, capturing Boruto and his 4 clones all at once. Terrified of embarrassing himself in front of his absent father, the protagonist buries his dignity, rubs the gadget on his wrist, and ejects an extra illegal clone. Caught off guard, Shikadai loses to the blatant cheater and is consoled by his friends. The scientist Katasuke rushes in to congratulate Boruto and shove another stolen scroll onto him. Despite winning, Boruto falls into a depression, looking like an idiot as he realizes he is a complete fraud. Sarada faces Araya but realizes her eyes and genjutsu aren't working on a target with machine-like movements. Figuring out the trick, she fires a lightning bolt into the stands, revealing the real Araya controlling a life-sized puppet. She humiliates him for his technical stupidity and turns the puppet into ashes. Next, the Iron Sand Goth goes head-to-head with Mitsuki's snakes. The battle turns into a lethal spectacle of copycats and hand-to-hand combat. Shinki applies pressure, wanting to see the enemy's full power. Mitsuki considers activating Sage Mode, but looks at the stands and remembers Orochimaru would kick him out of the house if he started glowing, so he simply raises his hand and forfeits, making a clown out of everyone. Later, Sasuke teaches the Chidori to Boruto by telling him to practice the basics of lightning style. The Uchiha is shocked when the boy regurgitates a speech about friendship, proving that the blonde kid, unlike certain emos in the past, actually has people who can stand him. The arena shakes for the Chunin exams finale. Our favorite Nepo baby and the nearsighted Uchiha face off against Shinki, the Iron Sand Goth who beats them both simultaneously. Sarada proposes a truce with Boruto so they don't embarrass themselves. They attack with explosive clones and fire, but the emo blocks it all with the sand copied from his adoptive father. Using her magical eyes, Sarada deciphers the trick, and they attempt a combined lightning technique. Shinki blocks it with an iron fist and crushes them both. To make matters worse, the Goth trash talks Boruto's friends, triggering the protagonist's fury. In a flash of intelligence, Boruto releases Sarada to attack, forcing Shinki to retreat and sprout little iron sand wings. The emo focuses on the Uchiha and eliminates her without mercy. Left alone and desperate about his mediocre skills, Boruto tries to use his giant lightning jutsu, fails miserably, and decides to cheat. He activates the wrist gadget, ejects purple lightning, and wins the fight, thinking he's the top dog. But Naruto exposes his son's fraud in front of the whole world, disqualifying him without hesitation. Boruto throws a tantrum about his dad's absence, while a crazy scientist pops up to advertise the illegal toy. In that exact moment of public humiliation, 2 pale aliens float down from the sky, ready to ruin the day. The aliens descend into the arena, ruining the scientist's merchandising. Kinshiki responds with a monstrous strike, destroying everything around him. While the stadium crumbles and the extras run for their lives, the Sand Goth tries to play hero, but Gaara orders the kid to help with the evacuation. Kinshiki tries to flatten the Uchiha, but is stopped by Sasuke, while Momoshiki kicks Naruto. Boruto, relying on his little cheater machine, fires off every jutsu he has, only for the alien to absorb it all. Mitsuki tries to use his snake transformation, but a third alien, Urashiki, appears with a fishing rod and hooks his life energy. Gaara and Choljuro fight the space fisherman. Shikamaru tries to trap the other 2 in his shadows, but the jutsu gets swallowed up. Sasuke explains that the invaders came looking for free power without breaking a sweat, just like the spoiled protagonist. The fisherman steals Gaara's sand, breaks Choljuro's sword, and gets a lecture about the value of hard work. Tired of the motivational nonsense, Momoshiki swallows some sketchy pills and vomits a giant fire pheasant. Naruto manifests the fox's head, and Sasuke throws a purple armor over it. The fisherman escapes through a portal, while Momoshiki pops more pills and preps a nuclear bomb. To keep the village from getting obliterated, Naruto turns into a punching bag and takes the entire explosion to the chest. Boruto feels the brutal weight of his father's chakra, gets flashbacks, and screams in despair as the light engulfs everything. Our protagonist wakes up in the hospital to face his own stupidity. Sarada gives him the update that Mitsuki is in critical condition and that Hinata took a severe beating trying to save her husband. Realizing the world doesn't revolve around him, Boruto runs like a madman, trips, and notices he's still wearing the cursed watch, angrily throwing the piece of trash at the wall. While Sasuke promises Hinata he'll clean up this mess, the brat cries in his dad's empty office and puts on Naruto's classic orange jacket. The Uchiha walks in and comforts the kid, saying he knows what it's like to be the hated loser of the village. He lets him know he can feel the Hokage's pulse and is organizing a rescue field trip. The Kages show up huffing and puffing, questioning why they would bring a cheating pre-teen to beat up alien gods. Sasuke swears he has a reason and hands his own rogue headband to the boy. He then dismisses Sarada with the excuse that he needs her to guard the village. Boruto tries to apologize to Shikadai but gets shut down by the boy, who has zero patience in the middle of an apocalypse. Sasuke opens a purple portal. Hinata arrives, has a nostalgic meltdown seeing her son playing dress-up, and decides to trust her husband's life to him. The unlikely rescue team jumps into the black hole looking for the Hokage. Mitsuki wakes up in the hospital and listens to Sarada gossip about the chaos he missed. In a wasteland, Momoshiki uses a divine tree made from the remains of Killer Bee to drain Naruto's fox. The alien complains that the chakra download is taking too long. Naruto acts like an adult and gives a speech about true power coming from sweat, realizing mid-lecture that his absence as a father pushed Boruto into cheating. The therapy session is interrupted when the four Kage slice through Naruto's bindings. Naruto sees the blonde wearing his old jacket and tries to apologize, but the kid brushes it off real quick. Back in the Hidden Leaf Village, Shikamaru uses board games to explain the tactical crisis to a clueless Shikadai. In the ring, Choljuro acts as a punching bag, taking a direct hit so Kurotsuchi can pin Kinshiki to the ground. Seeing his henchman immobilized, Momoshiki turns Kinshiki into a chakra pill and swallows his partner whole.
Your own way, brethren? Damn it.
This cannibalistic meal causes the villain to mutate, growing a glowing third eye and announcing that Naruto is the next main course. The cannibal alien unleashes an energy pulse that slices the divine tree and wipes the floor with the Kages. He kicks Darui and uses his own hair to choke Gaara. After knocking out Choljuro and Kurotsuchi like they were nothing, he focuses on his main target. Naruto and Sasuke go into God mode for a beatdown session. Sasuke throws giant shurikens, but one of them is Naruto in disguise. He throws a Rasen shuriken that turns back into Sasuke, frying the alien's brain with the psychedelic switcheroo. Trapped in a stone moon, the villain vomits a wooden dragon to break free. Naruto then cloaks his giant fox in Sasuke's armor, slicing through the colossal monkey summoned by the villain and draining his energy. When victory seemed guaranteed, that idiot Katasuke shows up and fires his cheating gauntlet at the alien. Momoshiki absorbs the free energy, heals himself, paralyzes everyone, and skewers Naruto to the ground. Boruto remembers he's the protagonist and hits the alien with his invisible Rasengan. The ultimate dad injects a mountain of chakra into the kid's hand, creating a colossal bomb. Sasuke runs interference, throwing Boruto disguised as a sword right at the villain's absorbing eye. Boruto obliterates the alien's body, but the bastard spirit grabs the boy's arm, whispering spoilers about the future and carving a cursed diamond mark into his skin before turning to dust. The gang returns to the Hidden Leaf Village for a hug session, while the Chunin exams are officially cancelled due to the damage and humiliation. Naruto goes back to his endless mountain of paperwork, while Sasuke resumes his interdimensional routine to hunt the fugitive Urashiki. Boruto makes peace with Shikadai on the village train, exchanging sappy apologies. Far away, the Emo-Shinki whines about Boruto's strength, getting shut down by Gaara. Orochimaru creeps out of an alley to threaten Mitsuki for almost exposing his snake form, and Sarada begs Sasuke to teach her how to spit fire. When asked if he wants to be Hokage, Boruto spits on the idea, preferring to fight in the shadows like Sasuke. Perched atop the village monument, he stares at the new diamond tattoo from the alien. Naruto pops up at home with a belated birthday cake. Boruto punches his dad in the stomach just to make sure he isn't a shadow clone. The next morning, they bump fists and go face life. But in another dimension, Urashiki floats with his fishing rod, deciding that Boruto will be his next toy. While Choji teaches the clan secrets, Chocho ignores tradition, drooling over a TV soap opera. Mitsuki demands paperwork from Orochimaru, proving that even villains have to sign forms. Chocho complains about her own weight, but chooses to activate butterfly mode to burn her fat and turn into a runway model, looking so different that Boruto doesn't even recognize her. Team 7 and Team 10 get a mission to protect Tomaru and Ashina, the actors from Chocho's soap opera who are receiving death threats. Team 7 focuses on the arrogant actress, and Team 10 takes the heartthrob. On set, Chocho grovels at the actor's feet. When he asks her to hold onto a prop ring, she's already planning her wedding dress. A terrorist ninja from the hidden rain breaks through the wall. Boruto hits a clone, and Shikadai traps the real thug. Chocho reverts to her normal weight to crush him, but when she locks eyes with Tomaru, she shrinks back down out of embarrassment. The weak attack allows the terrorist to escape. With the actress injured, the leading man suggests Chocho take the role. She almost has a heart attack out of sheer emotion upon finding out she'll be filming a kissing scene. Excited by the promise of the kiss, Chocho almost pops back into her original form in the dressing room. She goes to film, but Inojin points out the scene has zero chemistry. The director agrees and cuts the shoot, leaving the girl furious. Konohamaru and Moegi investigate and conclude that the terrorist had insider info from the crew. Sarada tries to shut down the production, but Ashina refuses, wanting to upstage Tomaru in his final episode. The chaos gets worse when rabid fans storm the studio. Chocho hides the actor in a closet and they almost kiss, but Sarada interrupts.
There you are! You could come out now, all the fans are gone.
They try to rehearse again, but Mitsuki shows up asking for Ashina's dress. Chocho freaks out and attacks the boy. Shikadai restrains her with his shadows, but her fury makes Chocho swell up to her colossal size, ripping the actress's dress. Without her disguise, Tomaru unleashes uncalled for fat phobia on Chocho. Sarada tries to defend her, but her friend accepts it in silence. Backstage, the terrorist uses a radio to confirm the actors' locations with a traitor inside the studio. Drowning in self-pity after being humiliated, Chocho becomes the arrogant actress's personal slave. Taking advantage of her leaving her post, the terrorist throws a flashbang and kidnaps Tomaru. Konohamaru gets fooled by a clone. Boruto and Shikadai deduce that switching from death threats to kidnapping makes no strategic sense. The ransom note demands that Ashina deliver the cash. Addicted to attention, she refuses to wear a disguise and marches right to the press. The Genin beg Chocho to revert to her normal weight to get her strength back, but she throws a fit. At the drop-off, Mitsuki motivates the girl with a ridiculous analogy about potato chips. Upon confronting the kidnapper, the villain reveals himself to be Konohamaru. He faked the kidnapping to prove that Ashina was the mastermind, driven by jealousy of the leading man's fame. Completely unhinged, the actress threatens to use explosive bombs. Konohamaru sends the bombs flying away, causing a cave-in. Tomaru falls, but Chocho remembers the potato chips, reverts to her true colossal form, and smashes the rocks to save him. The actress gets arrested, and Tomaru falls in love with the chubby Chocho. However, she rejects his engagement ring and goes off to eat snacks with her family. Team 5 is tasked with transporting a national treasure, but Metal Lee is oozing confidence thanks to a fake anti-anxiety necklace he bought off the internet. As expected, they smash the plate and fail the mission. Team 7 questions the gizmo. Rock Lee was going to teach him the first inner gate, but cancels it after finding out about the online cheating. The boy is rescued by Might Guy, who makes Metal carry his wheelchair up an endless flight of stairs, while the kid has a panic attack over people looking at him. Guy beats up Iwabe and Metal with one leg at the academy. Metal cries over his fake necklaces until Rock Lee forces him to fight in a public event. Guy says that panic is his essence, so Metal rips off the necklaces and embraces his nervousness. Having a mental breakdown, his movements become unpredictable. Fueled by sheer panic, he opens the first gate and lands a hit on his dad. Guy declares his victory. Later, they get a mission to transport a valuable vase. The supervisor just has to ask them not to break the piece for the kid to break into a cold sweat again, throwing his friends into absolute despair. Mitsuki wakes up shocked because he dreamed for the first time, realizing he's not just Orochimaru's puppet. At Lightning Burger, Inojin shows up with a baby chick that imprinted on him. Mitsuki compares the bird to his obsession with Boruto. During a Kage summit, Team 7 is on security duty. The elderly Onoki sneaks away from the paperwork, bumps into the kids, and almost breaks his back, threatening them. Boruto gives him a riddle about the hardest stone in the world, and Onoki demands a sightseeing tour in exchange for the answer. On the tour, the old man uses particle style to save a civilian, passes out, and wakes up mistaking Boruto for his dead grandson. He reveals that the hardest stone is the unbreakable will of the shinobi. The poetic answer triggers an existential crisis in Mitsuki. Boruto later finds out that Naruto gave him the riddle without actually knowing the answer. Mitsuki returns home in the midst of his existential crisis and finds his apartment broken into, with a mysterious letter that he incinerates. The piece is shattered when 2 guards get fried in a surprise lightning attack at the village gates. Sai investigates the toasted guards and finds a leaf headband. Boruto and Sarada notice Mitsuki is missing and break into his apartment, only finding a creepy picture of Boruto, proving his stalker side. Trying to get answers, they snoop on a leadership meeting. Ino examines the guards' minds and discovers that Mitsuki left with the criminals of his own free will. Naruto then drops the bomb that the boy is Orochimaru's son, nearly giving Tsunade a heart attack and causing the elders to declare the kid a national threat. Boruto argues about his friend's loyalty, freaking out at Sarada's cold logic. Shikadai warns them not to do anything stupid, which Boruto takes as an invitation to total anarchy. Investigating the attack site, Boruto saves one of Mitsuki's snakes and listens to a voice message, confirming his voluntary desertion. Ignoring all military common sense, he packs his bags to hunt down the deserter. Sarada joins in on the delinquency, determined to drag the snake to Orochimaru's lair and squeeze the truth out of him. Sarada warns that Orochimaru's lab is crawling with guards. Yamato acts like an incompetent stalker, asking to be notified if Mitsuki shows up. Back in the village, the leadership regrets putting a terrorist's son on a team with their kids, and they discover that Boruto and Sarada have run away. Konohamaru wants to hunt down his own team, but Shikamaru stops him and dispatches Moegi's squad instead. To bypass Yamato, Sarada dresses up in a Mitsuki costume and makes a run for it, while Boruto sneaks in and finds an aquarium full of clones. Orochimaru confesses that all the Mitsukis are his experiments. He reveals he placed a curse mark on the boy, acting as a self-destruct button if his secrets are leaked, horrifying Boruto. Karin takes over the Mitsuki cosplay and fools the guards outside. Orochimaru analyzes Mitsuki's snake, finds nothing, and tells the brats to seek out the white snake sage. Orochimaru shakes off Yamato, but Moegi's squad pops up, ready to ruin Boruto and Sarada's little field trip. Team 10 tries to force the runaways to go back home. Ino, Jin, and Chocho attack, but Boruto blows up his classmate's scroll, and Sarada uses a flashbang so they can escape.
What's that?
Choo-choo! Wait, stop!
In the Hidden Leaf Village, Shikamaru confesses to Tamari that he sent his own son to hunt them down because Shikadai actually uses his brain. Ino Jin tracks down the divided fugitives. Moegi crushes the distraction clones, while Shikadai predicts Boruto and Sarada's route, immobilizing them both. But when he sees Mitsuki's snake and hears the gossip about the desertion, his brain switches gears. Shikadai commits treason and joins the runaways. Chocho and Inojin tag along too. Meanwhile, Suigetsu distracts Moegi in the forest by copying her water jutsus. When she breaks free, she finds an apology note from her students, losing her mind with rage. The runaway gang heads out to Ryuchi Cave in the dead of night. The rogues walk in circles. 3 weird snake women watch them until the group stumbles upon a luxurious gate. A hostess offers a banquet. Boruto suspects a scam, but Inojin and Chocho scarf it all down in desperation. Seeing Boruto didn't fall for the trap, the hostess reveals her reptilian face. She wanted to suck the kid's chakra. The illusion crumbles. She tells them they passed the test and vanishes. Boruto gets lost and falls into Ichikishima Hime's lair, who locks him in with a stone puzzle. Losing patience, he brute forces the stones and solves it with sheer ignorance. Next, Tagetsu Hime bites Boruto, injecting a hallucination where his friends humiliate him. He ignores the bullying aimed at Mitsuki, passing the final test. He wakes his teammates and gets an audience with the White Snake Sage. She warns them she'll only help read Mitsuki's snake if the kids snatch the reverse scale from Garaga, a monstrous giant snake, throwing them into a suicide mission. The crew hunts for the reverse scale. The colossal one-eyed snake attacks them. Shikadai tries to bind it with shadows, but the beast effortlessly breaks the jutsu. Sarada almost becomes a snake snack, but Aoda, Sasuke's snake, appears to defend his master's daughter. Back at the village, Moegi hands Shikamaru a shogi piece, leading him to deduce that Mitsuki's escape has hidden secrets. In the cave, Aoda explains that the reverse scale calms the monster, begging Sarada to go home. The teens ignore him and decide to fight. Shikadai cooks up a plan. Chocho expands to draw attention. Inojin blinds the snake with ink, and Shikadai pins its shadow. Boruto and Sarada sprint for the scale, but Garaga dodges and spits venom at Chocho, turning the girl to stone. Aoda takes a beating to protect the team until Garaga retreats into the dark, where it has a tactical advantage. Aoda warns that whoever touches the scale turns into a statue. In the village, the traitor Yurito tries to poison a patient, only to discover it was Moegi in disguise. He runs, takes Denki hostage, but gets hit with a flashbang. Udon breaks the traitor's genjutsu, but a centipede blows Yurito up from the inside out before he can confess anything. In the dark, Shikadai realizes Garaga uses thermal vision. Boruto creates clones to confuse the monster, hits the scale with an invisible Rasengan, and brings the roof down on the snake. Boruto enters the beast's mind and discovers Garaga was betrayed by a former partner who blinded his eye. Instead of ripping out the scale, Boruto proposes a contract. The beast accepts, promising to devour him if he fails. They return to the sage, who unpetrifies Chocho and accesses the mind of Mitsuki's little snake. The video reveals he merely faked the guards' deaths to trick the kidnappers, heading to the hidden stone village in search of answers. The kids leave the cave with Chocho complaining. At the hospital, Naruto and Shikamaru find out Mitsuki's kidnappers are from the hidden stone and roll with clay fabrications. Sai confirms Yurito's explosion used explosive clay. At the border, Sekie questions Mitsuki about what it feels like to be a traitor. The Hidden Leaf Village's rescue team finds downed Jonin in the woods. Further ahead, Kokuyo destroys one of his limping clay monsters, revealing these artificial creatures have a very short lifespan. Naruto contacts Kurotsuchi to get clearance for a search in the hidden stone, but she ties up their entry with red tape. Boruto and his crew find the remains of the clay fabrications. Kokuyo wipes the floor with the Hidden Leaf Village's elite trackers in 5 minutes. Boruto's team arrives on the battlefield to find the villains surrounded by bodies, arrogantly asking if they came to get a beatdown too.
Sis, what happened here?
Are you trackers too?
Using only tonfas, he rubs it in their faces that he doesn't need ninjutsu to break them. The fight goes on until Boruto crushes a mud monster with a Rasengan. Kokuyo almost squashes Sarada, but Chocho drops from the sky, hurling a giant boulder at him. The backup trio holds off the brute, while Boruto and Sarada chase after Mitsuki. They run into Sekie, an explosive clay user. Boruto summons Garaga hoping for a miracle, but the snake ignores him while Sekie attacks. Boruto tries to give orders to the beast, who gets so pissed off at the audacity that he attacks Sekie out of pure spite. Just as Boruto goes for the final blow, Mitsuki pops up to defend the enemy. Rejecting his friend, the boy claims he'll follow the stone ninjas and blasts Boruto with lightning. The protagonist hits the dirt. Garaga laughs at the misery, and the villains leave, leaving the kid knocked out cold. In a flashback, we see Mitsuki pretending to knock out the Hidden Leaf Village guards and leaving the message for the protagonist. In the present, Mitsuki plays babysitter to Sekie, teaching the artificial boy how to chew and brush his teeth. Sekie's body starts to melt, and Kokuyo goes to get help. Far from there, the Tsuchikage Kurotsuchi tries to squeeze information out of Onoki but is attacked by Ku and Kako. Shocked to recognize Ku's face, she gets locked in a cage while the villains cook up more monsters in the basement. Mitsuki brings flowers to cheer up the sick boy, and they talk about their creators, Orochimaru and Ku. Sekie then slaps an explosive centipede on Mitsuki's neck and demands the truth. The pale boy gives a speech about how Boruto is the son of his life, admitting he doesn't know if this feeling is real or just a glitch hatch in his artificial brain. Kokuyo returns and injects a fluid into Sekie, saving him from melting. The group is suspicious of Mitsuki and wants to attack him, but Sekie defends his new friend, claiming they now share secrets. While this soap opera unfolds, Boruto remains passed out in the dirt far away, diving into a wet dream about teamwork and friendship. In the real world, Shikadai inspects the mess left behind until a smashed clay monster reconstructs itself into a tiny critter that adopts Inojin as a father figure. Going against Sarada's wish to head back and report the beatdown, Shikadai decides to ignore the rules and invade the land of Earth to clean up the mess themselves, dragging the mud puppy along. Inojin plays with the doll until the little psycho tries to murder a rabbit. The protagonist's consciousness remains trapped in a nightmare where the one-eyed snake Garaga invades his mind just to humiliate him, rubbing in the fact that he's whining about betrayal instead of waking up to reality. Thanks to the toxic snake's reality check, the blondie finally opens his eyes. Having learned absolutely nothing from the hole in his chest, he insists on crawling after the pale emo kid. With the IQ of a doorknob, he decides the best strategy is knocking on Onoki's door, the decrepit geezer who's closer to the grave than to helping anyone, dragging the squad into a collective suicide mission. The team decides to bench Inojin because his clay pet would draw attention. While Naruto and his advisors sweat bullets fearing a diplomatic crisis, Konohamaru sneaks out in disguise to investigate the hidden stone village. In the most pathetic infiltration in history, Boruto and the extras crawl through the village sewers. Stealth goes down the drain when Chocho's stomach growls too loudly. To avoid drawing attention, they shove her into a restaurant, kiss up to old man Onoki in front of the owner, and score the address to the former Tsuchikage's retirement home. Akatsuchi tails the kids from a distance, but soon approaches them and plays tour guide to the elderly man. When they find Onoki, he plays dumb and says he can't help. Right after, an army of mutant clay dolls ambushes the group. To make matters worse, a guy named Ku appears out of nowhere, calls the fossil Onoki Dad, and announces the test subject is ready, leaving everyone dumbfounded at the nursing home's dirty secrets.
Who are you?
Master, my dearest father.
Boruto demands answers, but Ku tosses him to the ground like trash. Onoki delivers the classic villain speech, claiming it's all for peace since he can't bear seeing young people die and outsourced ninja work to clay dolls. While Naruto gets stalled by an assistant under Kirara's brainwashing and Konohamaru trips over paralyzed ninjas, Sekie shows Mitsuki the clay slave factory, until Kako and Kokuyo threaten to slice up the pale kid. In the brawl, Boruto's crew fights Ku. Sarada figures out the monster's weak point is their masks and starts smashing them. Ku gets pissed, uses his particle style to disintegrate Akatsuchi's golem, and almost crushes the old man with a pillar. With his hero complex flaring up, Boruto saves the decrepit geezer who betrayed him. In the chaos, Shikadai is captured and thrown into the cell next to Tsuchikage Kurotsuchi, who explains how the senile old man snapped and started creating artificial life in the basement. To cap off the circus, a doctor examines Mitsuki and discovers a self-destruct bomb installed by Orochimaru. Boruto and the traitorous fossil flee to the Sanzu Plains, a forgotten training ground surrounded by a massive barrier. The old man explains they'll only get out if they find the useless Heartstone, and the barrier stops Boruto from using his clones. Trapped in this escape room with a grumpy senior citizen, Ku orders his army to double the search efforts without killing the witnesses, so as not to upset Daddy Onoki. While Inojin teaches names to his lump of mud, Akun, Sarada, and Chocho realize the village is swarming with enemies and freak out over Boruto and Shikadai's disappearance. At the geriatric camp, Onoki shares food with Boruto and goes on a boomer monologue criticizing the current generation. He reveals Ku is a clone made from his shriveled cells and that he called Mitsuki over to share secrets and upgrade the clay Frankensteins. Speaking of him, Mitsuki meets Ku, who, salivating over the kid's biology, swears he can hack Orochimaru's seal. During a debate about free will, Kako and Kirara start cracking in the middle of the room, proving the quality control on these creatures is an absolute joke. Boruto and the old man just accept sleeping in the dirt. Boruto remains stuck with the cranky old Onoki on a useless hunt for the Heartstone. They stumble upon Seki, a Chunin exams loser who's also looking for the rock. Seki thinks Onoki is an absolute hero, and the old man prefers keeping up the charade rather than admitting he's been messing everything up. Meanwhile, the clone squad faces technical difficulties. The doctor warns Ku that Mitsuki's seal is hard to hack, and the only fix would be ripping out real human hearts for the dolls. Ku hesitates, knowing Grandpa Onoki wouldn't approve of the bloodbath. Far away, Akatsuchi almost becomes fertilizer trying to warn Naruto, but Konohamaru pops up to save him and infiltrates the hidden stone. At the enemy base, Shikadai uses his brain and escapes a sleeping gas trap by holding his breath in the shadows. Back in the desert, Onoki's spine gives out. Seki tries to help, but a giant wolf decides to make them lunch. Boruto tosses the loser at the beast, and the kid accidentally finds his heartstone.
Making excuses cannot be excused!
The rock glows and opens the escape route. In the village, Ku takes control, but his hand starts cracking, proving his clay's expiration date is up. Onoki decides to dump all his trauma on the protagonist's shoulders, taking Boruto to the exact spot where his grandson Kozuchi kicked the bucket. While the old man cries, Ku has already taken over the hidden stone with his army, thirsty to find his runaway grandpa. The old man starts his monologue, revealing his grandson died for following his garbage motivational advice about never running from a fight. Consumed by guilt, the old man decided to create clay dolls to fight in place of the children. The twist is that a bizarre doctor offered the missing piece, a white Zetsu. Boruto goes into shock, finding out the old guy is using alien material in his arts and crafts. Onoki swears Mitsuki will just stabilize the dolls without hurting anyone, while in that exact second, Ku separates 5 captured ninjas to rip out their hearts and use them as living batteries. Boruto tries to take the moral high ground, arguing the dolls have feelings. Onoki claps back with the stubbornness of a senior citizen refusing to admit he lost control, calling their feelings mere system functions. The debate is cut short by the clone Kako, who spawns in demanding to arrest Boruto and end the open-air therapy session. Kako announces the plan went down the drain and demands to take Boruto in handcuffs, with Onoki begging him not to hurt the kid. But Boruto chooses violence. While Boruto tosses explosives like a child terrorist, Ino-jin, Sarada, and Chocho find a broken Akatsuchi. Ino-jin takes the wounded giant to a cave while the girls rush to save the protagonist. They stop Kako from turning Boruto into dust, leaving the doll even more ecstatic at the chance to beat up more targets. Amid the chaos, Shikadai uses his brain, destroys a monster, and manages to call the Hokage, being the only one who knows how to ask adults for help. Naruto and Shikamaru deploy the old guard to fix the political disaster. In the arena, Sarada calculates that Kako has exactly a 20-second cooldown between dust attacks and takes the chance to spit fire in his face. With the intelligence of a doorknob, Kako ignores his cooldown and forces another attack. The strain is so absurd that his body crumbles to death. Onoki watches dumbfounded as Boruto rubs it in that the dolls have free will. The victory lasts 2 seconds. Ino-jin arrives with eyes glazed over from Kirara's hypnosis and takes Boruto hostage. The senile old Onoki finally drags the captured genin back to the hidden stone, only to find the place completely wrecked. He goes to confront Ku, but the clay dictator reveals their expiration date is up and he's going to start harvesting human hearts. Grandpa tries to give him a moral lecture, but Ku simply knocks the old man out cold with a punch. In the middle of this mess, Shikadai throws an explosive kunai and breaks the gang out of prison. He sends Boruto and Sarada after Mitsuki, while Team 10 stays behind to deal with Kokuyo. The battle turns into a game of hide-and-seek in pitch darkness. Shikadai's genius plan involves Ino-jin invading the villain's clay mind. The big guy forces him out of his body, but Akun, Ino-jin's mud pet, jumps at the enemy's face. Kokuyo ruthlessly crushes the ugly critter, leaving his guard wide open for Chocho to crush him back using her body mass. Kokuyo dies philosophizing about the power of friendship, while Ino-jin cries over his wet lump of clay. Meanwhile, the bizarre Kirara intercepts Boruto and Sarada, paralyzing them with a genjutsu, ready to play her sadistic games with their bodies. Ku puts Grandpa Onoki into a forced nap in his room, ignoring the old man's advice. On the other side of the village, the weirdo Kirara is controlling Boruto and Sarada like puppets, forcing forcing them to beat each other up with their eyes closed to satisfy her sadistic fetishes. While the foolish old man reminisces about playing God creating the dolls, Sekiei begs Mitsuki for a new heart just to live and protect his artificial friends. The useless Kirara decides to step out, ordering the Genin to fight to the death, but Sarada activates her galaxy brain, uses the reflection on Boruto's sword to cast a genjutsu on herself, and breaks the villain's mind control. The real clown show happens when Mitsuki hands the dream human heart over to Ku. The dictator is already crying tears of joy, but Mitsuki punches right through his chest from behind, and the heart on the floor turns into a pile of gross snakes. The pale kid betrayed everyone once again. To top off the absolute chaos, Konohamaru blows up the clone factory, Kurotsuchi frees the prisoners, and Onoki finally breaks out of the nursing home. Team 7 is reunited to stop this dirt gang. Ku's body starts melting like ice cream on hot asphalt thanks to Mitsuki's treacherous strike, forcing the fake dictator to flee to the hospital. The needy Sekiei can't handle rejection, throws explosive clay in everyone's face, and demands to settle things with Mitsuki, just like a crazy ex. Meanwhile, Kirara tries to crush Boruto and Sarada by summoning a giant golem. Boruto wastes no time and summons Garaga, the one-eyed snake, who arrives throwing hands at the monster. Sarada uses her Sharingan to hypnotize the villain and delivers an electric strike. Panicking, Kirara begs her little monster for help, but Garaga squeezes the creature, and falling debris crushes the girl, turning her into mashed potatoes. In the other fight, Mitsuki easily cancels out Sekiei's bombs with lightning, and the boy cries about the cruelty of the world before shutting down forever. In the medical lab, Ku begs for surgery, but finds out the test subjects escaped. Like any proper villain, he rips out the doctor's own heart and shoves it into his chest. When the trio finally catches up to the fugitive in the old city, they come face to face with a fully recharged Ku, powered by his stolen heart and ready for more brawling. Ku is tripping on his stolen new power, and the Genin decide to stop him. On the way, Onoki stops to have a nostalgia trip in his wrecked office. Ku traps Mitsuki in stone pillars, forcing a bizarre couples therapy session by suggesting they should get together since they're both fakes. Ku throws it in Boruto's face that Mitsuki chose the dolls, rubbing in that the hero is a terrible friend. Mitsuki gets tired of the small talk, activates his sage mode, and blows everything up. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto and Shikamaru are having a bureaucratic nervous breakdown, and Naruto uses reverse psychology, forbidding the squads from helping, but leaving the door wide open for them to sneak out. During the brawl, Ku summons a buff golem to slice up the snakes, but Onoki spawns in to lecture the clay clone. They flee to the sewers, where Boruto hands Mitsuki his headband back. Ku reappears ready to wipe everyone off the map. Sarada and Mitsuki pry the villain's arms open, leaving his chest wide open for Boruto to slam a giant Rasengan into his stolen heart. In one last freakout, Ku preps his massive particle-style jutsu, but Onoki fires his own particle style, obliterating the villain and the building with him. The old man spouts his final words of wisdom before finally kicking the bucket, right as Konohamaru and the village arrive late to the party handing out happy ending hugs. The brats take the train back to the Hidden Leaf Village, in a heavy atmosphere, since Naruto stayed behind to bury Onoki in the Hidden Stone Village. In the train cars, Mitsuki is treated like a highly dangerous criminal, while Shikadai tries to console Inojin over the loss of his mud pet. Upon arriving, Boruto and Sarada think they'll get medals, but Naruto strips them of their Genin titles as punishment for skipping class.
Hold on. You gotta leave your headbands here.
While Mitsuki digs graves for his dead friends, Boruto is contacted by Garaga in his sleep. The snake decides to cancel their contract and brutally dumps the protagonist. Sarada wakes him from the traumatic breakup to go hunt down Mitsuki. Boruto drops a recycled motivational speech from Onoki, and they all reconcile with a laugh. Parallel to this, Orochimaru and Law gossip about the mad scientist's missing corpse, planting seeds for the next arc. The gang strolls through the village listening to the radio, and Boruto cries, seeing a rock that looks like the Tsuchikage's wrinkled face. Before Konohamaru can lecture capture them, Kurotsuchi and Akatsuchi show up in the Hokage's office just to praise Team 7 as the eternal heroes of the stone. Seeing the diplomatic tight spot, Naruto swallows his pride, gives the headbands back, and acts like the punishment never happened. The Hidden Leaf Village invents Parent and Child Day to turn a profit, and Shikamaru forces the Hokage to take a day off to look at his own family's faces. Himawari demands a limited edition Kurama plushie, forcing the absentee father to hit the streets to buy his daughter's love. He runs into Kiba, hunting for the exact same toy to try and please his invisible girlfriend. The stock sells out in 5 seconds, and the useless Naruto buys a Shukaku doll because of bad eyesight. Kiba helps with the hunt, and they find the bizarre Shino clutching the fox plushie, using a school research excuse to hide his loneliness. The pilgrimage leads to 1010's shop, who blackmails the Hokage into pushing useless knives and a pink shuriken necklace onto the little girl. Kiba thinks he bought the last unit, but the package holds a squished burger. Naruto chases the petty thief, only to discover it's one of his border guards trying not to neglect his own son. Pitying the terrible management, Naruto reassigns the guy to the village gate. In the end, Himawari hugs Shukaku and pretends to love the gift so she won't have to watch her dad cry out of frustration. While the cooks panic over the black hole stomach Choji Akimichi entering the eating contest, the fat guy eats all the snacks at home by himself. Karui gets furious and kicks her useless husband out. After he whines to Boruto in the street, Chocho drags her dad to the contest to prove he still has paternal utility. At the arena, they find everyone trying to prove they're good dads, including Sai, Shikamaru, and the rock and metal lead duo. The Dotonbori team shows up trying to steal the spotlight. A cook desperate to avoid bankruptcy conspires with the cheaters to take down the Akimichis by altering the depth of their bowls. But while Karui complains from the crowd about how idiotic the contest is, Boruto pokes around the leftovers and discovers the cheaters' extra spicy pepper was a fake. He swaps the rigged bowls before the finals. When Chocho reaches her limit, Karui yells from the stands that good food is meant to be eaten together, injecting the power of love straight into their stomachs. Panicking, the cook uses ninjutsu to make the dumplings giant. The Lees try punching the food to no avail. Karui fires a lightning bolt to free her daughter, but the solution is Choji, expanding his own body to devour absolutely everything, burning calories by converting them into chakra, and securing the victory in the most grotesque way possible. With the new holiday underway, Sakura apologizes for being the only one working in the village, while Sarada grumbles about her ghost of a dad. Unbeknownst to her, Sasuke shows his face in the Hidden Leaf Village, and is intercepted by Boruto, who explains the holiday and tells him to pay some attention to his daughter. While Sasuke has sad flashbacks by the river, Sarada finds him and gets excited, but the Lord of Grudges kills the mood by saying he's only there on business. Observing the other fathers, Sasuke tries to force a connection. Seeing Naruto carrying Himawari, he imitates his murderous brother and offers his daughter a piggyback ride. Sarada dies of embarrassment and walks away. Kakashi shows up, pointing out how living in the woods ruined the Uchiha's social skills, and suggests tactics from his erotic novel.
Then what's this? This book is called Make Out Tactics. Don't you want to learn some tactics to help you get along with your daughter?
Looking for the girl, Sasuke bumps into Shino, who is hugging a Kurama plushie, and offensively asks if his daughter has parasites. Following Kakashi's perverted advice, Sasuke tries another approach that drives Sarada away for good. Boruto tells the girl to speak up if she wants something from her absentee father. After complaining about Kakashi, Sasuke talks to Sakura and finds out about Sarada's plan to become Hokage. He teaches her some shuriken tricks, and confesses how his own dream of leadership was twisted. The day ends with Naruto apologizing to Boruto for his absence and training together, while Shino continues doing weird things with his plushie alone at home. On an escort mission, Namida gets startled and cries so hard that her sonic scream knocks out the enemies, the clients, and her own team. Waking up in the infirmary with her deafened teammates, Namida realizes her tantrums are a liability and decides to learn how to spit water like a real ninja. But during training, her water style comes out weaker than a leaky hose. Hanabi tries to teach her chakra control, but Namida takes a humiliating beating. Ignoring her students' lack of talent, Hanabi demonstrates how to strengthen the water blast, scaring Sumire and Wasabi with her violence. On their next mission, they escort some useless merchants carrying a historical document from the first Hokage. The Garakta gang attacks, and Namida's spit is useless. Sumire summons Nue as a distraction, while Hanabi leaves the kids behind to hunt down the bandits on her own. However, the boss shows up, buries the girls with an earth-style jutsu, steals the scroll, and mocks the absence of Namida's crying. Wasabi encourages her friend to throw the biggest tantrum of her life. Remembering Hanabi's training, Namida focuses her chakra into her vocal cords and fires a concentrated sonic scream that runs over the villain. With Nue sweeping the gang, Namida tries to use the sonic scream again, but exhaustion makes her lose control. She blows everyone's eardrums, knocking out the team once again. Team 10 is hunting thugs at a wind power plant, but our boy genius Shikadai is so distracted that he lets the structure get blown up right behind his back. Cut to a month prior, the old fossil Enshu pressures Shikamaru to make the kid become a suit-and-tie politician. Playing the grown-up to get the old man off his dad's back, Shikadai agreed. After spreading the gossip at Lightning Burger that he's becoming a bureaucrat, Shikadai takes a stroll at the power plant with the nerd Denki. The broken structure malfunctions right at that moment, and Denki tries to fix the battery. Realizing he needs to spin the turbine, Shikadai uses his wind style to spin the propeller frantically, but the roof collapses on the nerd. Using his shadow possession jutsu, Shikadai saves his friend from turning into bourgeois paste. He then realizes politics is for suckers and decides to keep playing ninja. When Enshu shows up with the paperwork to sign, the kid simply tells him to take a hike. Back at the burger joint, Shikadai shocks the crew by announcing that his bureaucratic career is down the drain and that he doesn't want to be a suit and tie guy sitting in a leather chair. Boruto and Mitsuki find out they'll have to put up with Team 15 on their mission, but they run into Tosaka, a mad scientist who rubs his intellect in their faces by licking strange eggs and putting gross things in his mouth. Konohamaru leads the group to investigate killer birds, and along the way, Tosaka almost makes Sarada throw up by licking bird poop. Near the affected village, a villager is attacked, and Jugo appears in a blind rage, ready to crush Boruto, but the mutant cat Nue saves the protagonist by pushing the monster into a river. In the village, they discover that the local avian flu is driving humans insane. Konohamaru orders them to stay away from the water, proving basic hygiene works. Villagers bring in an unconscious Jugo. When a sick, foaming villager attacks Tosaka, Jugo pushes the zombie away and knocks him out, hiding the curse marks all over his body. Boruto throws a stone to track some bizarre echoes, finding a cave. Deep inside, they find Jugo writhing and completing his monster transformation, right before turning around to amicably announce he's going to slaughter everyone. Boruto and Sarada flee the cave with their tails between their legs, but Konohamaru and Mitsuki arrive to stop the slaughter. Pumped full of the curse mark's radioactive juice, Jugo ignores Konohamaru's attacks and furiously absorbs all his chakra. Desperate, the Jonin shoves a Rasengan right into the monster's face, turning Jugo back to normal before he vanishes, leaving the sensei tossed aside like trash. The kids follow the big guy to a lake and find a syringe. Tosaka licks the stuff and figures out it's a tranquilizer. Jugo wakes up, removes the curse from a duck, and hands Boruto his bird-culling knife. They carry the broken Konohamaru back to the village for 5 days of bed rest. While Team 15 heads back to the Hidden Leaf village to call it quits, Boruto and the boys spy on Jugo. The guy absorbs the bird's curse into his own body and locks himself in the dark to contain the monster. When he collapses without taking his dose, Boruto jams the needle into the big guy, proving to be the mission's nurse. Jugo finally accepts their help. On their way back, Team 15 is violently attacked by Momo and Sasami, two weird siblings who activate curse marks out of nowhere. Jugo spends the day sucking the curse mark out of the birds before they go crazy, taking injections to hold back the monster. The excess of medicinal fluids numbs his senses, making the job harder. The clock is ticking before the geese migrate and spread the avian STD to the world, and Jugo's stash of injections finally runs dry, sinking the team into despair. On the third night, the mutant geese escape and Jugo chases after them. Without his daily drug, he snaps. Sarada looks for the backup stash in the cave, but but it has mysteriously vanished. Jugo fully embraces his monstrous puberty and attacks the kids. Boruto throws a Rasengan as a distraction, but the brute ignores the trick and charges toward the village to destroy it. Before he can kill a peasant, the researchers from the Land of Rivers show up, pumping the guy full of tranquilizers. The village chief kicks Boruto's team out for hiding the monster's identity. The researchers take over and parade the unconscious bodies of Namida and Wasabi, who are also infected by the mark. Hiding in the bushes, Sumire remembers how the girls were humiliated by the goons Momo and Sasami. The scientist Tosaka promises to take care of Jugo and the birds, leaving our useless protagonist sucking his thumb in frustration. While Boruto cries over the little birds, Sumire and Nue bump into Karin and Suigetsu in the woods. The mascot scratches Suigetsu, who retaliates by turning into water and canceling the summoning. Team 7 arrives and recognizes Orochimaru's lackeys. Suigetsu just wants to drag Jugo back, ignoring Boruto's avian heroism. Karin begs an injured Sumire to bite her to heal. Upon waking up, Sumire describes the villains, twins wearing curse mark collars. Realizing the research team wants to steal Jugo's curse, the ninjas raid the lab. Sarada transforms into Sumire using a jutsu to lure the sadistic twins, Momo and Sasami, away from where Namida and Wasabi are tied up. The bait works, allowing the real Sumire to break into the base and find the serum for her friends. In the forest, the leader of the research team tries to stab Konohamaru, but there was only a bundle of cloth in the bed. Meanwhile, Boruto and Suigetsu trust the nerd Tosaka to find Jugo, but the scientist reveals his true colors, injecting sleeping serum into both and locking them in his atrocity lab. The traitor Tosaka delivers his cliché monologue. He infected the geese with Jugo's fluids to lure the brute and steal his power. To create the ultimate weapon, he injects a drug into Jugo, forcing an accelerated mutation. Suigetsu tries to free his friend with his water arm, but gets a violent electric shock. Outside, Sumire raises a water barrier, but Momo throws rubble right in her face. Sarada takes a beating from Sasami and passes out. Karin restrains the villain with chakra chains and shoves her arm into the unconscious Sarada's mouth, forcing her to suck her vital energy, claiming she owes Sakura a favor. Recharged, Sarada lands a punch that shatters the enemy's collar.
Sharingan and strength.
Konohamaru and Mitsuki raid the researcher's boat, while Sumire lets Nue suck Namida and Wasabi's chakra almost dry. The beast grows giant and destroys Momo's collar in a brawl. In the lab, Tosaka murders his own team of goons with the power of the curse before they can kill Jugo. The sun rises, about to scatter the infected geese. Boruto tries to break the chains, but Jugo, fully transformed, tears through the restraints with brute force and tells the kid to run so he doesn't get crushed. In the early hours, the infected geese prepare to spread chaos. In the jungle, Jugo begs the protagonist to flee before unleashing his inner monster, while the scientist Tosaka drools, watching the full transformation. Groggy from the drugs, Boruto tries to follow him, but Tosaka overtakes him, revealing his bizarre form with extra arms and a tail, pinning the boy down. However, Jugo reaches his final form, crushes the irrelevant Tosaka, and absorbs his curse. Still berserk, he hands out a beating. The furry summon attacks without success, and Boruto shoves a wind-style Rasengan into the beast's chest, which doesn't even tickle. The savior of the day is a domestic goose flying by, which miraculously calms Jugo back to normal, knocking Tosaka out from sheer frustration. Sarada gets ready to shoot down the birds when Mitsuki and Konohamaru arrive with the serum. Suigetsu swallows the liquid, merges with the lake, and reigns over the birds, curing everyone. Karin and Suigetsu kidnap the unconscious villain, and Jugo questions his destiny while looking up at the sky. Our albino snake locks eyes with a stray kitten. Meanwhile, the police and the team play tag with Nezumi, a jewel thief who vanishes into an alleyway. The cops arrest the drunks without proof. The team finds the kitten in an alley, and Mitsuki embraces motherhood, naming the animal Mikazuki. The next day, the police release the suspects, and the thief laughs as a free man. Disaster strikes when the cat falls mysteriously ill and is stolen by the lowlife thug. The criminal genius made the cat swallow the stolen jewel, using it as a furry safe. In a wild chase, the Geinin corner the thief, Mitsuki recovers his adopted son, and the police arrest the thug. The vet removes the precious stone. In the end, the cat's real mother shows up to claim custody, but Mitsuki leaves his window open at night, turning his room into a luxury hotel for unfaithful felines. Back at the lab, the snake boy complains of chest pains, infected by the disease of feelings and suffering from dreams of the hidden stone village. Orochimaru and his smoking clone, Log, hook Mitsuki up to a monitor to watch his trauma. They analyze the boy's existential crisis and his fixation on the blonde protagonist. Log worries about the mental toll of having faked a betrayal against the Clay Village, while Orochimaru fears he might find out he's been scripted since day one. Orochimaru considers a factory reset, fearing the child's mind might explode, but Log hesitates. Orochimaru decides to drop the bomb in Mitsuki's lap, swallow the amnesia pill, or keep suffering. Unsurprisingly, the kid wakes up in his own room in the Hidden Leaf Village, hearing the blonde yelling at the door and being greeted by his cat. The clone sighs in relief for not using the mind eraser, and Orochimaru hopes his experiment can bear the weight of existence without needing a reboot. Mirai takes on a mission as a glorified babysitter for two retirees. After failing miserably at Shikamaru's quiz, she finds Kakashi and Guy acting like lost tourists. They ask to blend in with civilians, which makes the girl's paranoid mind think floral shirts are infiltration tactics. A pickpocket steals Kakashi's wallet. Mirai traps the accomplice in a genjutsu only to find out it was a fake wallet and Kakashi let himself get robbed. The trip hits peak absurdity on holy ground that Kakashi worships because it's the filming location of his smutty books.
There it is. There's no mistake.
Wait, there's what?
We finally found the sacred place!
Changing the subject because Mirai is too young for the masterpiece. The reality check comes at night. The high-risk mission is literally relaxing in hot springs for 20 days. Kakashi invites her to unwind, but she spirals into an existential crisis about the usefulness of ninjas in times of peace, and her father's killer. The trip continues, and they arrive at a town split by a holy war between dog and cat worshippers, along with some god of destruction. They bump into Kiba and Tamaki, whose romantic date sank after they picked sides in the feud. Mirai tries to play therapist, but only throws gas on the fire. At night, the fight explodes at the shrine. Following Kakashi's casual suggestion, Mirai creates a fire illusion, projecting the god of destruction as a mutant half-dog, half-cat. The fanatics fall for the hoax, but Guy attacks the apparition and smashes the wall separating the hot springs. The worshippers see Bushy Brows as a divine messenger. The town makes peace. Kiba and Tamaki reconcile, and Mirai finally takes a dip in the hot water. Kakashi praises her for combining her father's flames and her mother's illusions, leaving the girl even more obsessed with the deceased old man. Mirai shares the bath with Tenten, who brought clean clothes. The piece ends when Guy screams, swearing he saw a ghost in armor. Kakashi returns with the missing snacks. Mirai shuts down the drama, assuring them ghosts are nonsense. Ignoring the beef, Kakashi and Guy settle their differences with an intense ping-pong match. During the game, Mirai sees the ball moved by wind and activates detective mode. A coughing girl pops out. Tatsumi, a poor traveler using the tunnels to visit the hot springs in honor of her dead mother. Taking pity, Mirai decides to adopt the problem and pay for the crybaby's expenses. Kakashi warns her to be careful. In the end, Guy confesses he saw an armored warrior, making Mirai break into a cold sweat upon realizing she threw away Kakashi's anti-ghost tags. Tenten bails while the group continues their trip. Shikamaru plays mental chess, remembering Asuma and his spiel about the king. Mirai, Kakashi, Guy, and Tatsumi arrive at a hot spring village crushed by a giant boulder. Mirai tries to push it and fails, but Kakashi had already summoned Choji. The hungry guy refuses to work without snacks, so Mirai and Tatsumi fry homemade potato chips to fill the big guy up. Choji inflates, pushes the boulder, and melts down to a malnourished size by burning calories. Before leaving, he drops another useless mystery about who the king is. At night, relaxing in the flowing waters, Tatsumi drops her innocent mask and confesses she dragged the crew there to find a macabre hot spring that lets you speak to the dead. Mirai pretends not to believe in ghosts, but follows Tatsumi in the dead of night to ask Asuma the answer to the king's riddle. On the way, they drink some suspicious spring water with a strong metallic taste. A bizarre stalker guides the two to a foul-smelling cave where 20 girls wait for a miracle. Ryuki, the scheme's leader, shows up dressed like a thrift store villain. Mirai accuses him of using a reanimation jutsu, but the charlatan swears his organic method requires no sacrifices. Ryuki tells the crowd to shout names into the magic smoke. Tatsumi hears her mother. When Mirai calls out Asuma, the villain recognizes the bloodline, showing off a Jashin cult ring. Mirai falls for the oldest trick in the book and sees her father's silhouette forming in the hot steam. Mirai decides to use her brain. She makes up a fake name. The villain pretends Asuma sent his regards, and the whole farce falls apart. She shocks the spring with electricity, waking the girls up from the hypnotic gas. Ryuki admits to wanting immortality, cuts Tatsumi, and uses blood on a voodoo doll to force the girl to attack Mirai. The retirees Kakashi and Guy bust in, beating down goons, and Kakashi destroys the doll's control. The coward flees, claiming to inherit Hidan's legacy. Thinking he won, he cuts Mirai and licks the supposed blood off the blade, celebrating his immortality. But it's all a brutal genjutsu. The metallic taste was just the iron-rich water Mirai drank earlier. She humiliates and beats down the charlatan.
Did you see that?
Yeah, very impressive.
With the cult dismantled, Kakashi and Guy reveal the trip was a secret ranked mission to investigate kidnappings. Back in the village, Mirai plays chess with Shikamaru, finally realizes the king represents future generations, but loses the match anyway. Naruto and Shikamaru review the Chunin exam resumes, discarding candidates for failed strategies until only Sarada, Sumire, and Denki are left. Naruto decides Sarada is the obvious choice since she knows how to punch and think. Before he can sign it, Sasuke shows up to reveal that the alien Urashiki had been snooping around the village before the invasion. Making the most of his trip, Sasuke acts like the worst father of the year, pointing out that Sarada fled like a delinquent after the exams, tossing her promotion in the trash. Easily manipulated, Naruto rips up the Uchiha's file and gives the green flak jacket to Shikadai, remembering the kid was the only useful thing during the Hidden Stone Village disaster. Moegi drops Shikadai's first mission as captain right in his lap with the worst possible team: Boruto, Iwabe, and Wasabi. The goal is to climb a mountain to pick a rare medicinal flower. They are given Tonsuke, a spoiled tracking pig with a birthmark on its snout. Iwabe becomes the pig's babysitter, but during the trip, the pig runs away, scared of Wasabi. Bandits attack, Shikadai injures his leg, and the pig runs off again. When they get him back, the animal is eating garbage, and Shikadai notices the birthmark is gone. The thieves swap the VIP pig for an imposter. Iwabe builds an Earth-style bridge and apologizes. Knowing the real Tonsuke's appetite, Shikadai uses luxury food as bait. The animal cries. Wasabi tracks it with her hearing. Boruto uses clones, and Shikadai paralyzes the leader with his shadow possession jutsu. Upon returning with the flower, Moegi reveals the sketchy mission was a psychological test to prove Shikadai's leadership. Boruto, Metal, and Shikadai blow their allowance on extreme ninja cards, with Boruto pulling his own dad over and over. They run into Shino, depressed over finding out even Kiba's dog has a card, and he doesn't. Taking pity, the boys barge into Denki's rich dad's office, who reveals an open spot in the collection to be decided by public polling. Metal demands his dad, Rock Lee, fill the spot, launching a dirty political campaign. Boruto uses clones for Shino, while Denki and Metal flood the trains with bushy-brows propaganda. With Shino losing, Boruto bribes Iwabe to sculpt his face on the Hokage monument. Metal snaps and tries to hammer his dad's face over it, starting a brawl. Shino and Rock Lee show up to scold them for the vandalism. Conveniently, a building catches fire. Rock Lee kicks the statue into the water tower to put out the fire, while Shino uses his insects to pull the victim out of the flames. Days later, sales skyrocket and both get cards. Boruto keeps pulling useless cards. While the Hokage's office is empty, Kakashi ditches work disguised as the reporter Sukeya. He investigates the post office, where Team 25 is delivering boxes with utter incompetence. Hoki, who cosplays as Kakashi, tries to bark orders, but Goth Hako and the Brute Renga ignore him. The manager threatens to fire them. Sukeya pulls Hoki aside and advises him to use his team's quirks instead of bossing them around like a dictator. Boruto and Sarada show up defusing a mail bomb, and the hunt for the terrorists leaves Team 25 sidelined. However, Hako uses her sinister deduction skills to find the last bomb at the train station. Not knowing how to defuse it, Renga tosses the package up and raises a thick earth wall to safely contain the explosion. Kakashi drops his disguise, praises the team, and hands the bizarre squad over to work with Sai as an intelligence unit. Boruto finds Konohamaru acting like he has no time for romance, but a damsel trips, and Konohamaru catches her midair. The girl's name is Remen, and she treats them to lemon burgers to say thanks. Konohamaru almost throws up the acid, so she gives him her handkerchief, which he promises to wash. Boruto judges his flirting, but they become her tourist bodyguards. Konohamaru gets way ahead of himself, buys her a hair clip, and takes her to the Hokage monument. When some goons find her, Raymond reveals they are her household employees hunting their runaway boss and says goodbye. The next day, Konohamaru smooths out the handkerchief with a goofy look on his face. They head to her mansion to return the fabric, but Raymond ruthlessly cuts them off, saying she never wants to see them again, while a sinister man in a suit watches everything from the balcony. The guy in the suit is Kankitsu, Raymond's fiancé, who kicks them off the property. He locks Raymond up and confiscates the hair clip, protecting the girl's mind. Boruto and Konohamaru sneak up to her window at night. Raymond reveals her great-great-grandmother sealed Soma, a memory-eating demon, but left a curse for her descendants. To renew the ghost spirit's seal, she has to marry the wretched Kankitsu. Rejecting a rescue, Raymond accepts her bitter fate. Kankitsu takes shady late-night strolls, and a gossipy old woman named Asaki asks the ninjas to investigate the fiancé. The villain strikes first, visiting the old lady in the dead of night to steal her memories. When Boruto finds Asaki with a completely empty brain, it becomes obvious that Kankitsu is already using the Horned Demon's powers to erase memories. Konohamaru plays detective, but gets caught and grounded. Boruto tries to warn Asaki, but Kankitsu tries to wipe the old woman's mind with glowing orbs. She develops bizarre horns, deflects the spell, and passes out. Our hero tries to dodge, but takes a magic blast to the back, completely losing his short-term memory. He falls into a river and returns home with a goofy look on his face, unable to explain where he got Raymond's hair clip. While Kankitsu rushes the wedding, Boruto trips over random objects that cure his selective amnesia. With his brain restored, he runs to Konohamaru, who found out from ancient texts that Kankitsu is the true vessel for the stolen memories. The dynamic duo sets out for Dai Dai Village to stop the cursed matrimony. The depressing wedding takes place in Dai Dai Village. Kankitsu reveals his claws, breaking the sealing stone instead of cutting his horns. He frees the demon Soma and passes out, proving he was just a puppet. The creature feasts on the villagers' memories, and Boruto tries some useless wind-style jutsu against the ghost. Konohamaru summons the monkey Enra as a magical staff in a cloning sealing jutsu, but his chakra runs out at the worst possible time, and the magic fails. Out of options, Raymond takes her hair clip and absorbs the monster into her own body, demanding Konohamaru cut her horns off before she's consumed. With a heavy conscience, he destroys the threat, but Raymond wakes up wiped clean, with no memory of her fiancé, Konohamaru, or her own journey. Our heroes leave frustrated, and the empty girl swallows her lemon burger, ending on a melancholy image of her ex-fiancé chewing his snack at the monument. The blondie decides to stalk Sasuke, begging for training. He intercepts the Uchiha's hawk and sneaks onto a cargo train headed to the land of Win, but gets off at the wrong station and nearly dies of dehydration. Saved by a girl named Isago and her father, the farmer Gojo, he discovers that some corporate suits want to steal the old man's land by threatening the girl. Boruto shoves a Rasengan in the villains' faces and threatens to call Gaara, solving everything through sheer psychological warfare. In exchange, he gets a wind-powered cart and speeds toward the real trouble. There, he finds Sasuke and Gaara fighting Urashiki, who is playing around with Tonari's puppets. Ignoring all logic, Boruto jumps into the brawl and distracts his master. The result? Urashiki hooks all of Sasuke's chakra with his cosmic fishing rod and tosses the Uchiha into a dimensional black hole, ruining everything. After the edgy Avenger is tossed into another dimension, our protagonist decides to take on Urashiki himself, but Gaara ties him up with sand before he can embarrass himself. Urashiki tries to finish off the Kazekage until Shinki and the giant raccoon, Shukaku, show up on the offensive, but they fail miserably. Out of options, Gaara uses his pyramid ceiling jutsu to trap the alien temporarily. Gaara then assigns a mission to Shinki, Boruto, and Kankuro: stuff the gigantic Shukaku into a tea kettle and deliver him to Naruto in the Hidden Leaf Village. The raccoon is reluctant but agrees. Shinki complains about Boruto's immaturity, but swallows his pride since only the blondie has the GPS coordinates memorized. Mid-journey, they reach an abandoned building looking for a signal, but only find an old map. Boruto lets the raccoon take a little stroll on his own, and Shinki, furious at the recklessness, confiscates the kettle, hiding it inside his own armor. Before they can kill each other, they are surrounded by enemy puppets. Kankuro decides to stay behind to deal with the villains, ordering the kids to run to safety. Urashiki's puppets multiply, forcing Kankuro to detonate his own toys in an attempt to take the enemies out in the explosion. From afar, Boruto and Shinki see the smoke, and the protagonist immediately wants to go back for the puppet uncle. But Shinki goes full robot mode, reveals that Sand Ninja loved dying for the mission, and tells him to keep moving. The two argue in the desert until the kettle-bound raccoon reveals that Shinki is basically just a grumpy clone of the old Gaara before he met Naruto. Touched by the story, Boruto abandons the mission and runs back. Meanwhile, Temari and Shikadai arrive in the sand, discover the mess, and bump into the runaway protagonist. Temari gives him a classic mom scolding, telling him to focus on the mission. Shikadai points to a hole dug near the blast site, deducing that Kankuro ended up underground. While the trio goes digging, Shinki is cornered by a surviving puppet. To make matters worse, Urashiki finally gets tired of his spiritual retreat and breaks out of the Kazekage's sand seal. Boruto whines to Temari, refusing to accept any sacrifices, and runs back to protect the giant tea kettle. Shinki tries to fight Urashiki's puppet but gets hit with poisonous needles, leaving his arm paralyzed. Even so, he uses a sand clone to trap the thing and limps away. When the demonic doll catches up to them in a canyon, Boruto shows up, striking it from behind, followed by Temari and Shikadai, covering the boy's escape. The puppet releases poisonous gas and dives into the sand, forcing Temari to take a hit to protect her son from a surprise attack. She tells the kids to bounce, but they refuse. Boruto uses decoy clones and plants an explosive kunai on the machine. Shikadai digs up the mechanical trash with his mom's fan and paralyzes it with his shadow jutsu, allowing Boruto to shove a Rasengan into it and detonate the kunai, destroying the scrap metal for good. While Temari and Shikadai rest on the ground, Urashiki sneaks up, drains all their chakra like a parasite, and announces he'll continue the hunt. Boruto catches up to Shinki and the raccoon, bragging about the victory, completely unaware that the pale alien is already watching them from afar. Urashiki intercepts the group and shows off his Byakugan, bragging about having sucked Temari and Shikadai dry of their life force. Shinki calls for calm, ignoring the raccoon who's begging to get out of the kettle and throw hands, and tells Boruto to buy them time. The protagonist throws clones and a kunai at the alien, who casually dodges out of sheer boredom. This gives Shinki an opening to try and seal the enemy with sand, but Urashiki escapes, and the boys flee. Knowing they'll be caught, they detour to Gojo's house looking for a phone, only to find the place trashed and the transmitter smashed. Their only option is a decoy. Boruto runs toward the bridge carrying a fake kettle, while Shinki takes a shortcut with the real beast. Far away from there, floating in the void of space, the protagonist master finds a magic outlet, and Sasuke's chakra slowly begins to recharge from zero. Urashiki destroys Boruto's fake clone, realizes he got played by a bootleg kettle, and pins the protagonist to the ground using Shikadai's stolen shadows. But Shinki has already handled the border immigration paperwork with Sai and Mirai, and comes back to drop his giant sand on top of the villain. Annoyed, Urashiki activates his Rinnegan and starts teleporting. Boruto retaliates with a lightning shuriken to the villain's rod, giving him a nasty shock. Suddenly, Boruto's special eye lights up like a beacon, predicting exactly which hole the alien will pop out of. Using decoy clones, they corner Urashiki and snap off one of his horns. Furious over the cosmetic damage, the alien goes for the fatal blow, but is interrupted by Sasuke, who shows up blocking the attack. Realizing playtime is over, Urashiki ditches the fight and vanishes, leaving Sasuke completely out of juice again. The kid kids pass out from exhaustion, and we find out that Gaara woke up and Kankuro survived through the sheer power of plot armor. Days later, safe and sound, Boruto runs to the train station to yell at Shinki for not saying goodbye. The Sand Kid keeps his cool facade but cracks a little smile as the train pulls away. The Hidden Leaf Village top brass decides the safest place for the Sand Raccoon is the Hokage's house. Shukaku is forced to share a roof with Kurama, and the two spend the day trading insults like an old divorced couple. Himawari thinks the beast is adorable and treats the weapon of mass destruction like a stuffed animal. Later, Naruto calls a mental meeting with the tailed beasts. Kurama mocks Shukaku's kettle, and the two reminisce about the time little Himawari activated her Byakugan and knocked out both the Hokage and the fox with a single strike. Intrigued by this lethal power, Shukaku spends the day staring at the girl at the park. While the beast takes a nap, a sanitation worker mistakes the kettle for scrap metal and tosses Shukaku straight into a garbage truck. Boruto and Himawari rush to the municipal dump, watching the kettle slowly descend into the compactor. The desperation causes the little girl to trigger her Byakugan mode, track the raccoon down, and save the beast just in time. As soon as the danger passes, she turns her eyes off and remembers absolutely nothing. That night, the fox and the raccoon form a friendship based on the shared trauma of living with this family of lunatics. The next day, Naruto takes the kettle away. Boruto becomes obsessed with meeting the legendary sage Jiraiya after finding out he kicked the bucket, and notices that Sasuke's teenage version was conveniently erased from the Happy Family records. Thirsty for answers, Boruto and Sarada embark on a crusade to find Jiraiya's famous book, convinced it's a ninja strategy manual. They drag along Kiba and Shino, who gatekeep the spicy content by treating the kids like babies. The street market turns into a madhouse when Choji and Chocho show up, with the chubby ninja also panicking to hide the smutty romance novel from the children's claws. Sasuke acts like a deadbeat dad, dryly cutting off any chatter about his past and the book. Frustrated, the brat tries to ransack Naruto's stash to taste the forbidden fruit, but Hinata nips the fun in the bud.
All right.
Just what are you doing? You can't read this. Sorry, but you're still way too young.
While the kids focus on vintage porn, Orashiki sweeps through the borders, stealing chakra like crazy. Mirai tries to take on Orashiki, but takes a humiliating beating, becoming a mere portable charger for the alien to siphon her chakra and steal her radio as a bonus. Naruto and the higher-ups go into full panic mode. Boruto throws his standard tantrum about being left out, forcing Sasuke to adopt the kid just to keep them both grounded in the village. While the alien makes prank calls and casts a genjutsu to make the extras attack each other in the street, Boruto connects the dots of the invasion to a bizarre archaeological turtle he saw on TV. They storm the research lab just in time to catch Orashiki activating the glowing shell machine, and jump into the psychedelic portal after him. Boruto almost falls into the void, but Sasuke swaps places in a magical blink. After the alien is ejected who knows where, Master and apprentice land in a random forest and see the Hokage monument sporting only 4 stone heads, realizing they made the colossal screw-up of traveling back in time. The magic turtle lays down the time travel rules. Don't mess with the timeline so you don't erase your own existence. Sasuke and Boruto put on hobo rags to explore the Jurassic-era village. They run straight into a mini version of Sakura, making Sasuke retreat into the shadows to avoid falling victim to his own wife. Boruto bumps into mini Naruto and lets the word dad slip, but they're saved by the legendary Jiraiya sprinting away from an angry mob after peeping on women. Tsunade shows up wanting to smash the faces of both perverts. Sasuke bluffs that they're just broke street performers, and Tsunade orders Naruto and Jiraiya to keep an eye on the duo. To convince the pervy sage to take the gig, Boruto pulls off a curvy, sexy jutsu. While Sasuke hides like the wanted criminal he used to be, Naruto takes his future son home, sharing some ramen and pouring his heart out, having zero idea who the kid actually is. During a stroll, Boruto begs to meet his dad's team, but Naruto dodges the topic of his runaway best friend. Konohamaru pops up to show off his sexy jutsu, and Naruto demonstrates his superior version. Before Boruto can prove his own perverted skills, Sakura shows up punching Naruto in the face, scaring everyone. After crossing paths with Neji and Rock Lee, the boys are sent to clean a bathhouse as punishment for Jiraiya peeping on women. Kiba decides to play with the soap suds and wrecks the place in a slippery accident. The owner catches the mess and kicks the kids out without mercy. At night, Boruto corners adult Sasuke about his criminal past. But the emo bolts from the conversation, just like he bolted from the village. The next day, Urashiki finally decides to show his face. Urashiki casts his fishing rod at Naruto, but pulls the hook back without a single drop of chakra, thanks to the demon fox blocking the signal. Sasuke tries to play hero, but the alien playfully dodges with his Rinnegan and traps everyone under falling rocks before dipping. Jiraiya appears, summoning a giant toad to smash the boulders. When questioned about the villain, Sasuke lies, saying Urashiki is a crazy Akatsuki fanboy after the fox, an excuse the old man totally buys. Meanwhile, the alien tries to siphon Naruto's seal, but ends up with his fingers fried by Kurama's firewall. He tries to fish Sasuke, but the emo had already put a safety lock on his own body. The problem is that the chakra leak turns Naruto into a rabid furry in a red cloak. Boruto tries to use the power of friendship to calm the beast, but almost gets clawed to death.
This is bad!
Jiraiya slaps a suppression tag on the kid, making Urashiki cowardly flee through a portal. Seeing the damage, the old man decides to train the two brats together to see if they can stop taking a beating. The training begins, and Jiraiya demands they synchronize their energy, but it's an absolute disaster because Boruto is traumatized after nearly being shredded by his dad's fox version. The old man hands them a rubber ball to pop by playing Rasengan. They fail, and Jiraiya bails, leaving Sasuke as a silent observer in the bushes. Boruto burns through all his chakra, panics when touching his dad, and runs off to clear his head. Along the way, he gets a motivational speech from Neji about how destiny is a joke and gets back on track, reinvigorated. Jiraiya sends Sasuke to take snacks to the boys. The emo tries to give Naruto emotional advice, but he's about as comforting as a brick wall. On his way back, Sasuke bumps into Sakura, flees in a panic, but drops a mysterious piece of paper right into a puddle for his future wife to snoop at. To top it off, Jiraiya corners the emo and finally asks point blank if he's Sasuke. Jiraiya decides to ignore the obvious and pretends the traveler's identity was just a joke, offering to stop investigating if Sasuke hands over Urashiki's rap sheet. Naruto takes Boruto to Ichiraku and vents heavily about how his best friend betrayed the village, leaving the kid shocked by his own dad's dirty record. Mid-training, Sakura shows up holding the crumpled paper Sasuke dropped, demanding explanations about the names Sarada and Sasuke written on it. Boruto pulls a BS excuse saying it's another Sasuke, but she decides to go after the emo personally. The piece ends when Urashiki spawns out of nowhere, beating everyone up using the very chakra he stole from Sasuke, shooting fire and lightning. Jiraiya tries a sneak attack, but the alien predicts the strike and impales the old man with his giant fishing rod, bragging that he now has the power to see the future. The kids take a miserable beating from Urashiki until Sasuke tackles the villain and jumps off a cliff in a suicidal move. Jiraiya summons a toad and escapes with the kids, leaving Sakura by the water's edge healing the unconscious emo. The alien emerges from the river pissed off and goes sniffing for Sasuke, but the boys arrive throwing explosive kunai. The villain vanishes, attacks Boruto in a blind spot, and ends up getting the kid's blood on him. Noticing the blood dries too fast, they deduce the trick. The freak doesn't see the future, he just loops back in time infinitely, causing his own body to age. Armed with this intel, Jiraiya swallows everyone into a toad's acidic stomach. Urashiki rewinds time over and over to dodge the clones, but forgets he's breathing toxic fumes right into his own lungs. The villain coughs up blood, Jiraiya spits everyone out, and Boruto throws his dad forward to smash the alien's face with a Rasengan, leaving him flat on the ground. The alien gets up from the ground looking like a zombie, swallows his own chakra gourd, and decides to devour his own eyes, transforming into a golden monster. With the villain buffed, Jiraiya tries to trap the freak with mud and weird hair, but he simply tears through it all. Sasuke wakes up, tells Sakura to save her energy, and the poor girl passes out from exhaustion. Urashiki beats up Boruto and taunts Naruto until the inner beast goes into a frenzy. Sasuke cuts Naruto loose, and while Jiraiya attacks with a Rasengan and the Uchiha uses Amaterasu, the alien deflects it all with energy blasts, forcing Naruto to fire off Rasengans frantically. This chakra is boiling the boy alive, so Boruto decides to run toward his out-of-control dad to force some shock therapy. They synchronize their chakra, and while Jiraiya draws aggro and Sasuke fries the villain's head with Kirin, the kids sink a massive combined attack straight into the golden monster's chest, decimating the villain once and for all. With the threat gone, Naruto and Boruto pass out from exhaustion on the dirt floor. After the victory, Jiraiya and Boruto find the edgy emo in the hospital, but past Sakura shows up with the smudged letter, ready to interrogate Sasuke. To save his skin, Jiraiya makes up the humiliating excuse that they're just obsessive fanboys of his erotic books, and the letter was a bizarre fanfic. The great Uchiha swallows his pride and confirms it, leaving the girl satisfied. The next day, the magic turtle wakes up hungover, ready to travel. Knowing they saw too much, Jiraiya begs the emo to fry their brains. Without hesitating, Sasuke uses his Sharingan and wipes the memories of everyone they met in the past. During the trip, the turtle announces it absorbed the giant fox's chakra and is taking a well-deserved vacation. Back in the present, they report everything to adult Naruto. Boruto goes looking for his dad and finds him paying his respects at Jiraiya's grave. The kid finally opens the gift from the past, revealing it's a ramen coupon, proving his dad's addiction, and they share a ball while pretending they have a healthy family dynamic. Sumire realizes she has no future on the team of extras and ditches her friends to go work in the science lab. While the girls plan a farewell party, Hanabi arrives introducing the rookie Tsubaki, a highly arrogant samurai from the land of iron. The girl spends the day humiliating the kunoichi, claiming they lack conviction. Wasabi tries to challenge her, but the samurai crushes her self-esteem. At night, Wasabi and Namida decide to play detective and start tailing a bunch of criminals, getting quickly beaten up as usual. Seeing the deplorable situation, Tsubaki steps into the fight and slices through the thugs with ease, admitting that Wasabi has some backbone. Hanabi arrives just to scold her students. The next day, everyone gathers to give gifts and cry at Sumire's farewell. Far away, the arrogant samurai sits alone to try a fast food burger, instantly losing all her tough girl posture because she can't resist devouring the greasy meal. With the Hyuga clan leader's birthday approaching, Hanabi and Hinata organize a party to snap the old man out of his depression. Boruto recruits Mitsuki to break into his own family's compound. There, they watch a Cloud Extra challenge Hiyashi to a fight, but Grandpa ignores him, sending Boruto into a crisis thinking his grandpa lost his manhood. The next day, the extra comes back to insult the Hyuga leader, and Boruto charges at him with a Rasengan. Hiyashi spawns out of nowhere, scaring the lunatic away with just his scary grandpa aura, teaching that violence breeds tragedy, though he refuses to explain why. Unconvinced, they track down Kurenai, who tells them Hiyashi used to be a slave-driving fanatic who branded his own family's foreheads. Understanding that the old guy is just trying to make up for past traumas, Boruto demands to take a family photo during the party, making Hiyashi cry like a baby in the middle of the living room. Later, the leader thanks the Hokage for fixing the clan, permanently sealing his transition from a ruthless tyrant to a needy grandpa. Team 40 is trying to rescue a lost pet until Enko, the possessed girl of the group, has a meltdown and tries to smash her own teammates' faces in, forcing them to knock her out with a tranquilizer dart. The village decides that Ibiki, master of torture, will be their new sensei. He plans to use the girl's demonic arms to extract confessions and separate the team. Team 7 tries to play therapist to help the cowards with horror movies and trips to the zoo, but they end up losing even to a stray cat. Ibiki discovers that Enko's trigger is chronic loneliness because everyone thinks she's a freak. Knowing she'll be separated from the team, she snaps and runs away to become a vagrant outside the village. The master mobilizes a squad, ordering the brats to stay behind. Obviously, they disobey, find Ibiki tanking the little monster's hits, and beg for forgiveness for being trash friends. The power of forgiveness cures the possession, and the team rescues the pet, which ironically prefers licking the torturer rather than the kids.
Guess it's not scared of Ibiki-sensei either.
Team 10 plays cops and robbers. When Shikadai's shadow jutsu fails, he tells Inojin to invade the crook's mind, but the kid's lack of confidence makes him freeze. Shikadai handles it himself, and Chocho knocks the guy out with a punch. The next day, Inojin feels like dead weight seeing the others progress and asks his parents for training. Ino demonstrates her technique by mind-controlling a raccoon, but Inojin fails miserably when trying to stop Chocho from devouring potato chips, getting crushed by his friend's uncontrollable hunger. Seeing his son's humiliation, Sai suggests he give up, which sparks a parenting spat between the couple. Inojin tries to play peacemaker by invading his mom's mind but fails again and possesses his dad's body instead. He spits out generic apologies, making his mom even more furious, until he confesses he wants to protect the others just like Ino did when she saved Sai in the past. Chocho tells Sai to to grab his wife to end the fight. Later, Ino-jin buys his friend a snack and ejects his mind straight into her body, savoring the potato chips behind her back. The protagonist and his pet snake are tossed onto a prisoner boat, receiving a searing brand on their backs before entering the glorious Hozuki Castle, a maximum security prison where the scum of the earth hangs out. A flashback reveals that the brats were sent on a suicide mission to protect Kokuri, a former member of the Mujina bandits about to be silenced before he can snitch on the leader. Since the prison administration has zero interest in protecting a rat, the Hidden Leaf Village forged Boruto and Mitsuki's criminal brands, sentencing the duo to 8 years. Meanwhile, Sarada enters the penitentiary with the most convenient disguise in the universe, pretending to be a student researching the penal system. In the slammer, Warden Mujo tries to treat the inmates like humans, while the guard Benga prefers to watch them suffer. The boys find out the informant they need to save already caught a beatdown from the gang's second-in-command and got tossed into the medical ward. To get VIP access, Mitsuki uses a stealthy little snake to steal a highly poisonous fruit. Boruto swallows the toxic stuff without thinking, passes out drooling, and secures his direct ticket to the hospital. When he finally wakes up and calls out for the informant, Kokuri panics, bashes the protagonist over the head, and ties him up, convinced the blonde is a hitman. Boruto tries to explain, but in solitary confinement, the vice leader sends a little romantic hit note outside. As a result of terrible timing, just as Boruto is dragged back to his regular cell, a random thug breaks into the infirmary and ruthlessly sinks a knife into Kokuri. Kokuri cries to the doctor, claiming he was stabbed by an inmate cosplayer. The doctor warns that the medical ward requires a wooden pass to enter, making Boruto deduce that some incompetent guard lost theirs. Back in their cell, Boruto and Mitsuki decide to adopt Kokuri as a pet and ask Sarada to convince the spineless warden Mujo to move the target in with them. But Mujo is pathetic and gets chewed out by the jailer Benga, a guard with a god complex who refuses to break protocol. Sarada breaks into the guard's office just in time to hear him taking a bribe from the villain Tsukio. During yard time, Mitsuki tries to squeeze info out of the flower-obsessed nutjob, Keitama. Boruto asks Arai for help, who points to Doragu, a guy who demands a suicidal parkour run to steal the prison lighthouse bulb so it doesn't ruin his beauty sleep. Boruto throws caution to the wind and climbs the lighthouse in the middle of a raging storm, but the bulb sets off an alarm. To avoid a life sentence, he cheats, using a lightning ninjutsu as a flashbang to escape, rubbing the bulb right in Doragu's face. Suddenly, Mujo grows a spine, blackmails Benga with a bribery ledger, and tosses Kokuri into the protagonist's cell. The victory is short-lived. The doctor notices the theft, and the prison goes into absolute lockdown. Mitsuki connects the dots and realizes the only time the theft could have happened was when Boruto was in the infirmary, meaning the stabber sleeps in the exact same cell as them. The prison goes into full lockdown, and Boruto demands his cellmates empty their pockets, while Mitsuki plays cheap detective. Benga announces over the intercom that if the medical wooden tag is found, the whole cell goes to solitary, proving that collective punishment is the foundation of the penal system. The con artist Kamata accuses everyone and refuses to have his bed searched, pointing fingers at Arai and claiming the guy was lurking around the medical ward. Arai tries to defend himself, saying he only went to buy chocolate from a smuggler, while Sarada tries to interrogate Tsukio and gets completely shut down. Tension peaks in the cell. Kokori trashes the wrong bed, belonging to the emo florist Keitama, and Mitsuki pulls the tag from between the sheets. Arai takes the chance to unleash all his hatred, humiliating Keitama and revealing him to be the biggest snitch in the joint. But Arai makes the fatal mistake of dropping the Mujina bandit's name without anyone having mentioned it. Mitsuki reveals that Arai hid the tag up his own ass and threw it on the emo's bed as a distraction. Unmasked, Arai lunges at Kokuri, but takes a beautiful punch from the pacifist florist before being wrapped up by Mitsuki. They hand the packaged imposter over to Benga, putting an end to the lockdown charade. Warden Mujo tells the guard to take it down a notch, but even with the traitor in solitary, our heroes have no idea what Kokuri actually knows about the gang. Boruto and Mitsuki back the cowardly Kokuri into a corner to find out where he stashed the gang's stolen money. Meanwhile, the chubby Benga strikes a deal with Tsukio to transfer Kokuri to the slaughterhouse and bribes the con artist Kamata. Playing dirty, Benga threatens to tell Kamata's sick sister that he's no hero, forcing him to become a a spy. Tired of the runaround, Boruto has Sarada cast a genjutsu on Kokuri's fragile brain, making him hallucinate getting beaten by the villain. The accountant confesses he accidentally robbed the gang, fled in despair, and donated everything to a medical foundation, only to get arrested shortly after while trying to stop a mugging. Kamata eavesdrops and has a heavy existential crisis upon realizing that dirty money paid for his sister's surgery. Halfway across the world, Shikamaru announces that Kokuri has been granted parole. Kamata tries to lie to protect Kokuri, takes a humiliating beating, and gets thrown into solitary. Warden Mujo attempts to suspend Benga, but conveniently suffers a heart attack right on the spot. Benga reaches peak villainy, steals the warden's meds, burns the parole paper, and assumes absolute control. When Benga's new dictatorship is announced, Boruto realizes the plan has gone down the drain and decides to organize a mass prison break. The inmates decide to plan the colossal escape literally by playing with bird poop. Mitsuki lures seagulls while the blondie scatters crumbs, providing an excuse to gossip with Sarada about the scheme, with the snakes mapping the routes and Boruto extracting ship schedules. The only problem is Kokori's magical prison collar. To defuse the ticking time bomb, they need salt water, so Sarada gets the mission to sabotage the valves of an underground tank. In the sewers, the florist Kedama catches the operation, but Mitsuki quickly binds him with his snakes to ensure his silence. Kedama plays the tragic backstory card, whining that he tried to escape with a friend before, but the sadistic Benga killed his partner and framed him, turning the florist into the prison's pariah. Meanwhile, the snitch Doragu hands the kids over on a silver platter to Benga, who decides to hunt down the Uchiha. Sarada tries to blackmail the guard, but he simply spits a fireball into a room with a gas leak. The explosion blasts the Uchiha down a dark hole, and Benga leaves the girl there to rot. Kedama hears the guard call off the search and tells absolutely no one. But the useless protagonist keeps smiling and trusting the process, guaranteeing the escape even with his friend potentially turning into concrete fertilizer. Night falls, and the trio drags the accountant through the corridors, with Mitsuki feeling the vibrations of the guard's boots. Far from there, Sarada wakes up soaking wet in the sewer as the seawater rises. Benga invades the blondie's cell, pops his shadow clone, and finds the detailed escape plan notes. With the riot acting as a distraction, the guard summons a gigantic, fire-breathing, two-headed dog to hunt down the kids. The beast corners the group, and while Mitsuki brings the ceiling down on the mutt, Kedama stops being useless, saves the Uchiha from drowning, and sends her after her friends. Our heroes reach the tank and come face to face with paper bombs that trigger the fire seal, followed by Benga and his hellhound. The dog knocks Mitsuki down, and when Kokori tries to run, the seal fries his flesh. Before the accountant barbecue is well done, Sarada flies in, delivers a colossal ground-smashing punch inherited from her mother's strength, and makes the ocean flood the cavern. The water deactivates Kokuri's curse and washes Benga and the dog down the drain. The drenched guard survives and tries to collect his bribe from Tsukio, but the villain wipes the guard out of existence and marches to the beach to slice up the brats. The big boss intercepts our heroes on the beach and uses the moonlight to create exact shadow clones of the brats. The shadows mimic their jutsu and drain the kids' chakra only to return it in the form of a beatdown. Kokuri panics and hands a sweaty little notebook to the protagonist just in case. The coward notices that the copies are terrified of the prison spotlights, and when Tsukio destroys the lights, Sarada punches the ground to kick up dust. Using the smokescreen, the kids attack the copies as a distraction, buying time for the accountant to turn on a backup spotlight and disintegrate the fakes. Without minions, Tsukio pulls a sword out of the darkness, but Mitsuki and Sarada hurl the blondie like a bowling ball at the villain's face, knocking him off the cliff. In an act of spite, Tsukio grabs Kokuri's leg and drags the accountant into the raging ocean. The trio mourns their ally's supposed death until the chubby guy surfaces coughing, swearing the villain drowned. Out of nowhere, Sai arrives leading the Hidden Leaf Village cavalry with the news that the cinematic prison break was all for nothing, as his sentence had been tampered with. Back in the village, Kokori gets a new identity, but upon entering the hideout, he reveals his grotesque, true form. He is actually Shojoji, the blubbery leader of the Mujina bandits, who had already stolen Tsukio's identity and devoured the real Kokuri underwater during the freefall. Boruto wakes up in a cold sweat after dreaming about the alien who left a mark on him, but brushes the trauma off. On a mission to catch bank robbers, he ignores the plan and knocks out the guy who was supposed to escape, getting an earful from Sarada for his lack of teamwork. The feudal lord arrives by train with his spoiled son Tento and his butler Yamaoka. Tento, a gacha addict with an unlimited black card, flips out when he sees Sai and recognizes him from the collectible card game. Boruto buys a pack, pulls yet another duplicate card of his absentee father, and hands it over to Iwabe. When the rich brat spots the rare card in Iwabe's hand, savage capitalism speaks louder. Since Iwabe refuses to sell it, Tento buys all the food from the surrounding shops to starve the poor guy out until he caves. Boruto stops Iwabe from smashing the kid's face in and rubs it in the rich boy's face that he has 5 copies of that Hokage card, telling him to go cry about it. The next day, Boruto is assigned to be Tento's official babysitter, while the Mujina bandits watch the village from afar, drooling over the chance to kidnap the golden boy. Boruto arrives at the luxury hotel to play babysitter and tries to impress the brat with the harem jutsu, but Tento just laughs and reveals he's used to women throwing themselves at him. To rub salt in the wound, he flashes the exact rare card the blondie has spent his whole life trying to get. The rich kid offers the treasure in exchange for ninjutsu lessons, and Boruto accepts, planning a hellish physical training regime. Meanwhile, the feudal lord tries to convince Naruto to cut the village's military budget. During shuriken training, the butler Yamaoka tries to stop the torture and reveals that the father only gave Tento a limitless credit card because he has no idea how to show real love. Surprisingly, the kid hits the bullseye. Boruto is touched by the effort and hands over his own father's card as a reward, forming a bond between traumatized sons.
Working hard for it all on your own. What do you say?
Yamaoka steps out to prepare dinner and is approached by a mysterious shadow. After days of training, the brat's time is up. The surprise comes when the Mujina bandits contact the big boss, Shojoji, who casually reveals he swallowed Yamaoka to steal his appearance, proving that a diet of carbs in the elderly is the true secret to criminal success. Tento keeps practicing his throws until the fake Yamaoka instills terror in him, saying a suspect wants to whack the feudal lord. In a burst of unfounded courage, the kid investigates on his own. Meanwhile, Konoha Maru hands a rank B mission to Team 7. The fake butler leads Tento into a dark alley, and a Mujina bandit knocks him out with a single strike. The feudal lord soon discovers his son is missing and that the kidnapper demands 500 million RIO and the release of the prisoners from Hozuki Castle. Boruto realizes he left his rare card in the kid's jacket, rushes to the hotel to return it, and overhears the gossip. Noting there's a spy, our genius refuses to tell the authorities and decides to handle it himself, ditching his team on their mission without an ounce of remorse. In captivity, the villainous Shojoji vomits up his butler disguise. Pissed off that he doesn't have a collectible card with his face on it like Orochimaru, he reveals his plan to eat the brat's brain to steal his body and eventually swallow the father to become the leader of the nation. Tento grabs the shuriken he was gifted and tries to kill himself so he won't be used as a political pawn. The fat man stops the child's suicide and readies his cutlery, but the protagonist finally kicks the hideout door down to ruin the banquet and save the day. The cannibalistic fat man questions the protagonist's presence, but Boruto sends the low-budget henchman to the afterlife in a flash. Shojoji rubs it in that he spent the season dressed up as Kokuri and Tsukio, making the kid so pissed he tries to shove a Rasengan and lightning-style shuriken into the freak's face. But the meat balloon simply uses a wind jutsu that deflects everything, even Boruto's 4 clones. While Tento's father gathers the ransom money and contacts Sai, Boruto throws a smoke bomb. However, the villain dispels it quickly and grabs the real Boruto. When the protagonist magically loses the ability to mold chakra, Tento lands a shuriken on the cannibal. The miraculous distraction allows Boruto to slam a Rasengan directly into the fat guy's face without it getting deflected. Desperate, Shojoji threatens to devour the kid, but the suspicious tattoo on Boruto's hand begins to glow and throb. The villain nearly craps his pants thinking the protagonist is part of a sinister organization, but relaxes when he realizes he's just a clueless idiot. Before he can take another bite, Mitsuki's snake binds him, and Sarada flips the villain's breaker with a punch to the back of his neck. The team questions the little mark, and Boruto blames it on Sasuke. Sai and Ikkyu arrive late, and Konohamaru gives congratulations congratulations, followed by a lecture for abandoning the mission. At the station, Boruto returns the rare card to Tento. Later, in the interrogation room, Shoujoji tries to play tough guy with Ibiki, but the second Sasuke steps into the room, he spills the beans. The mark isn't Orochimaru's, but from the sinister group Kara, who have a massive fetish for these seals. The village organizes a crash course in advanced medical ninjutsu, and Boruto and Mitsuki quickly dump the ticking time bomb onto Sarada. The Uchiha reluctantly accepts, sweating bullets over her lack of medical aptitude. But the pressure of being perfect so she can become Hokage speaks louder. In class, the first test is to separate coffee from milk. Sarada mixes everything into an undrinkable slop, but Iwabe drinks it by mistake and swaps their cups. When the Uchiha opens her eyes, her cup is perfectly separated. In the second exercise, healing a test dummy, she fails miserably again, but the protagonist decides to jump scare her, making her throw the dummy across the room and magically jump-starting the jutsu. During the flower blooming test, her classmate Doshu bumps the table, and his perfectly bloomed plant falls right onto Sarada's desk. Everyone thinks she's a medical prodigy. Shizune, Naruto, and Shikamaru pop in to watch the final exam, healing a fake fish. Under the Hokage's watchful eye, the pressured Uchiha pumps so much chakra into her hand that she bakes the fish, turning the class into a barbecue. Tired of pretending, she confesses to being a complete failure at healing. To console her, Naruto and Boruto admit their own chronic lack of skills. While Inojin masters the technique, Shizune reveals that Sakura also struggled a lot to learn medicine. Later, Sakura explains to her daughter that she only became a medic so she wouldn't have to carry bags during fights, assuring the brat she'll learn if she stops whining and goes to study. Team 5 and Team 15 get a joint mission to hunt down bandits, but the samurai Tsubaki charges in alone and lets the leader escape, dumping the dirty work of chasing him down into Team 5's lap. When called out, she makes up an excuse that her jutsu wasn't calibrated, but Denki opens his laptop and proves that Team 15's performance has plummeted since her arrival. With a bruised ego, Tsubaki invents a toxic competition within the team. She steamrolls over Wasabi and Namida on the job and clogs her arteries with mountains of fries. On their next escort mission, they focus so much on competing over who beats up more muggers that they leave the merchant completely unprotected. Hanabi steps in and, as punishment for so much incompetence, cuts Team 15 from the next mission. Boruto suggests Tsubaki order a burger with her fries, showing that the flavors complement each other perfectly. The samurai's mind is blown by the philosophy. Later, out in the woods, they discover Team 5 walked into a trap and rush to help. Tsubaki drools, watching Team 5 cover each other's blind spots, just like the fast food combo. When more thugs surround them, the samurai swallows her pride and asks Wasabi for a smokescreen. Tsubaki dives in, slashing everyone until her stamina bar hits 0. Namida bursts the fleeing leader's eardrums with a sonic cry, and Wasabi takes out the trash. The samurai passes out from exhaustion, proving that teamwork actually saves energy. Supreme Heiress Himawari decides to take a stroll around the village before deciding what to do with her life. The Hidden Leaf Village's royal family debates the issue, with Hanabi pushing for the academy. She agrees to attend a trial class, much to the despair of the background characters facing the Hokage's daughter. During training, the sweaty wannabe ninja Eiho decides Himawari is his official rival, but gets offended when she admits she doesn't know what she wants. Feeling his fragile masculinity threatened by an indecisive kid who walked up walls on her first try, he acts like a bitter jerk. The ridiculous mission of the day is finding a lost cat in a park using flares. Consumed by the frustration of being useless, Eiho throws a rock into the bushes and hits a beehive dead on. The furious swarm chases the idiots, splitting them up. Eventually, Eiho and Yuina find the feline, but tumble into the bottom of a dark well. Himawari activates her Byakugan, scanning the area like a military radar, and finds them. The proud boy tries to refuse help, but Himawari jumps deep into the hole with him, rubbing real motivation in his face. After climbing out of the well together, Eiho begs to be physically punished for being a jerk, but Himawari just goes back home to warn Boruto she's going to suck his soul dry, making him help her look for every kind of bizarre job across the village. Mitsuki follows his cat Mikazuki to a damp alley where he finds a random guy leaking blood. The guy is taken to Mitsuki's apartment and introduces himself as Samidare, an ex-government lapdog who says he came to visit his little sister, gifting the cat a new collar. Team 7 gets the mission to babysit Kaneki, a CEO targeted by the famous rainy day killer. The arrogant rich guy refuses protection, and his bodyguards pass out before the assassin even wets his feet in the house. The intruder tries to drag the rich guy away, but Team 7 interferes. Mitsuki launches his snakes, but they get shredded, allowing the coward to escape into a river. Mitsuki realizes the bleeding guy on his couch is the rainy day killer, thirsty for revenge because the CEO blamed an accident on his dead sister, also named Mikazuki. The assassin ties the CEO up in the cemetery to make him pay, but Mitsuki crashes the party. Samidare unleashes his water jutsu, and Mitsuki counters with a shocking lightning release, frying the vindictive emo. Samidare tries to take his own life to avoid facing the consequences, but ends up comatose in a hospital. Mitsuki then pays a chilling visit, placing the cat's collar on the incapacitated man's wrist, sealing their sick relationship for good. The Hidden Leaf Village's widest dad tries to teach Chocho the butterfly mode, but she only unleashes her hidden power if he stuffs her mouth with hot sweet bean soup. Even after swallowing it all, she can't smash a rock, holding back energy just to maintain her curves.
Here goes Super Chocho Butterfly Mode! Ouch! It's like I just can't get up to full power.
Frustrated with the lack of talent, the duo goes to drown their sorrows at a restaurant, where they bump into Anko. The owner crushes the glutton's dreams by announcing that the bean supply has run out thanks to bandits robbing deliveries on the road. Feeling their stomachs rumbling, Anko and Chocho take on the mission to escort the next wagon of beans, but the clumsy chubby girl uses an attack that shatters the ground, sending the wagon plummeting. The sheer panic of losing a meal triggers her instincts, and butterfly mode kicks in to save the ingredients. Unfortunately, Anko gets pinned under giant rubble, and Chocho depletes her chubby energy. Master Anko yells at her student to grab the scattered beans and cook up a delicious paste right in the middle of the battlefield. The succulent smell attracts the bandits, but Chocho quickly swallows the whole batch, recovering her magical calories. Remembering her dad's cheesy words about protecting what truly matters, she spreads her wings, crushes the criminals, and pulls Anko from the debris. Returning to the village, they find out the biggest ninja achievement of the week was protecting dessert for 2 sugar addicts. Sasuke and Sai arrive in the Hidden Rain Village to investigate a radioactive sewer filled with toxic gas used by Kara as a secret base, but the place is abandoned. Inside, they bump into the emo orphan Garashi, who cries that his friends were killed by the gas. With the empathy of a brick wall, Sasuke orders the kid to guide them through the deadly maze in exchange for retrieving the corpses. When they find a wall blocking their path, Sasuke blows it up with a Chidori. The orphan makes a run for it, and the room fills with toxic gas, trapping the ninjas. It turns out Garashi puts on a gas mask and reveals he killed his friends himself because Kara offered a better deal. He just didn't count on Sasuke and Sai using clones the entire time. Seeing he's been played for a fool, the emo panics, inhales his own fart gas, and chooses to kick the bucket rather than be interrogated. The ceiling collapses, so Sai quickly draws a giant bird and they fly out of the dump. Back in the Hidden Leaf Village, they gossip with Naruto and Shikamaru about the biological experiments. They decide to swallow their pride and forgive Katasuke, as the scientist was mind-controlled and the village needs his work. While some hooded freak eats a fruit in the middle of nowhere, Boruto plays around throwing shuriken trying to impress his absentee master. Sasuke shows up just to tell the brat to take it down a notch and hands him a tactical leather glove to hide the throbbing karma mark on his hand. Team 7 is joined by Mugino, a bitter guy who acts like a substitute teacher who hates teenagers. They travel to the Land of Valleys on a mission to find Anato, a medical researcher who has been missing for 3 weeks. The guy's company refuses to give out info, offering zero transparency. Mitsuki decides to whip out his tactical snake to snoop and finds out where the henchman went. The group follows the trail to an isolated cave, but they end up surrounded by background characters led by Victor, the geriatric CEO of the medical company. After sizing each other up and trading fake intel, the 2 groups decide to cooperate and enter the cave full of bizarre roots. Deep inside, they finally find the missing husband. However, Anato has completely lost his sanity and lunges forward, snarling, ready to rip everyone's heads off. The missing husband is now a rabid zombie, and Boruto hesitates to hit the guy because of the promise he made to his wife. Konohamaru tries a flimsy sealing jutsu, but Anato breaks it with brute force. Mitsuki throws his snakes to restrain him, and the beast tears off a chunk of the zombie's flesh, making him even more destructive. Out of nowhere, Victor's henchmen fire lasers, and the corporate geezer announces that the company will sweep up the mess from here on out. Frustrated with their failure, Team 7 retreats, but Mitsuki's arm magically starts to rot. Mugino drags the group to Yubina, a sadistic doctor who takes sick pleasure in torturing patients while healing them. She pops Boruto's hand back into place and then slices open Mitsuki's arm with Sarada's help, extracting a deep wooden splinter. Yubina concludes that Anato was infected with Hashirama cells.
No, it isn't just a plain piece of wood. This is something that was made with wood style.
Since Mitsuki's lab-grown body produced antibodies instead of dying, the doctor decides to drain his resistance to cure another patient dumped on her doorstep. Realizing the first Hokage's DNA has become cheap merchandise, Mugino and Konohamaru panic, deducing that the only flea market selling this radioactive garbage is the clandestine black market in the Land of Silence. Our band of misfits arrives in the Land of Silence and almost falls into a bandit trap right at the entrance. Since everyone there hates the great nations, Konohamaru orders the team to take off their headbands. Mugino whines that the mission is too heavy, but Boruto puts his foot down, wanting to prevent more innocent people from becoming Hashirama cell lab rats. In this lawless land, they stroll through the black market and try to squeeze information out of a shopkeeper. Boruto wanders off and solves the communication barrier by beating up the old man's goons and shoving Victor's company ID in his face. Terrified, the shopkeeper reveals that a guy in a white lab coat sold the cell and sends the team to a shady bar. Inside, Mugino recognizes Kirasaki, a former medic from the Hidden Mist. Boruto doesn't waste any time and activates the sexy jutsu to turn into a hottie, seducing the pervert away. Sarada and Mugino judge the boy, but before they act, a street urchin steals Kirisaki's briefcase. However, the child trips while trying to escape, and the group kidnaps the old man in an alley. Under the threat of deportation, the man spills that he has a meeting scheduled to talk about the cell. Konohamaru steals the old man's identity and goes to meet the interested party's butler, but the butler, infected with the cell, demands a test drive of his medical skills to clean up the throbbing mess on his own body. Using Mitsuki's antibodies, Konohamaru heals the butler, who out of gratitude decides to take the guest to his boss. He reveals that his boss, Sakuya, wants to use the Hashirama cell to restore her youth, while 4 weirdos with purple hair watch from afar. At the castle, they stumble upon a corpse fried by the magical security barrier. There are no mirrors inside, as the old lady hates her own face. To ensure the treatment's safety, the butler locks Boruto up to use as a human guinea pig. Konohamaru pretends he needs a drink to steady his hands, buying time for Boruto to leave a clone in his place and hunt down the cell. While the protagonist tracks a strong stench of cheap perfume, Victor sends the psychopath Deepa to fetch the merchandise. Boruto breaks into the old woman's room and finds her dead with a kunai in her back. On the chandelier, the purple-haired guys are hanging out. By their earrings, Boruto notices they're the men who were disguised as women at the bar, who stole the cell and are framing him. The butler tries to scream and gets executed. The assassins disable the barrier, pin the murder on the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, and place a massive bounty on their heads. With the castle surrounded, Boruto warns Konohamaru, and they both flee the angry mob until they run into Sarada and Mugino. The problem is, Boruto was hit by a perfume bomb and stinks, making him easy to track. To disguise the scent, Mugino pushes the protagonist into the sewer, mixing the perfume with the sludge, helping the team slip by unnoticed. Konohamaru resumes his Kirasaki disguise to interrogate the shopkeeper alongside Sarada, promising money for information on the guys with earrings. The old man has already figured out the ruse and orders his goons to attack. Sarada smashes through the ceiling, but they are cornered until Boruto and Mugino rescue them by hijacking an airship. The mob shoots the balloon down, sending everyone crashing. Barely alive, they are saved by Katara, the street urchin Boruto defended earlier. He guides them through the city's underground tunnels, where they find Mitsuki. The blonde relays the info about the thieves, and Mitsuki reveals that the Hashirama cell is too unstable to be hastily transported out of the city. The network of street kids locates the targets, and the team splits up in the tunnels to intercept them. Up on the surface, the lunatic Deepa slaughters customers at a restaurant just for fun.
This tastes just like sand.
The chase intensifies in the forest, but Arganin are soon engulfed by a lethal lightning release explosion. Omoe and his Cloud Village squad corner the Hidden Leaf Village kids, demanding answers about the mess, but Konohamaru and Mugino step in to stop the fight. Omoe smells the poison used on Sakuya, deduces the Mist Village is to blame, and spirals into anxiety, imagining the worst-case scenarios. Knowing the Hashirama cell is unstable, they trace the thieves' route. While Deepa massacres the looters at Fushu Castle searching for the cell, the Mist brothers take turns carrying the merchandise. Deepa catches up to the group, and Omoe orders the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas to continue the pursuit while he and his subordinates hold off the villain. On the Mist side, Yuga also stays behind to delay Boruto and company. The Cloud ninjas think they've shocked Deepa with clones, but he was just faking paralysis before mercilessly pummeling Marui and Kakui. Omoe tries everything, but Deepa easily blocks his attacks. Far away, the Hidden Leaf Village tracks the Mist ninja, finding it odd that the Cloud team hasn't shown up yet, completely unaware that they are being slaughtered. At that moment, Yuga jumps in front of them, ready for his useless sacrifice. Yuga activates a suicidal Kenjutsu, summoning a monster that devours him and erects a barrier around everyone. His brothers keep running. The monster attacks with blazing speed and brutally begins to drain Boruto's life energy. Konohamaru crushes the creature's arm with a Rasengan and pulls the boy away. The beast grabs a deer, drains its energy, and instantly regenerates the limb. Mugino complains that Konohamaru coddles the kids and demands they focus on destroying the barrier. When Mitsuki's snake warns them of the monster's return, the adults attack the invisible wall, while the kids act as bait. Mitsuki and Boruto immobilize the beast with snakes and clones, allowing Sarada to punch the creature and crack a jewel embedded in its body. The aberration turns on the adults. Mugino restrains the beast from behind with his own body, yelling for Boruto and Konohamaru to smash their Rasengans into the jewel. The explosion destroys the creature and the barrier, and Mugino passes out from exhaustion. They resume the chase. Far away, Omoe refuses to give up the location of the cells to Deepa, but his subordinates spill the beans at the first threat. Deepa murders them and leaves, leaving Omoe unconscious on the ground. The Hidden Leaf Village squad continues their pursuit, while Omoe passes out after crawling toward his dead comrades. Further ahead, the Mist brothers notice the Hidden Leaf Village on their tail. Boruto and his crew attack, but hit explosive clones that blind them before they step into a black, sticky sludge. Hiruga activates a kamikaze jutsu that traps everyone's feet in the goo, preventing them from weaving hand signs and causing the group to slowly sink. Asaka flees with the cells. Sarada notices that Hiruga is sinking faster, revealing he plans to die buried alive to buy time. Boruto tries to give him a moral lecture, but Hiruga says a kid from a rich village could never understand hunger and sacrificing oneself for the nation. Mugino points out that if Hiruga dies, the sludge will disappear. Just as the technique starts to fail, a battered Omoe shows up, warning them that Deepa slaughtered his team and is going after Asaka. Realizing his brother will be killed, Hiruga cancels the jutsu and desperately runs to save him, followed by the Hidden Leaf Village. Omoe stays behind, collapsed, as Deepa reaches the Land of Water border for a bloodbath. Boruto tries to reason with Hiruga, who only wants to warn Asaka. Asaka thinks his brother is an imposter and attacks, forcing Boruto to intervene. The tension lasts 2 seconds until Deepa shows up, blocking kunai with his bare body, revealing he manipulates carbon to become an untouchable human diamond. Victor arrives, demanding the return of the Hashirama cells. When they refuse, he summons a tornado that separates the adults from the kids. While Victor sprouts extra arms and shoots lightning at Konohamaru and Mugino, Deepa hurls deadly carbon cubes at the Geinin. Boruto attacks with a Rasengan that doesn't even tickle Deepa, and Mitsuki's lightning shock proves useless. Sarada exhausts her chakra dodging with her Sharingan and acts as a human shield for Boruto. The protagonist attacks again, but Deepa swats him away with a simple flick. Asaka kills himself using a forbidden Kenjutsu in an attempt to blow up the cells. Deepa emerges unscathed and annoyed. Just as he's about to crush Boruto, Mitsuki activates his Sage Mode, strikes the villain with a supercharged lightning bolt, and flees carrying his friends. Victor drops a nearly suffocated Konohamaru, while Deepa retrieves the intact cell, rendering all the sacrifices meaningless. Mitsuki collapses after dropping his teammates at a clinic. Konohamaru and Mugino bring a heavily injured Boruto and Sarada back to the Hidden Leaf Village, where they are placed under Sakura's medical care. Konohamaru blames himself for the defeat, and they discover Mitsuki was sent to Orochimaru's lab, who is treating him as a research specimen. Far away, the village leaders debate how to investigate Victor's company without triggering a diplomatic war. Victor treats the Hashirama cell like gold and sends Deepa out for more thefts. At the hospital, Boruto wakes up frustrated by his powerlessness. He and Sarada fall into despair and sneak out of bed. They find the adults and beg for training to get stronger. Sasuke takes Sarada under his wing and sends Boruto to Kakashi, the only available ninja who masters the Rasengan. While the Genin train, Konohamaru and Mugino receive permission to investigate Victor's company disguised as tourists. Boruto asks Kakashi to teach him the giant Rasengan. Kakashi shoots the idea down, warning him that he doesn't have his father's chakra reserves. Upon seeing Boruto's miniature version, Kakashi decides to help, instructing him to add wind release chakra to the jutsu. Boruto repeatedly fails to control the technique. Sarada demands Sasuke teach her the Chidori. Her father warns her that a one-tomo Sharingan can't keep up with the attack's speed, and instead subjects her to a barrage of projectiles to teach her how to dodge. Stubbornly, she fails, but keeps asking for more. While the kids suffer through their training, Konohamaru and Mugino endure a boring tour of Victor's company, finding out absolutely nothing about the Hashirama cells. A frustrated Boruto complains. Kakashi hands him a bento box made by Himawari. While eating, Boruto uses a shadow clone to inject chakra into his Rasengan, finally achieving the feat before passing out. Believing Konohamaru and Mugino have left for the border, the company lowers its guard. The duo infiltrates the building through the shadows to uncover the truth. Boruto continues training his Rasengan, but Kakashi warns him he has reached his limit. Meanwhile, Konohamaru and Mugino stake out a clinic where patients have been disappearing, recognize a corrupt doctor from the Hidden Stone Village, and deduce the existence of a secret underground lab. Team 10 is dispatched to the Land of Wind to retrieve the puppet left behind by Urashiki. Along the way, Chocho tries to visit a restaurant recommended by her dad, only to find that Deepa has massacred everyone inside because he didn't like the seasoning. The next day, they meet up with Team Shinki and locate the puppet, but Deepa shows up at the scene. Shikadai realizes he is the one who massacred Team 7. Deepa hurls deadly cubes that pierce through Shinki's iron sand, defeating Araya and Yodo. Chocho and Inojin distract the villain so Shikadai can trap him with his shadow, allowing Shinki to strike with his black iron fist, which proves completely ineffective. Deepa effortlessly breaks the shadow hold and the sand defense, grabbing the puppet. In a final act, Shinki blows up the puppet before passing out, forcing Shikadai to report the disaster to Naruto, while Boruto continues his training. Boruto laments that his Rasengan isn't strong enough. Shikadai reports his near-fatal encounter with Deepa and demands Boruto stop his suicidal training. When the blonde confesses his desire to stop being weak, Shikadai decides to help. Meanwhile, Sarada deactivates her Sharingan from exhaustion while training with Sasuke and asks how to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sakura arrives and flips out upon hearing this, causing a frustrated Sarada to storm off, while her parents discuss the lineage's potential as Hinata watches. Shikadai, Inojin, and Chocho help with the training. Shikadai suggests Boruto compress all the wind energy into a single point instead of expanding it. Boruto tries to condense his chakra until sunset, having an epiphany about the technique's durability. Kakashi watches proudly and asks a favor of Ibiki, while Sakura goes out for a girls' night. The next morning, Inojin and Chocho find the training boulder pulverized.
Oh, well, he's... Yep, he did it. He actually pulled it off.
Boruto begs for a live target, and Kakashi brings Shojuji, the cannibalistic leader of the Mujina bandits, straight from prison to test the strike. Shojuji confirms he'll get a reduced sentence if he crushes Boruto, and Kakashi starts the fight. Boruto launches his wind release, Rasengan, which is deflected by the villain's wind shield. The battle turns into pure taijutsu, until Boruto charges up his new high-compression Rasengan. The attack violently pierces through the defense, and Kakashi admits Shoujoji would have died without his shield. The impact tears Boruto's bandages, exposing his karma before he passes out from exhaustion. Sarada continues to fail at dodging Sasuke's attacks. Sakura steps in to test her daughter's resolve in combat while Sasuke observes. Sarada can't track her mother with her Sharingan. Sakura knocks down a tree with a single punch, proving the girl's problem is her inefficient use of chakra. Her mother resumes the assault, forcing Sarada to copy Sakura's raw movements and forcibly improve her chakra control, clashing blows. Her parents agree to let her continue the training. Log informs Orochimaru that the Hashirama cell was stolen from one of his old labs. Orochimaru is puzzled but ignores it for now to perform an organ transplant on a sleeping Mitsuki. While Boruto rests in the hospital, Team 5 pays him a visit. The chaos starts when Nato, a sick boy about to undergo major surgery, squirts ketchup on Iwabe. Using emotional blackmail, the boy demands the team get Orochimaru's autograph. Terrified, the Geinin hack into the village records and march to the hideout. They encounter Suigetsu, who tries to kick them out but gets electrocuted. Orochimaru emerges from the shadows. Instead of attacking, he signs the paper in surprise and smiles, relieved that Mitsuki has friends other than Boruto. Team 5 delivers the autograph to the kid. In the next room, Boruto wakes up and hears from Kakashi that compressing the Rasengan will cause severe damage to his own arm. Sarada shows up, and Boruto decides to return Anato's ring to Mia. Meanwhile, Konohamaru and Mugino stake out Victor's company. Victor and Deepa are planning to use the feudal lord's inspection to finish their macabre experiments. The feudal lord of the Land of Valleys arrives at Victor's corporation for an inspection, while Boruto and Sarada return Anato's ring to Mia. Mitsuki tries to join his friends, but Orochimaru warns him his new organs need a month to adapt. Log sedates him to prevent him from ruining his own body. Victor guides the feudal lord and uses genjutsu to show off his research with the Hashirama cell, promising a cure for old age. The illusion is broken when a guard wakes the feudal lord up. It's Konohamaru and Mugino in disguise. Mugino chops off Victor's arm, but the robotic limb crawls away, triggers the alarms, and reattaches itself to his body. The staff attacks the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, and a divine tree sapling sprouts in the lab. Konohamaru protects the feudal lord, while Victor tosses his own doctor into the tree's roots as fertilizer. The secretary locks employees in a room to feed the plant. Feeling the tremors, Boruto and Sarada tell Mia to hide and rush to rescue their senseis. Victor watches the divine tree bloom, eager to consume its fruit. The divine tree grows out of control and drains the feudal lord's chakra, causing him to pass out. Mugino tries to protect Konohamaru from the staff, but is stabbed, and his energy is sapped by the tentacles. Konohamaru attacks the tree with a Rasengan and tells Mugino to evacuate the feudal lord, the only witness to Victor's atrocities. Boruto and Sarada break into the facility, find their sensei, and connect the plant to the white Zetsu. Victor attacks the Genin, revealing he planted the tree using a fragment of the original. He shatters the floor, separating Konohamaru from the kids, who fall into a hole where they find human test subjects hanging on the walls. Deepa appears, smiling, ready for round 2. In the corridors above, the secretary tries to stop Mugino from escaping, but Orochimaru and Log show up and eliminate her. The Sannin came to check on the chaos personally.
Orochimaru?
Underground, Deepa reveals he doesn't want the fruit's power to rule the world. He just wants to taste its flavor and texture. This petty motivation enrages Boruto and Sarada, who charge into battle. Boruto attacks with clones, but Deepa repels him by throwing carbon cubes. Sarada tries to attack from above, but the villain creates a stone shield. Konohamaru takes a beating from Victor, who gives a speech about superior humans. Just as Victor is about to use lightning release, Orochimaru appears, not to save them, but to retrieve the stolen Hashirama cells. Orochimaru takes Victor's head clean off, but the old man regenerates. The Sannin realizes Victor's dream is to devour the fruit to fix his own defective body. Deepa nearly crushes Boruto until Mitsuki, who escaped surgery, shows up to save him. When the villain uses carbon whips and aims a cube at them, Sarada awakens her Two-Tomo Sharingan while protecting her friends. The imitation divine tree swallows Victor. Deepa covers his body in diamond armor and attacks Boruto. The protagonist prepares his high-compression Rasengan. Mitsuki injects Sage Mode chakra into the strike, and Sarada adds her energy to the mix. The combined attack pierces the diamond armor and shatters Deepa, burying him under the rubble and crowning Team 7 with a miraculous victory. While Boruto hides the pain in his arm, Konohamaru reports to the leaders about the fake divine tree and the existence of the secret organization, Kara. Sai reveals that the group uses infiltrated spies called Outers, worrying Naruto about potential traitors within the village. While they debate whether to close the Hidden Leaf Village's gates, Denki recruits the new generation to install a hot air balloon on the Hokage Rock to improve communications. Metal Lee and Iwabe climb into the balloon and lose control. Even so, Denki manages to establish contact with the border before the balloon deflates and plummets. The experiment convinces Naruto not to close the borders. Instead, he decides to install a more advanced chakra sensory system. At a Kara hideout, Victor reappears intact. In a meeting with Jigen, he blames the defeat on Deepa to save his own skin, but secretly plots to steal his leader's mysterious vessel. The Hidden Leaf Village tests the new sensory security system led by Ino, who forces Ino-jin to participate by sniffing out intruders in a training exercise. Boruto and Shikadai are the targets to be tracked. Ino-jin proves he doesn't have much talent for chakra sensing. After failing all morning, the boy gets depressed, thinking he has disappointed his mother. Sai steps in, reminding him of Inoichi's sacrifice during the war, and explains that Ino just wants to connect him to the family's legacy. Motivated, Ino-jin returns to the test and locates Shikadai, but also detects a chakra signature bypassing the system. Shikadai investigates with Ino-jin, and they discover that the registered citizen was actually out of town, revealing a criminal capable of copying someone else's chakra. Ino-jin uses inkbirds as an aerial tracking net to cover the whole village. They find and arrest the imposter, leaving Ino proud that her son invented his own way to integrate the family's techniques. At the Nara household, Shikadai is surprised by his father's return. It's Memorial Day for the victims of the Fourth Great Ninja War, and Tsunade gives a speech at the cemetery about the high cost of peace. Meanwhile, the veteran Al seeks out Katasuke to fix his prosthetic, but Mugino finds him and takes him to the cemetery. There, Al recalls his years in a coma, mourning the loss of his friends and the brutal rehabilitation that turned him into a cyborg. Shortly after, Shikamaru and Ino approach Al, asking about Inoichi and Shikaku's final moments against the Ten Tails. Al reveals that despite their strategy being insane, the two were incredibly proud of their children's future. Deeply moved by the revelation, Shikamaru and Ino feel a painful sense of closure. Later, Tamari sends Shikadai to fetch Shikamaru, who decides to treat his son to a snack. At night, Al proves he still possesses sharp reflexes by catching a falling leaf with his mechanical hand. Victor finishes a stealth airship, but his body is breaking down from abusing his regeneration. He consults Amado, who warns him the degeneration is due to the curse mark and offers cybernetic repairs, which the old man refuses. Victor fakes a drug-induced coma so he can use a spy drone to secretly download data about Kara's mysterious vessel. While Delta complains to Amado about her mechanical maintenance, Jigen decides to move up the testing for the vessel. Victor pretends to wake up from his coma and offers his airship to transport the cargo. Amado is suspicious but agrees, as long as Victor takes care of the loading process and stays away from the navigation. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Team 7 receives commendations, and Boruto challenges Naruto to a spar, admiring his karma mark. Kara's airship takes off under Delta's suspicious gaze. Secretly, Victor presses a button to sabotage and hack the vehicle's route, intending to steal the cargo, but the airship suffers a genuine malfunction and crashes. Victor is shocked, suspecting Jigen set him up. Himawari makes a clay vase for Hinata's birthday, while Boruto considers buying a last-minute gift. With Konohamaru absent, Sarada takes charge of the squad. Boruto bumps into Mugino, who is running from debt collectors, claiming he donated his salary to a sick kid. Boruto is forced to foot the bill and tag along with him. Mugino takes the boy to his empty apartment. He shares his past. As an orphaned assassin, he once tried to stab Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage allowed the strike to fool the guards, defeated the crime bosses, and offered Mugino a chance to start over in the Hidden Leaf Village. Mugino explains he brought Boruto there to ask him to look after his pet turtle, as he's leaving on a mission to investigate a crashed airship. The boy Mugino helped earlier shows up up and hands him a bouquet. Mugino passes the flowers to Boruto to give to his mother. Meanwhile, Katasuke delivers a new prosthetic arm to Naruto, who is gearing up for a duel with his son. Boruto arrives home and gifts his mother the flowers, which perfectly fill Himawari's vase, saving his day. Jigen gathers the inner members to address the loss of the vessel. The blame falls on Victor, but Koji Kashin volunteers to retrieve the package. Victor privately celebrates his data theft right until Koji appears and roasts him alive with a fire-release jutsu that nullifies his regeneration, incinerating both the traitor and his drone. Meanwhile, Amado extracts data from Deepa's head before Jigen orders him to take out the trash. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto and Boruto engage in a family beatdown session. Boruto throws everything he has, culminating in a Rasengan, but Naruto simply absorbs the attack with his new prosthetic hand and knocks him to the ground. Naruto reveals the arm is a scientific ninja tool based on Momoshiki's powers. Boruto freaks out, calling his father a hypocrite. Sasuke steps in to give a moral lecture, stating that it all depends on how the tool is used. Far away, Konohamaru and Mugino find the giant capsule empty inside the crashed ship and realize they are not alone. Konohamaru backs up the ship's data, while Mugino gets jumped by robots. Back at the village, Sasuke confesses his sketchy investigation didn't yield useful intel. Naruto turns Team 7 into an escort service for Katasuke. Boruto throws a tantrum about hating tech, but Mitsuki drags his friend's fragile ego along for the mission. Amado tells Jigen that Victor was too dumb to crash the airship on his own, and Jigen senses through the karma that the vessel was tampered with by a real traitor. On the train, the gang bumps into the veteran Al Audiage. Boruto cries about technology, forcing Al to lose his patience. He grabs a screwdriver and nearly impales the brat, proving a tool only hurts if you want to hurt someone. Once the kids leave, Koji Kashin shows up to remind Al he still works for Kara. Koji hands him a box of heavy weaponry to wipe out any witnesses, and Al gets ready to come out of retirement and get his hands dirty. Delta and Code trade insults until Amado arrives with the news that Victor got turned into charcoal. Team 7 arrives at the lab and finds Sumire trying to tame her giant pet monster, Nue. The protagonist tries to keep up his I hate science facade but loses his composure and starts playing with the equipment. Sumire heals his scratches and announces she's heading back to the village. Boruto finally accepts technology after petting a robot dog and playing with a chakra lightsaber that brutally drains his life energy. In their shadowy hideout, Amado performs physical maintenance on Delta and Code, who keep bickering. Jigen analyzes the team's brain scans to find the infiltrated traitor, oblivious to Code spying on everything. To end playtime at the lab, Naruto calls to let them know Konohamaru and Mugino have gone missing. The Hokage turns the field trip into a rescue mission, while Shikamaru and Sai break a cold sweat, realizing the sinister cult has finally decided to make a move. Team 7 bails from the lab, dragging Katasuke in his mecha suit. Arriving at the airship crash site, they get ambushed by wooden puppets shooting fire. Trying to prove his worth, Katasuke jumps to the front in his high-tech armor and absorbs the enemy attacks. He tells the brats to destroy the puppet's power source while eating himself up with guilt over leaking these secret blueprints. Far away, Jigen ignores Code and Delta's tantrums. Meanwhile, the ninja hound sniffs Konohamaru out to a dark cave where he's nursing a wounded Mugino. The elderly cyborg Al shows up pointing a gun, demanding to know who snooped through Kara's chest. Konohamaru tries to act tough, but Al shoots him straight in the face and steals Katasuke's absorption gauntlet to swallow Boruto's Rasengan. Realizing he's a goner, Mugino grabs the old man. Al runs his blade through Mugino's chest, but Mugino takes the opportunity to bring the entire cave down on top of them to buy the kids time to escape. But Al crawls out of the rubble, ready to send the kids to the graveyard. In hiding, Sarada sprays healing foam on Konohamaru's wounds. While Boruto cries over Mugino's death, Konohamaru tries to inflate his ego by offering himself as bait. Katasuke tearfully confesses that he leaked the village's secrets to Kara while under a genjutsu, wanting to die to clear his conscience. But Boruto drops a motivational speech, saying he used to hate ninja tools, but now he wants to use tech to dent the old man's chassis. At the villain's base, Code and Delta keep arguing until Amado announces he's hunting the traitor. Koji meets up with Al to test the waters and make sure the old guy isn't getting cold feet. The Hidden Leaf Village squad schemes to use the one remaining absorption gauntlet to overload the enemy. Boruto turns on the lightsaber, but the thing drains his stamina and the kid passes out. When he wakes up, Katasuke has already jury-rigged a quick fix on the gauntlet for Boruto to use, and the four gear up to teach the boomer how Gen Z solves problems with technological trickery. The cyborg brawl kicks into high gear, and Al swallows Mitsuki and Sarada's attacks with his absorption sphere. Thinking he's got the match in the bag, Al gets caught off guard by Boruto dropping from the sky with his lightsaber. The old man blocks and impales him, only to find out he'd just stabbed a clone. The real Boruto exploits the opening to cancel out the enemy's absorption and slam a Rasengan into his chest. Desperate and missing an arm, Al deploys a fleet of deadly drones. Showing off his agility, Boruto jumps on the drones and slaps explosive tags on them, while Ail delivers a monologue about how Kara gave meaning to his scrapped life. Trying to end it, Al targets the Boruto without the gauntlet, thinking it's the real one, but he swallows a humiliating fake-out and takes another massive Rasengan straight to the arm, shattering his toys. With his pride destroyed, the boomer begs to be killed, but Boruto tosses a screwdriver at him, telling the old man to find a hobby that doesn't involve murdering kids. Far away, professional stalker Koji Kashin comfortably watches the embarrassment while petting a giant toad. The building collapses and Al spends his last ounce of dignity using water style to save Boruto from turning into giant toad paste. Koji Kashin shows up, unsummons the beast, and roasts the dead cyborg. He paralyzes everyone, ready for a massacre. Useless Konohamaru breaks the seal and tries to fight, but takes a Rasengan to the face, leaving everyone's jaws on the floor. To add insult to injury, Koji slaps an explosive toad on the sensei, turning him into a human torch. Suddenly, Boruto's tattoo glows, and he sucks all the fire and the jutsu into his karma. Koji is shocked to see that Momoshiki chose the brat, says thanks for the show, and bails. Sarada wants to chase after him, but Mitsuki holds her back, a move Koji approves of, knowing his origins. After burying Al, the scene cuts to the Kara base, where Delta snoops through Amado's files and decides Koji is the traitor. Back in the woods, Konohamaru and his students stumble upon a pile of trashed puppets and come face to face with an unconscious boy sporting the exact same black mark as the protagonist. In the past, a scrawny kid is cornered in the lab by Garo, an armless brute. While Amado and Koji watch, the big guy tries to beat the kid, but his magic mark lights up and he obliterates his abuser, making Amado celebrate the experiment's success. In the present, Jigen is having a meal while Delta throws a massive fit because Koji is taking too long to bring back the vessel. Jigen recreates the table with magic, tells her to shut up, and lets her go snoop on the mission. As long as she doesn't get in the way, Delta immediately recruits the stubby Garo and heads to the forest, where our gang has surrounded the unconscious boy. Boruto's hand throbs. The kid wakes up screaming, has a flashback of his dad selling him to Jigen, and unleashes a blast of energy. Konohamaru attempts a pathetic introduction, but the kid absolutely loses it when he sees the little mark on Boruto's arm. Koji and Delta watch from the treetops. Garo jumps into the middle of the circle, calls the kid a vessel, and the trash talk begins. All hell breaks loose in the brawl between the angry kid, Kawaki, and Garo. While Koji and Delta enjoy front row seats, Garo shoots like a maniac. Kawaki simply sprouts a blade from his own body to block the shots and strikes back. When Garo finally knocks the kid down, Boruto tries to play hero, but Konohamaru holds him back. Kawaki's mark lights up, syncing with Boruto's, and the kid destroys Garo's arm with brute energy. The brute panics and fires wildly, but Kawaki swallows every blast with his bare hand. With the enemy weapon overheating, Kawaki runs him through with his flesh sword and sets off a point-blank explosion, turning Garo's top half into dust. Delta laughs, thinking the ninjas got barbecued, but Koji points out that Boruto absorbed the blast with his own mark.
Everyone, run!
There's no time!
Just as impressive.
Kawaki accuses them all of being from Kara and passes out from exhaustion. Katasuke drools over the modified kid, calling him a work of inorganic art. Delta wants to slaughter everyone, but Koji says there's no need, and they take off, leaving Team 7 to carry the mystery package home. Konohamaru gives his report to Naruto and the village suits, handing over the airship data and warning them about Kawaki and his karma tattoo being identical to Boruto's. To make things worse, he reveals that Koji Kashin used a Rasengan. While the adults argue, Kawaki is locked in Katasuke's lab, who warns Sumire that her little monster Nue might freak out around the prisoner. After trying to wreck the security door, Kawaki is knocked out with sleeping gas. He wakes up surrounded by Team 7 and, being paranoid, kicks his food away, swearing it's poisoned. Sumire makes the mistake of revealing their location, and the prisoner asks to use the bathroom. On the way, he swipes a smoke bomb and escapes through the air vent. Sumire tries to play hero by intercepting him, but Kawaki pins her down with a ninja tool gauntlet. Nue isn't having any of that disrespect and bites a chunk out of the emo kid's arm. Kawaki manages to escape the lab but leaves a completely obvious blood trail. Team 7 plays detective to hunt down the fugitive. Exhausted and losing blood, Kawaki holds off on stealing food and just picks up a dropped piece of bread. The humiliation deepens when a stray dog attacks him for the food, but Kawaki realizes the animal is also hurt, bandages its wound, and hands over the prize. The mutt follows him and steals meat from a butcher, who beats it up. Kawaki attacks the abuser and uses the chance to threaten Sumire, who had been following his blood trail. The girl ignores his tantrum, heals the dog, and tries to play therapist. The session was going well until Kawaki sees a hypodermic needle, completely snaps, and attacks her. Security and Team 7 pop up out of nowhere, cornering him. The kid uses his karma to prep a massive explosion, but diverts the blast at the last second so he doesn't vaporize a random kid in the background. Naruto and Sai show up. The Hokage effortlessly blocks the explosion. Naruto drops his classic paternal speech, saying he'll take care of the boy, and Kawaki's brain shuts down as he passes out on the floor. In a deep dive into the past, Kawaki spent his days chopping wood to support his deadbeat dad's addiction, wishing only to look at goldfish at a vendor's stall. When creepy doctors try to use his blood for testing, he's saved by the goldfish salesman, but suffers from Stockholm Syndrome and runs back home. Hiding in the shadows, Delta collects his fresh blood. At home, his dad locks him up without dinner until Jigen shows up and buys custody of the child, smashing a bottle over Kawaki's head when he tries to complain. Jigen drags him to a tunnel, where the goldfish vendor is revealed to be a child trafficker. Jigen tells the kid to wait and kills the trafficker without breaking a sweat. With his soul crushed, Jigen takes him to Kara's lair, telling Amado to treat his new acquisition politely. Back in the present, Kawaki opens his eyes surrounded by Naruto, Shikamaru, and Konohamaru, with the blonde assuring him he's now in a safe place where he can breathe free. He immediately tries to jump out the window, but Shikamaru restrains him with shadows. The advisor wants to lock him in a dungeon, but Naruto pulls the victim card, reminding them he also had a demon in his belly and wasn't caged thanks to the third Hokage. Naruto uses the Kage summit to propose keeping a physical watch on the boy 24/7. Meanwhile, Boruto feeds dead Mugino's turtle and gets bitten. Konohamaru gathers his fallen friend's junk and adopts the pet. Naruto decides to take Kawaki home. The kid tries to escape dozens of times, but the Hokage intercepts every single one. When Boruto arrives, he finds out the traumatized kid is his new adopted brother. After hearing another motivational speech, Kawaki snaps, flips the table, and shatters Himawari's precious vase. After getting a brutal scolding from the blonde kid, he finally dials it back, apologizes, and reveals his real name. Hinata cleans up the shattered shards while Boruto and Kawaki start the day fighting over the bathroom. Naruto makes both of them water the lawn, side by side. They trade insults and activate karma to measure their strength until the Hokage spawns a clone to break up the brawl. At mealtime, Boruto finds it weird that his dad is home and keeps whining about the vase. When Hinata asks Kawaki what his favorite food is, he says he doesn't know because he only ate nutrient paste at the lab. While Boruto trains, Kawaki spends the day wandering the village with Naruto breathing down his neck. Curiosity strikes, and Kawaki asks about Boruto's tattoo, so Boruto tells him about the alien he ate. In exchange, Kawaki vents that Amado and Jigen played scientist with his body and killed dozens of kids, with Naruto eavesdropping from hiding. Kawaki proposes they join forces to get rid of the mark, and Boruto agrees, but warns him he still hasn't gotten over the ceramic tragedy. Exhausted, Kawaki heads out to buy a new vase and get a minute of peace. Naruto takes Kawaki downtown, bumping into Sarada and Chocho. The Hokage buys snacks for everyone, and Kawaki discovers sugar is better than a science experiment, but refuses to share with the chubby girl. Soon after, a random brat bumps into him, and Kawaki instantly turns his arm into a biological weapon. Naruto restrains him, and Sarada gives him a lecture for almost committing child homicide. They arrive at Ino's flower shop, where Naruto warns the blonde to keep security on high alert. Kawaki picks out a vase, but when Ino tries to put wet flowers inside, the stems trigger Kawaki's PTSD of the tubes in Jigen's lab. He has a panic attack, drops the vase, and activates his karma, needing a warm hug from Naruto to calm down. Back home, Boruto hands him a tube of glue to fix the broken vase with his own hands. At the border, Koji Kashin proves the Hidden Leaf Village's security is a joke, sneaking right through the magic barrier while leaving Delta on the outside foaming at the mouth. Delta foams at the mouth outside while Kawaki stares at a tube of glue, trying to fix the useless vase. Sarada and Mitsuki pop up to gossip and check out the new kid. In the backyard, Boruto gets his butt kicked by his dad in a friendly spar. Having no patience for basic jutsu, Kawaki tells Boruto to use the magic mark and activates his own karma by proxy. With the tattoo glowing, Boruto melts a clone but gets totally juked by the Hokage. They do the Seal of Reconciliation, which Kawaki thinks is the weirdest thing ever. Feeling her own mediocrity, Sarada runs off to beg Sasuke to teach her the Chidori. Meanwhile, Kawaki has the brilliant idea to use clones to beat himself up. Naruto suggests he get a rival instead of practicing ninja self-harm. Boruto decides to cry less, and Kawaki finally starts gluing the pieces together. High above, Koji continues his professional voyeurism through a toad's eyes. Kawaki continues his ninja arts and crafts journey, gluing the shards while Himawari thanks him for his effort. At the Kara base, Amado hunts for the traitor while Code kisses Jigen's ass. Out of patience, the hot-headed Delta throws the rules out the window and launches a drone to snoop on the Hidden Leaf Village. On the lawn, Boruto agrees to be Kawaki's guinea pig to test the tattoo. Both activate karma and trade blows. Kawaki fires off an energy blast, and Boruto fails to absorb it. When they make the little peace seal, a bizarre pain fries their fingers, and Boruto hallucinates Momoshiki's spirit. Koji's spy toad takes a mental note that the wound healed itself. Far away, Delta pinpoints Kawaki through the drone's camera and crosses the village sky like a runaway missile. The Hidden Leaf Village's barrier blares, and Ino alerts Naruto, but the cybernetic blonde has already landed right in front of them with murder in her eyes. The cyborg demands to take the tattooed kid away, but Naruto refuses, and the showdown begins. Delta shows off her hyper-modified body, absorbing a Rasengan with her eyes and turning her leg into a spike that pierces the Hokage's stomach. The blonde rips off the psycho's leg with chakra arms and heals the wound, revealing he took the hit on purpose to squeeze intel out of her. Furious at being played for a fool, Delta vomits the Rasengan she swallowed and takes a lava Rasen shuriken that melts her legs off, but the freak regenerates everything. Boruto tries to play hero, but Kawaki tells him to shut up, explaining that the Hokage is fighting defensively to protect the kids. Frustrated, Delta resorts to eye lasers that negate regeneration. Since Naruto dodges them all, she plays dirty. She spots Himawari, tosses the little girl into the air, and fires the death beam at her. In a suicidal reflex, Kawaki jumps in front and sacrifices his own modified arm to block the attack, telling Boruto they're now even over the vase. Delta goes into shock seeing her precious vessel getting mutilated. Naruto takes charge and tells Boruto to look after the kids, while Delta throws a cybernetic tantrum over the damage to the vessel. The two trade brutal punches. When Delta resorts to her destructive lasers, Naruto responds by throwing a giant blue ball in her face. The cyborg swallows the entire sphere with her eyes, but Naruto realizes her storage has a limit. His genius plan is to stuff the villain with chakra until she breaks. He creates a blue fireball so absurdly colossal that the poor girl fries her circuits trying to suck it all up, overheats, and takes the blast straight to the face, blowing a crater in the ground. Kawaki suggests finishing the job, but Delta decides to self-destruct. Koji's gossip toad watches everything, lamenting that the Hokage's power isn't enough to deal with Kara. Far away, the bearded Boro plays miracle pastor, healing the sick to recruit suckers for his infinite Tsukuyomi cult. Code shows up to drag him in for maintenance, while at headquarters, Jigen and Amado keep playing the guessing game to find the traitor. Missing a chunk of Kawaki's arm, Katasuke confesses that the Hidden Leaf Village's medical tech is obsolete. Naruto solves the problem by shoving one of his own prosthetics onto the kid's stump and injecting his own chakra into it 24/7 to keep it working. At the Kara base, Amado transfers Delta's consciousness into a brand new body. She kicks the coffin lid open, foaming at the mouth, and spills the tea to Jigen that Boruto also has the karma mark, leaving everyone in shock. Back in the village, Shikamaru puts Konohamaru on babysitting duty for Kawaki. The emo kid gets confused by the affection and asks to learn ninjutsu, which Naruto happily agrees to. While Kawaki glues the last shards of the vase, Sasuke teaches Sarada the Chidori. The boys buy collectible cards. Boruto cries about pulling his dad again, while Kawaki pulls the fourth Hokage and makes a solid bro trade. At night, Kawaki notices the patched-up vase is leaking water. When he tries to sneak out to find the missing piece, the giant demon fox appears out of nowhere, telling him to get back to bed and stay close to his Jinchuriki. Spooked by a colossal chakra entity materializing in his face in the dead of night, Kawaki listens to Kurama give an entire motivational TED Talk about Naruto's tragic past. The fox gleefully details how the Hokage was a hated, lonely orphan, just like playing multiplayer with bots. The reality check hits Kawaki hard as he realizes his new adoptive dad was also a miserable outcast. The next day, the therapy pays off, and Kawaki heads into the woods to learn tree climbing with the Hokage. Sarada spies on them, dying of jealousy over the VIP treatment the little ex-terrorist is getting, but Mitsuki reminds her that Naruto simply wants to adopt the entire village. When training ends, Boruto and Kawaki notice their tattoos have stopped throbbing and form a bond, swearing to beat down Jigen together with the power of their shared curses. Not wanting to be left behind, Sarada keeps shoving her lightning-charged hand into a waterfall to master the Chidori. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Sai find encrypted coordinates in the airship's files that require space-time ninjutsu. They send Sasuke, and he ends up in a dark place, coming face to face with walls carved with marks that spell trouble for the universe, while Pastor Boro keeps brainwashing a bunch of believers. Boro investigates the wreckage of Victor's airship, while the vengeful Amo Sasuke plays archaeologist in Kara's dimension. He snoops around the walls and triggers holograms of Kinshiki, Momoshiki, and Kaguya, realizing the rabbit goddess had a giant partner. Back in the real world, Boro brainwashes a bunch of kids, claiming the infinite Tsukuyomi was just an unfairly judged luxury spa. A background character tries to rescue his sister, who has already been brainwashed. Boro lets the guy slice him in half just to regenerate like an amoeba, making the kids idolize him even more. Then, the fake prophet sends the guy straight to the Shadow Realm, wondering how Koji will explain the airship mess. In the village, Mitsuki tries to knock some sense into Boruto's head, warning him the seal is a ticking time bomb. In another dimension, Sasuke finds a freaking Ten-Tails tied up. The emo hides when Jigen pops out of nowhere, flexing his karma seal and sucking the beast's essence. Jigen sprouts a horn identical to Kaguya's partner, before announcing a little visit to his vessels. Boruto, completely ignoring the fact that he's carrying a parasite in his body, continues giving zero flips and focuses entirely on his delusion of thrashing Jigen. Sasuke decides he needs to warn the Hokage. Kawaki acts like a depressed interior designer, staring at a patched-up vase. Boruto tells him to quit whining and try to be sociable. Far away, Koji continues his professional stalker duties, spying on Kawaki through a toad's eyes. The exact moment Ino senses a rotten chakra, Kawaki's mark throbs frantically until it opens a black hole in the living room, from which Jigen casually strolls out. Boruto's mark also pulses, making him sprint back home. Jigen casually announces he's here to pick up his boy. When Naruto tries to play hero, he takes a colossal kick and ends up pinned to the floor with thick rods. Kawaki's horn sprouts on his forehead, proving the parasite is growing strong. Kurama curses Naruto for being slow, forcing the Hokage to activate his glowing mode to kick the invader. Kawaki tries to turn himself in to save the old man, but Naruto refuses. Annoyed, Jigen sucks the Hokage into a parallel dimension to abandon him in the middle of nowhere, but Sasuke shows up at the last second to turn the kidnapping into a three-way beatdown. Jigen looks at the duo of shinobi gods like a nuisance on his Sunday, while Koji watches everything through the spy toad. In the village, Sarada arrives at the Hokage's house and finds the living room looking like a nuclear war zone. In the desolate dimension, the beatdown is in full swing. Naruto summons 1,000 clones to buy time, while the emo discovers that Jigen can shrink himself and his black rods. Realizing the Uchiha is the only one with functioning brain cells, Jigen decides to erase him first. Naruto tries to crush the guy with a giant ball of energy, but the villain swallows the whole thing and sprouts his stylish horn. Sasuke summons his giant purple Megazord, and Naruto brings out the fox, but Jigen humiliates the colossal avatars, shattering their defenses like paper mache. The Uchiha tries to burn him with black flames, but Jigen absorbs the fire and laughs. The villain's body starts cracking because it's a cheap container for so much incubated power, so he decides to seal the Hokage in a giant Tupperware. Naruto realizes things are going south and tells Sasuke to run. Out of chakra, the emo creates a portal and escapes into Sakura's arms. Jigen locks the seal and cries as his body cracks, revealing Ishiki's true parasitic voice, humiliating him from the inside. Back in the village, Kawaki's fake arm loses the Wi-Fi signal to Naruto's chakra and drops dead to the floor, leaving the kid in shock over his new master's defeat. Kawaki's plastic hand shuts down, and the Team 7 brats panic, thinking Naruto bit the dust. Shikamaru, activating his paranoid boomer mode, paralyzes the kid, locks down the whole house, and accuses him of being a Kara spy. Kawaki tries to explain Jigen's attack, but with Sasuke wrecked in the ICU, Shikamaru slaps a tracker on the kid and throws him under house arrest. At the villain's base, Jigen lies on Amado's medical bed, whining about needing to recover his chakra. He orders Code to babysit the giant monster, and Boro to guard Naruto's seal. Delta gets pissed off because she has nothing to destroy. Far away, Koji Kashin gets a call from Boro, and makes up excuses about late reports, proving he's the king of corporate slacking. Back in the village, Boruto tries to defend Kawaki with the super-glued vase, but Shikamaru ignores it. Out of nowhere, Kawaki's prosthetic starts gushing chakra again, proving Naruto is alive. In a fit of rebellion, Boruto and Kawaki open an interdimensional portal. Shikamaru tries to paralyze them again, but Kawaki simply absorbs the jutsu. Mitsuki grabs the gang, and they dive into the dimensional hole, leaving Shikamaru looking completely dumbfounded. The brats land in the weird dimension and come face to face with Boro holding the pot where Naruto was vacuum sealed. Boro throws the Tupperware on the ground just to mock them and barfs an acid tsunami all over it. Kawaki uses his giant hand to absorb all the sludge. Ignoring all common sense, Boruto rushes the big monster. Kawaki taps the kid, making his little blue ball swell up massively, but Boro regenerates the damage so fast, he makes any zombie look like an amateur. Kawaki beats the guy down with his mutant arm until everyone starts coughing and losing their strength, thanks to a stinky black mist that the karma mark refuses to suck up. Mitsuki tries to play hero by throwing his little snakes but gets wrecked, forcing Sarada to punch a giant rock to buy them time to retreat. In a corner, the snake boy reveals he stole the villain's blood, discovering the mist is a physical virus and synthesizing a vaccine. Armed with antibodies, Sarada returns playing captain. Boro tries to grab her, but she spits fire right in his face. Boruto and Kawaki combine their chakra fluids and launch a tuned-up attack that blows off the villain's top half. The victory lasts exactly 3 seconds before the enemy's shredded meat starts growing back. Team 7 stands there with poker faces watching Boro reconstruct his own face. Realizing the brats are vaccinated, the villain rushes toward the pot where Naruto is stashed. Kawaki jumps in front, blocks ninja tools, and turns into a human torch to protect the Hokage. Knowing that punching this guy is like beating a dead horse, Kawaki tells Sarada to use her magic eyes and find the freak's off switch. While Boruto and Mitsuki blow off parts of the monster, Sarada activates her Sharingan and locates a core moving inside the enemy's body. Boruto throws smoke bombs to distract the monster and destroys his arm. With the opening clear, Sarada unleashes the first Chidori of her life and buries her arm into the villain's chest, ripping the core out by pure brute force. Without his little ball, Boro suffers a system error and swells up into a giant octopus with bizarre tentacles. While the monster has a stroke, Boruto and Kawaki rub their marks together and pop the lid to free the Hokage. Victory seems certain until the beast wakes up furious, knocking out Mitsuki, crushing Sarada, and putting Kawaki to sleep. Just as he's about to squash Boruto, the kid starts levitating. The alien living rent-free in his body takes the wheel to call Boro inferior trash. Settling the fight, Momoshiki rips off Boro's arm like a chicken wing and kicks the bastard into orbit. Realizing the kid's body is running on empty, he mercilessly drains Naruto's chakra. Soon after, he summons a massive orb and crushes Boro with a giant Rasengan, finishing the job right as Mitsuki and Kawaki witness the carnage. The horned alien drops a cryptic threat, and Boruto wakes up with classic protagonist amnesia, not remembering a thing. 2 days later, Naruto wakes up in the hospital. Katasuke admits Kawaki's cybernetic anatomy is an alien puzzle way beyond his pay grade. The gang gathers in the Hokage's room. Sasuke reveals Jigen is hiding a 10 tails, while Kawaki spills the beans about the scientist Amado and some guy named Code. While Sarada and Mitsuki gossip, realizing the karma is an alien resurrection flash drive, Shikadai and Inojin arrive with Taiyaki. Kawaki discovers the miracle of culinary arts after tasting the sweet. Sumire shows up playing the worried nurse, sending Kawaki into a tailspin. He hides in the hallway just to overhear Shikamaru calling the kid a walking time bomb, ensuring his imposter syndrome goes through the roof. Kawaki wakes up from a nightmare where Jigen wipes out the entire village. He flees to the roof until Boruto calls him out to train. Since tapping their karma marks makes them both resonate at a dangerous frequency, Kawaki rejects the offer and decides to write a dramatic goodbye letter to the Hokage. Meanwhile, Himawari smuggles sausages to feed a lone wolf in the forest. The edgy teen instantly relates to the stray, projecting all his unresolved daddy issues onto the animal. The next day, Kawaki finds the little wolf killed by a bear and uses the situation as a cheap existential metaphor about isolating oneself to protect the pack. They bury the beast, and Kawaki decides to ditch the village to play the misunderstood martyr. He reaches the gates ready for his dramatic escape, but is cock-blocked by Boruto, who already read the letter. To make the humiliation worse, Shikamaru spawns from the shadows, revealing he watched the whole drama unfold on the security cameras, hitting him with the reality check that Kawaki is now the Hidden Leaf Village's property. With his pathetic runaway attempt ruined, the depressed kid sneaks back into the village and accepts his new emotional prison. Realizing security has been compromised, Jigen changes the 10 Tails GPS and orders Code to be the beast bouncer. Delta brings the news that Boro kicked the bucket and the Hokage's ceiling lid turned to dust, making Jigen realize the walls are closing in fast. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto sends Sai and Konohamaru to play detective in Boro's fanatic cult to look for Kara's teleportation router. The duo finds absurdly brainwashed followers waiting for the infinite Tsukuyomi. Realizing these fools are waiting for letters from relatives who died in genetic experiments, they corner the ringleaders. When the suits try to use the virus, the ninjas just laugh, as they're already vaccinated thanks to Boruto's squad. Sai waves the obituary notebook to prove their messiah was a terrorist, but the zealots ignore reality and cover their ears. The commotion is interrupted when Delta steps through a portal and starts imploding the whole place.
It's such a pain to be on cleanup duty.
What's that? What is going on here?
Sai and Konohamaru rush to evacuate the flock, but the dumbest believers decide to wait for salvation hugging the flaming rubble and get crushed. The ninjas return to the Leaf with a half-accomplished mission. Our mysterious ninja hacks into the Hidden Leaf Village's joke of a security system in the dead of night to steal data, proving the village's protection is basically zero. The next day, Shikadai's team plays detective and stumbles upon an archive computer, catching Kakashi pretending to take a casual stroll. The silver-haired geezer agrees to lead the daycare entire squad to hunt the intruder down by himself. They spy on Koji from a distance, who suddenly changes his route. Inojin tries to tail him flying on an ink bird, but loses his target in the crowd, and Kakashi realizes the intruder faked escaping through the sewers. Anticipating the target would pop up at the train station, the kids act fast. Chocho chucks the boys onto the moving train, allowing Shikadai to paralyze the target. But when Inojin goes to rip the mask off, the guy evaporates, proving to be a clone. The real Koji tries to break into another archive to steal physical scrolls, but Kakashi was already there waiting. The old man tries to pierce him with his purple lightning, but hits another shadow clone. Koji throws smoke in everyone's face and bails, realizing the data he stole was useless. Completely out of chakra, he returns to Kara's hideout and meets his sugar daddy Amado, who informs him that Jigen is drained and the perfect time for a corporate assassination has arrived. Amado decides Kara's work environment has gotten way too toxic and packs his bags. Koji summons a giant toad to act as the scientist's getaway Uber, but the hot-headed cyborg Delta shows up. With no time for the crazy chick, Amado drops a safe word and the girl completely shuts down. With the coast clear, Amado is shipped straight to the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, while Koji heads back to the base ready to pull off a coup d'etat. Meanwhile, Shikadai's team trains under Moegi, who leaves to get snacks. Amado spawns out of nowhere and demands a VIP audience with Shikamaru. Shikadai tries to restrain him, but the scientist slaps an explosive collar around the kid's neck. Inojin alerts Ino via telepathy. Moegi returns and tries to arrest Amado, but he blows up a tree branch with a voice command just to prove he's not playing around, warning that the collar will turn the kid into confetti in 48 hours. Left with no choice, Ino connects everyone's minds. Amado offers Kara's dirty secrets in exchange for political asylum. Naruto agrees to hear the gossip before signing. Amado projects a mental livestream straight from Kara's base, showing Koji face to face with Jigen. The scientist exposes that those two were the ones who crashed Kawaki's blimp. Jigen tries to skewer Koji but hits a clone. Koji then pops up and drops the bombshell that he was manufactured with the sole purpose of sending the boss to the grave. Jigen tries to figure out the sabotage, and Koji simply sets him on fire with slippery toad oil. Watching the flames, Amado runs a mental PowerPoint presentation on alien biology, revealing that the Otsutsuki are basically space farmers who plant giant trees to devour planets. Boruto and Kawaki's karma is literally an alien's compressed zip file that deletes the host's brain. When the Hokage asks if there's an antivirus, Amado casually suggests killing the kid before the download finishes. Sasuke questions why Jigen still has a seal if he's already been taken over. Amado laughs and explains that Ishiki got his ass beat so badly by Kaguya that he shrank to microscopic levels and crawled inside the monk Jigen, living as a parasite until he took control. Since the weak body can't handle the colossal chakra, a full resurrection would kill him in days, making Kawaki the only vessel that actually matters. Back in the ring, Jigen shrinks his body to escape and tries to pierce Koji again, but the assassin whips out pure natural flames that Jigen's defective karma is incapable of swallowing, leaving everyone sweating bullets over the alien threat. Amado promises that if they sign the asylum papers, he'll teach them how to send these gods straight to hell. Koji watches Jigen get roasted, while Boruto doesn't get why the villain doesn't just suck the fire into his own body. Katasuke and Kawaki realize the fire is natural, and Amado explains to the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas that Jigen is just shrinking the flames, but since he's running on fumes, his chakra is drying up fast. While Jigen turns into charcoal, Kawaki storms into the room pissed off, ready to assault Amado, but Sasuke holds him back. The scientist drops the bomb. If Jigen dies, the parasite Ishiki will resurrect in that charred corpse, and as a security protocol, all other karma marks in the universe will be deleted, wiping Kawaki's hand clean on the spot. Back on the battlefield, Ishiki spawns from the smoke, shrinking everything in his path. Amado declares that Koji has fulfilled his role as a sacrificial lamb. Ishiki shrinks the assassin's mask, revealing him to be a clone of the good old Jiraiya, and mocks him before casually dodging all his attacks as a joke. Koji turns on Sage Mode to try and avoid getting completely humiliated. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Amado negotiates his asylum terms right under everyone's noses, revealing the explosive collar was just a cheap bluff to get what he wanted. The scientist warns that Ishiki will rush to the Hidden Leaf Village to stamp Kawaki again. Koji tries to squeeze Ishiki between giant flames and a massive Rasengan, but the alien simply crushes him into the floor with unshrunk stone pillars. Crushed by the alien's thick pillars, Koji realizes he's about to turn into paste and makes a cowardly escape by slipping into a summoned toad's mouth. Ishiki doesn't care and opens a portal straight to the Hidden Leaf village with the mission of finding Kawaki's little body. In the village, Boruto cries, begging to fight, but Naruto shuts him down. While Sai evacuates the population to a Byakugan-proof underground bunker, Shikamaru admits his incompetence and reveals he has no idea what to do. Useless side characters like Kiba, Tenten, and Choji try to pretend they're relevant and gear up for battle. The moment Ishiki arrives and realizes he can't find Kawaki, he decides to slice up the locals until someone talks. Konohamaru's squad tries to play heroes, but Ishiki humiliates them in 3 seconds, wiping the floor with their faces. Naruto arrives right on time to save the day, turning on 6-path Sage mode. Sasuke joins the fun, chucking his sword straight at the alien's face. Ishiki tries to shrink the giant metal, but realizes the blade isn't responding to his jutsu. Right before impact, the sword poofs away, revealing itself to be Boruto with his karma activated. Quickly, the kid opens a space-time rift, sucking himself and the bald villain into another dimension. Sasuke doesn't waste any time, grabs his blonde husband, and jumps in after them, announcing that they can now destroy everything without worrying about paying property insurance. After landing in the middle of nowhere, Boruto admits with a dumbfounded look that he has no idea where they are. Ishiki decides to kill the idiots to break the Hidden Leaf village's morale and grabs Boruto, noting that the alien download is already at 80%. Sasuke tries to attack him, but the villain tosses him aside like trash. In the Hidden Leaf village, Kawaki wakes up confused, noticing his seal is gone. Amado gives it to him straight. The villain is coming to re-inject the parasite goo into the boy. In the alternate dimension, Naruto spams his shadow clones, but Ishiki summons giant cubes from the sky, impales the Hokage's body with pointy chakra rods, and pins him between 2 giant rocks. When the villain aims his rods at Boruto, Sasuke swaps places to get skewered instead of the kid. Boruto throws a Rasengan, but Ishiki shrinks the thing just so he won't damage his precious merchandise. The walking encyclopedia Amado reveals to the clowns watching in the village that the Ten Tails needs to swallow a living alien to become the divine tree. Boruto finally puts 2 and 2 together, realizes he's the main course, and threatens to kill himself with a kunai, but Ishiki shrinks the little knife before humiliatingly breaking the kid's wrist. With defeat written on the wall, Kurama suggests Naruto activate the ultimate guaranteed suicide package. Without a second thought, the Hokage accepts the death offer, blowing up the rocks and showing off his shiny new form pulled straight out of the script.
No. Ever since I decided I wanted to be Hokage.
He starts beating the crap out of the villain with calculated moves while Kurama explains that this little stunt burns through their lifespans. Ishiki tries to crush the Hokage with giant cubes, but Naruto simply throws the trash back in his face and goes back on the offensive. Sasuke is shocked to see his rival catching the villain's rods with his bare hands. Ishiki spits fire and eats a Rasengan straight to the face, realizing shortly after that touching Naruto drains his life expectancy down to mere minutes, making this the most lethal game of tag in history. In the Hidden Leaf village, Amado discovers that Kawaki's prosthetic hand runs on the Hokage's chakra like an energy Bluetooth. Catching the chakra Wi-Fi signal on Kawaki's arm, Ishiki yanks the kid through a spatial portal, almost giving Amado a heart attack out of sheer panic. Kawaki arrives taunting the alien, but Ishiki ignores him and stomps on Naruto so hard he shuts off his shiny mode out of pure spite. The villain grabs the boy's neck, but Sasuke plays the teleportation game and drops an anti-Byakugan smoke bomb. Desperate with his timer hitting 0, Ishiki rains chakra rods all over the map and threatens to kill Naruto if the brat doesn't show up. Being dramatic for attention, Kawaki remembers his moments with his adoptive dad and hands himself over on a silver platter. Ishiki flies over drooling and grabs the kid, ignoring his emotional little speech about how Naruto gave his miserable life meaning. The alien just mocks him, tattoos a new karma, and lets out a victorious cackle. Suddenly, the villain's body starts crumbling, and the tattoo vanishes vanishes into thin air. The real Kawaki pops out from behind a bush, revealing that the alien sucker wasted his final seconds stamping a shadow clone. The kid jumps onto the decaying corpse and stomps on it until it turns to dust. While Naruto breathes a sigh of relief, a Momoshiki-possessed Boruto spawns out of nowhere and stabs a kunai straight into the Uchiha's precious Rinnegan. Momoshiki's spirit announces that Kawaki is already 80% cooked and serves perfectly as a sacrifice for the divine tree. Momoshiki trades punches and almost gets roasted by Sasuke's Amaterasu, using a clone as a human shield to avoid becoming barbecue. The one-eyed emo deduces that recharging Boruto's chakra will lock the alien back in the mental basement. To force the villain to absorb chakra, Kawaki decides to play Human Torch and sets himself on fire. The trick works. Boruto's consciousness wakes up, snaps off his own horn, and forces the karma to recede before passing out. Inside his subconscious, Kurama reveals the biggest prank of all, stating that the radioactive mode would only cost her life, and vanishes into thin air, leaving the Hokage alone. Naruto finally wakes up in the real world with Boruto crying and his friends staring at him with funeral faces. Without Sasuke's special eye to act as a dimensional Uber, Boruto struggles to open a portal back, but the sheer rage from an argument with Kawaki finally tears the spatial rift open.
Bossing me around like a know-it-all, damn it!
When they arrive in the Hidden Leaf Village, the welcoming committee is already waiting. Sarada notices her dad is now a Cyclops but takes it in stride without blaming the possessed blonde kid. In the meeting room, Amado drops the bomb that the last Kara lackey, Code, carries a bootleg white karma that serves only as a weapon of mass destruction. The scientist reveals he had to put power limiters on the kid because he was ridiculously stronger than the boss and worshipped the aliens. Far away, Code himself wakes up and has a ghostly vision of Ishii passing him the villainy baton. At the hospital, Sakura and the mad scientist confirm that Rinnegan-less Sasuke and Kurama-less Naruto got brutally nerfed by the script. They also remind everyone that Kawaki and Boruto's bodies are already 80% alien. When Boruto tries to walk down the street, he gets swarmed by vulture journalists, and Mitsuki informs Sarada that Team 7 caught a fat mission ban thanks to the protagonist's body being a game of Russian roulette. Class rep Sumire admits her romantic feelings for the blonde kid, while Boruto takes the train home looking existentially depressed, rethinking his terrible life choices and the cursed tattoo on his own body. Boruto pulls an all-nighter gaming, terrified of waking up possessed by the alien parasite. While the kid suffers a mental breakdown, the 5 Kages hop on a boomer video call to gossip about the destruction of the teleportation gates. With Naruto stripped of his fox and the enemy code loose in the world, the leaders question if the Hokage has the balls to put down his own son before he destroys humanity. Kawaki goes for a walk with Sumire and gets his bionic arm back courtesy of Amado. While Katasuke drools over the tech, Mitsuki and Sarada notice the protagonist acting like a paranoid zombie too scared to shut his eyes. To help with the therapy, Sasuke has a paternal chat promising to murder Boruto in cold blood if the karma mark goes out of control. Noticing his son's depression, Naruto gets a convenient visit from Amado offering highly suspicious experimental pills that inhibit the Byakugan. The scientist convinces the Hokage to drug the protagonist. Boruto swallows the shady pills without a second thought and finally passes out, waking up the next day miraculously cured of his depression, which leaves Sarada and Mitsuki relieved to finally go back to being ninja mission slaves. To celebrate the world not ending yesterday, Naruto decides to throw a new Chunin exam out of nowhere, just to pretend the village is at peace. The Chunin exam kicks off with Sai giving a written test where the rule is to cheat without getting caught, disqualifying one idiot for using an obvious puppet. Denki panics, but they all pass. During the celebration, Kaito, an arrogant upperclassman, snubs Boruto, who completely ignores the extra. That night, the protagonist suffers from insomnia, remembering his trauma from cheating in the last exam. The next day, the Genin face a rescue simulation in the Forest of Death. Only 10 targets for 26 participants. An overly eager team gets humiliatingly eliminated by the local wildlife. With the forest infested with disguised proctors, Sarada throws hands with Mirai, who was posing as Mitsuki. While Denki carries a hostage 3 times his weight, Kaito sets a cowardly trap to steal Boruto's target, but nearly dies of fright from a regular bear. Boruto's hostage frees both of them from the web. Instead of running, the protagonist plays the moral high ground, bandages Kaito's leg, and drags him to the finish line at the very last second. The proctors pass Boruto and announce the final phase, a one-on-one tournament where only half will be promoted to Chunin. Despair hits when the Geinin realize they're going to have to beat up their own friends for a promotion. With opponents unrevealed, the arms race begins. Kawaki refuses to train, and Metal Lee mourns his failure, while Denki makes up for his lack of muscles by resorting to legalized cheating. He uses his new scientific ninja armor to beat the crap out of Metal Lee in the lab. Shikadai takes Inojin and Chocho out for BBQ. Inojin tries to possess his teammate's body to keep the group from going bankrupt, but she defeats him through the sheer power of her stomach.
Ninja art! Mind transfer jutsu!
It's reflexively...
Shikadai reveals his Chunin vest under his shirt, motivating them through pure envy. Tsubaki gets a letter offering her a leadership position in the Land of Iron, leaving Wasabi and Namida in tears over the impending farewell. Iwabe and Wasabi bicker like toddlers until a battered Denki calms things down. Sarada begs Sasuke for advice, who delivers a generic catchphrase and vanishes into the fog. The night ends with the candidates prepping for the teenage bloodbath, while 4 mysterious extras march toward the Hidden Leaf Village, bringing brand new problems. On the day of the Chunin exam finals, Boruto and Mitsuki decide to play detective with Himawari. The girls sniffed out some crazies kidnapping Amado, and in the blink of an eye, the duo abandons the arena to hijack a moving train like delinquents. Meanwhile, the carnage kicks off with Inojin facing Hoki. Inojin thinks he's gonna solve everything by doodling paper birds, but Hoki summons a colossal earth maze, turning the arena into his own backyard. Disoriented, Inojin plays his last card and throws his consciousness into his opponent's mind. However, upon entering, he runs face first into an Anbu psychic wall that violently ejects him. Inojin wakes up in his own body with a cold kunai to his neck, getting humiliated as Hoki is declared the absolute winner. Far away on the train, Boruto and Mitsuki scavenge the cars looking for the scientist, completely ignoring the fact that their names are about to be called in the arena. The brawl continues with Iwabe facing Wasabi. She has an existential crisis because her entire family showed up in the stands. Her grandmother brings a bizarre ancestral scroll, swearing her granddaughter will summon a demonic feline and become Hokage, making Wasabi die of embarrassment. During the fight, Wasabi yells that she couldn't care less about the dream of becoming Hokage, triggering blind rage in Iwabe, who idolizes the title. To prove a stupid point about believing in dreams, Iwabe drains all his chakra sculpting a giant stone cat statue. Intelligence isn't his strong suit. He passes out from exhaustion, and the colossal head breaks off, falling to crush him. Panicking, Wasabi swallows her pride, absorbs the energy from her grandmother's scroll, and manifests a chakra monster that shatters the stone. With Iwabe unable to stand, Konohamaru calls the match. Wasabi wins out of pity, leaving her family weeping with joy. In the stands, Shinki glares at Kawaki, while Boruto and Mitsuki finally locate Amado's captivity on the train. It's time for the Uchiha to face her snack-addicted best friend. Before the match, Kawaki tries to leave the stands, but Shinki stops him like a hall monitor. Kawaki charges forward but is repelled by a wave of iron sand and forced back into his seat. Down below, Sarada starts the fight holding back out of pity for her friend, only dodging and throwing harmless shocks. Offended, Chocho demands true strength. Deciding that friendship won't win the match, Sarada spews a colossal fireball, roasting the arena. The fight gets insane. Sarada prepares a crackling chidori, while Chocho burns her calories to enter full butterfly mode. The two clash in a massive explosion. When the dust settles, Chocho kisses the canvas, and Sarada is crowned champion. Far away, Amado is coerced by a bunch of nobodies wanting his inventions. Boruto and Mitsuki storm the place and rescue the scientist without breaking a sweat. With the threat crushed, the two realize they lost track of time and run desperately to the Hidden Leaf Village, praying they haven't missed their round in the exams. While the protagonists rush to the arena swearing to be heroes, Shikamaru disqualifies them for forfeit. Sarada tells them the truth. The two would have had to kill each other in the arena. They're left to watch the final match from the sidelines. Denki enters the arena wearing a robotic suit, proving that true ninja power is money. On the other side, Tsubaki, the samurai from the last century, charges in. However, Denki's armor uses lightning style to scan her movements, stimulating his reflexes mechanically. The nerd attacks with terrifying precision and knocks the samurai into the air. Tsubaki doesn't doesn't give up and uses her sword sheath to shatter her opponent's sensor visor. Denki's armor overheats, and Tsubaki completely destroys the machine. Thinking she has won, she is caught off guard when Denki uses his original lightning-style jutsu and unleashes a lethal electric charge, knocking her out without mercy.
The last of my chakra! Lightning style! Electric air!
That's it. So, Denki Kaminarimon wins.
The boy's father cries on TV, and Konohamaru announces the new Chunin. Tsubaki decides to extend her vacation in the Hidden Leaf Village. Shinki heads home disappointed at not seeing Boruto fight, while the blonde and Mitsuki go to the empty arena alone to play at friendly sparring. About to be promoted, Sarada shows off her Chunin flak jacket, while Sakura comments that Konohamaru will no longer be their captain. Saddened by the farewell, the Uchiha tries to find him, only to discover he went to escort some rich folks to the mountains alongside Mirai. The situation turns into a joke when Mirai returns beaten up and poisoned, revealing that the great Jonin Konohamaru was kidnapped by hillbillies led by the rogue ninja Hyogo. The villain took over a village to torture the teacher. Naruto sends Team 7 to fix the adult's failure. Arriving there, the team notices the villagers are hostages, and Hyogo threatens to torture the clients to force Konohamaru to talk. Boruto transforms into a voluptuous woman to trick the thug. Hyogo doesn't fall for it, but a timely mist covers the area, allowing the Genin to destroy the henchmen and free the hostages, humiliating their former master. The villain tries to flee, but Mitsuki's snake tracks him down. In a final act, Boruto and Sarada hurl Konohamaru like a bowling ball. The teacher lands a Rasengan on Hyogo and cries tears of emotion over his rescue. Back in the village, the promotions are made official, and the team takes one last photo with their pathetic ex-captain. Kawaki plays the edgy teen and refuses to get up, forcing Boruto to drag him. In the office, Naruto enters Kawaki into the village's system, sending him on missions with random teams to earn the title of Genin without having to study. Dispatched on a D-rank mission with Team 5, Kawaki decides to catch some Z's in the middle of the shift, irritating the team. On the way back, he refuses to play cards with Inojin and Shikadai and argues with Boruto about teamwork. The next day, he exhausts Team 15's patience. Desperate, Naruto and Shikamaru send him on a C-rank mission with Team 10 as a final test to escort an annoying client. Kawaki admits he is useless at teamwork. With his meager salary, he blows it all on sweet buns, worrying Boruto. At night, he watches Sarada training exhaustively while she recites her Hokage speech. The next day, Kawaki arrives late, gets a colossal scolding from the client, and leaves the village dragging his feet for yet another humiliating mission. The sadistic Kurobane and Jujumaru torture an extra after discovering the Hidden Leaf Village's involvement. Meanwhile, Kawaki, Shikadai, and Chocho are escorting Mozuku, a stingy boy who fiercely protects a box, swearing it's just his grandmother's vase. Nearby, Team 7 herds cows and gets ignored by the two sprinting villains. At night, the assassins cast a mist over the camp, and Jujumaru vomits a blood web to steal the package. Kurobane escapes, while the dumb Mozuku nearly mutilates himself in the web. Shikadai analyzes the danger using Chocho as bait, and attacks the villain by manipulating his teammate with the Shadow Possession Jutsu. Chocho takes the damage to protect the client, but they defeat the bloodsucker. With the farce exposed, Mozuku confesses that the vase is a cure for an epidemic in the land of calm seas, pursued by a greedy feudal lord. Shikadai orders an immediate return to the Hidden Leaf Village, but Kawaki goes rogue and flees with the boy to complete the delivery. Kawaki and Mozuku run to intercept Kurobane, while Shikadai returns to the Hidden Leaf Village with the injured Chocho. Upon hearing about the mess, Boruto goes after Kawaki. When he catches up to the corrupt Anbu, Kurobane summons a dehydrating mist to dry out his targets. Suffering a deep cut, Kawaki notices blood strings controlling the blade. He spits fire, reveals the trap, and knocks out the villain, recovering the medicine. Kurobane, however, retaliates with a sweeping sword attack. Kawaki fails to dodge, and Mozuku is impaled to protect the package. Before Kawaki is killed, Boruto appears, shattering the blade with a Rasengan, and Shikadai paralyzes the villain, leaving Kawaki to beat him mercilessly. Mozuku passes the mission and the money to Kawaki before dying. At the rendezvous point, Kawaki delivers the cure to the boy's master and knocks out another henchman before fainting from exhaustion. In the Hidden Leaf Village, he wakes up in the hospital, gets sweets, and listens to a motivational speech from Shikadai. Ignoring the rule-breaking, Naruto promotes Kawaki to Geinin out of sheer nepotism. Tsubaki has a nightmare about Sazanka, her former colleague from the Land of Iron. Team 15 visits a merchant in the hospital, who panics just hearing the girl's sword. At the crime scene, Tsubaki finds symmetrically cut bamboo, concluding that Sazanka is in the area. The samurai went insane trying to steal the legendary Kurosawa sword and fled. Tsubaki blames herself for having defeated him in the past and bruising his fragile ego. Team 15 sets up an ambush in the forest, and Sazanka appears as the bandit's bodyguard. Tsubaki freezes, getting injured without reacting, forcing a humiliating retreat for the team. Motivated by Wasabi and Namida with speeches about friendship, the samurai regains her confidence for round 2. Sazanka declares that swords are only meant to tear flesh and that the Hidden Leaf Village's training is pathetic. They fight, and the villain easily splits her blizzard attack. Believing he has won, Sazanka demands her surrender. However, Tsubaki refutes his ideologies and defeats him with a single clean strike. She puts away her sword, saddened, while the rest of the team celebrates the effortlessly completed mission. Naruto sends Team 5 to escort mining robots to Doto Island. Denki receives instructions from Katasuke on handling the mechanical puppets, warning him to know how to adapt when something fails. During the boat trip, Denki seems exhausted after spending the dawn studying mining manuals. Arriving at the island, the boss, Onami, judges the boy's physical weakness. However, upon turning on the robots in the mine, Denki impresses everyone with his precision. Soon, 2 greedy workers take the boss hostage and escape, locking the ninjas in a cave with no ventilation. Denki uses his intellect to calculate exactly where the robots should dig to free them without causing cave-ins. Free, they track the thieves at sea. Iwabe blocks the enemy's water dragon with an Earth-style wall. Following Katasuke's advice, Denki adapts his strategy. He has the robots grab the fugitive's boat, allowing Iwabe to break the motor and end the fight with a beatdown. Onami apologizes for his initial prejudice, and Denki confesses his exhaustion is due to his topographical studies. The scientific team soon arrives, revealing that the truly exhausting part of the mission was just beginning. Pirates plot chaos on the seas. Kawaki joins Team 7 and gets his first mission: escort Katasuke to the Hidden Mist to inaugurate a power plant. On the ship, Kawaki suffers from relentless seasickness. In the city, the group tries to provide security, but Katasuke gets distracted by storefronts, delaying them. At the ocean plant ceremony, Boruto gets bored and abandons the squad to look for Kagura. He discovers that his friend traded the position of future Mizukage to be a maximum security warden, watching over old psychopaths. Kawaki, finally done vomiting, confronts Boruto. In the prison, Kagura shows them the cell of pirate boss Araumi Funato, a dehydrated old man hanging in a glass cage, since a single drop of water would be fatal. Meanwhile, the Mizukage organizes an airship tour for tycoons to see the plant. As soon as the first aircraft takes off, it mysteriously explodes in a fireball. Kawaki protects the team from the metallic debris, while a pirate watches the tragedy from a cliff, smiling at the newly initiated plan. The chaos of the explosion is followed by the prison systems crashing. The pirate Isari and his henchmen invade the jail, flooding everything. Boruto joins Kagura to contain the rebellion. While they rescue guards trapped in bubbles, Isari breaches his father Araumi's cell, shattering the glass. In urgent need of hydration, the mummified old man sucks the fluids from a dead guard to reconstitute himself. Boruto and Kagura go on the offensive. Boruto shoves a Rasengan into Isari's weapon, and Kagura blocks with water, but Isari ignores the defenses and escapes with Araumi. The Mist Village soon discovers the explosion was a distraction for the pirates to take over several islands. Fearing for Team 5 on Doto Island, Boruto demands a rescue operation. Short on soldiers, the Mizukage authorizes Kagura to lead the rescue. Kagura decides to recruit the prisoners Buntan, Kyoho, and Hebi Ichigo, Boruto, returning their deadly swords. Team 7 is shocked, but the leader assures them that the security shock collars will prevent betrayals. Everyone boards, leaving Kawaki desperate over facing the sea and his nausea once again. Boruto pressures the captain to speed up the boat, but he tries to be stealthy. Kagura notices seabirds and deduces the water is murky. The Funato pirates board them. The captain bribes them, but Kawaki vomits from seasickness, ruining the disguise. They then knock the pirates into the water and flee, though the engine begins to fail. Tension rises between Team 7 and the criminals, but Kagura shows off the shock collars as a guarantee. Arriving at Doto Island, Sarada and Mitsuki scout ahead, leaving Boruto to guard the prisoners. The duo sees hostages carrying gold for Tenma, while Team 5 hides after losing their robots. Sarada and Mitsuki take down pirates who are messing with a robot that went rogue in search of gold. Using the machine as bait, they track and reunite with Team 5. Lee reveals that the island's scientists have been caged. On the boat, the swordsmen psychologically torture Boruto, insinuating his friends are dead. Kagura gives a speech about giving the inmates the same chance at redemption that Boruto gave him. Suddenly, the waters bubble, and a monstrous floating pirate fortress emerges from the sea. The Funato fortress, powered by stolen technology, terrifies everyone. Kagura sends Boruto, Kawaki, and the prisoner Buntan to infiltrate it, while Team 5, Sarada, and Mitsuki steal a ship to evacuate the hostages. Boruto uses the momentum from Kawaki's arm to leap up to the fortress, then throws down ropes for the others. Inside, the sadistic Tenma kills a lackey for fun and celebrates the escape of his father Araumi, still hoarding the looted gold. In the mines, a cowardly hostage tries to snitch on the infiltration. Sarada and Mitsuki knock out guards and guide the civilians to the port. When intercepted by pirates, they fake a surrender and take them all down with snakes and genjutsu. Simultaneously, Denki throws smoke, neutralizes guards, and uses electrical chakra to jumpstart the getaway ship's engine. At the base, Buntan executes a lookout, angering the moralistic Boruto. She also cures Kawaki's seasickness by pressing pressure points, earning the adopted boy's sympathy. The trio stumbles upon the fortress's trump card, a colossal scientific cannon. Denki initiates the maritime escape route, while Kagura's small ship finds itself cornered by a pirate vessel. The group spots the pirate's colossal cannon. Boruto contacts Kagura over the radio and discovers the fortress is aiming at Sarada's rescue ship, which would be vaporized by a single laser. Kagura's boat takes a heavy enemy hit and is launched against the fortress itself as a distraction. Boruto, Buntan, and Kawaki decide to sabotage the weapon. Guards spot them. Buntan takes one out, but another sounds the alarm. Kagura and his swordsmen arrive as backup, with Hebi Ichigo using cutting wires to seal the entrance. Tenma appears, furious, and summons a deadly crab claw. Upon injuring Hebi Ichigo, Kyoho goes crazy from the smell of blood, triggering his berserk mode. The giant destroys everything around him with his axe, forcing Kagura to knock out his own ally. The cannon fires at the hostage ship, but Denki dodges in reverse by a hair. Before the second shot, Boruto uses a crane to turn the base of the cannon, which fires into the fortress's own structure, tearing it in half. Kawaki and Kagura paralyze Tenma, who watches his base implode. The ninjas escape by jumping into the water and reunite, safe and sound, on the stolen ship, demanding maximum speed toward the hidden mist. During the voyage, Iwabe plays detective, suspecting Kyoho after his fit of rage. The civilian captain, Taiki, demands money for the lost boat, but the next morning he is found murdered. Iwabe points the finger at the masked man, making things worse when they catch Kyoho wiping blood off his axe, claiming he was just sleeping. Tension rises, and Hebi Ichigo isolates her teammate, but a refugee spreads a rumor that he saw him prowling around at night. The angry mob demands the giant remove his mask. Out of patience, Kawaki executes Kyoho in front of everyone, causing widespread panic. At night, the gossiping refugee starts vomiting water and melts. It was a liquid ninja spy. He set up the murders to frame and possess Kyoho's strong body. Surprisingly, Kyoho gets up alive and well. Kawaki's execution was a theatrical performance to catch the imposter red-handed. Boruto and Mitsuki electrocute the puddle of water, and Hebi Ichigo binds the liquid with chakra-draining wires. Cornered, the liquid infiltrates the engine and commits an explosive suicide, disabling the boat. The next day, Kyoho talks about his burns and confesses his fear of blood, while Denki mourns the destroyed engine. With the ship inoperable under the blazing sun, Boruto faints from heatstroke and sinks. He is rescued by a mysterious figure with webbed hands. Waking up on the deck, Iwabe assures him it was just a delusion. At that moment, a ship operated by the shipbuilder Kajiki and his apprentice Ikada pulls up to help. Boruto suspects the boy, but Ikada shows normal hands, leaving the hero confused. They tow the ship to the shipyard island. Kagura tries to contact the Mizukage, while Mitsuki silently tails Kawaki's every move. Far away, the Funata Mafia covers up their military humiliation by claiming their mobile fortress was disposable. In the workshop, Kajiki discovers that Ikada forgot the main engine part on another island. Fearing the pirates, the master forbids him from traveling, but Boruto offers to be his bodyguard. Ignoring the warnings, the two brave the treacherous sea aboard a small dinghy built by Ikada himself, setting off in search of the part while the boy confesses his dream of exploring the world. Boruto almost falls into the water once again. Braving the ocean in the tiny boat, Ikada reveals he abandoned his problematic family. Supported only by his older sister, Boruto understands and solidifies an instant friendship through family bonds. Back on land, Sarada catches Mitsuki snooping on Kawaki's routine. The snake ninja shows his interest in the boy without any filter, leaving the Uchiha uncomfortable with his lack of boundaries. Out at sea, the duo finds a shipwreck. Ikada jumps into the stormy water to save a victim and ends up revealing his webbed hands, a genetic secret he hides to avoid scaring people. Boruto promises to keep the secret. A wave throws Ikada into the rough sea, but the hero uses shadow clones and wind-style jutsu to fish his friend out before he drowns. They rescue the victim, reach the island, and retrieve the engine part. Ikada explains that building boats is his way of connecting people. Far away, Araumi Funato confirms the release of the villainous Seiren, who is already on her way, grumbling about bringing little Ikada back to his true obligations as a pirate by blood. The pirate queen Seiren arrives at the island, dispatching a lackey to demonstrate her fury. While Ikada is praised for his manual labor and Boruto watches the sunset with him, the mood shatters the next morning. Seiren appears in disguise, revealing that Ikada is her runaway brother. She throws his hidden powers in his face, reminding him of the trauma when their father threw him into a storm, and the ocean returned him to land. Ikada insists on continuing as a shipwright. Seiren snaps, warns she'll return at night to drag him away, and sets her sights on Boruto, ready to slaughter the ninja. Meanwhile, Kagura reads that the swordsman received a measly 3-year reduction in their sentences. Hebi Ichigo takes offense and decides to cancel her contract by putting a knife to Kagura's throat while he sleeps. However, possessing zero stealth, the boy anticipates the strike. With no time to cry about it, she flees into the woods just as Seiren's ship appears on the horizon, out for blood. The fleets clash, but the real chaos begins when Seiren covers everything in black smoke. She sends her bizarre lackey Funamushi to capture Kagura alive and draws an energy bow to shoot Boruto. The henchman summons leeches that mind control the mist ninjas, turning them into zombies. Metal Lee is miraculously useful, kicking the controlled ninjas in the face and protecting the fugitive Hebi Ichigo, while Kagura faces the leech villain. Seiren finds Boruto in the fog and fires sound-guided arrows. Boruto runs, but takes an arrow that paralyzes his arm. Kagura steps up to play the hero, blocking the shots with his giant sword and figuring out the villainess's aim. Serving as human bait, he takes a direct hit. However, the thunder from a timely storm drowns out Boruto's footsteps, allowing him to distract Seiren so that Kagura can finish him off. Funamushi cries, seeing his boss injured, raises a wall of water and escapes with her. The team then finds a paper code, while Ikada receives news so shocking that he runs away, abandoning his blueprints, his job, and his sanity. It turns out the naval battle was just a distraction by the pirates, who sent their elite troops by land to attack the hidden mist village from behind. With an origami hint from Iwabe, Kagura folds the coded paper and discovers the enemy's route. With no time to turn back, he bribes the criminal swordsman with freedom and a clean slate, turning them into a team of heroes for hire. Boruto tries to find his shipwright friend but discovers Ikada has vanished, leaving even his diary behind, feeling abandoned. The group rushes to an isolated village from Kagura's childhood and prepares ambushes. They break bridges and set traps. During the demolition, Metal Lee rips his pants, forcing Hebi Ichigo to sew them up while questioning how she ended up with with this bunch of happy idiots. Enjoying the campfire vibe, Boruto asks for details about Kagura's past. The swordsman opens up about his isolation due to carrying the blood of the tyrant Yagura, but remembers the friends he made there. While the good guys play Boy Scouts and Kyoho draws smiles from the kids by chopping wood, Funamushi's troops march through the mountains, thirsty for revenge and ready for a bloodbath. Funamushi's pirates notice the fallen bridges, while Denki and Iwabe spy on them and run to warn the village. Boruto comments that the swordsmen seem trustworthy, and Kagura puffs his chest with pride. Hebi Ichigo plans to flee the battle, but Buntan ruins her mood by revealing that her toxic ex, Shizuma, poisoned the prison and abandoned her while swearing his love. Denki and Iwabe arrive to warn them about the enemy scouts, forcing everyone to pretend the village is peaceful. Kawaki, melting in the heat, takes off his headband, and a kid steals it, running off into the mountains. In an altruistic outburst, Kagura removes the curse mark from the swordsman to save them in case he dies in the fight. Kawaki runs and rescues the kids just in time to hide from the pirates in the bushes. Back in the village, Metal Lee notices Hebi Ichigo is missing. A baby screams at the worst possible moment, but Iwabe buries the house using Earth style, and the village chief pretends it was a cat fight. Metal finds the runaway feeling sorry for herself. She vents that she has no friends, knocks the boy out, and leaves him on the ground. The scouts return empty-handed to Funamushi, and Kagura allows Buntan and Kyoho to go after the rebel. Hebi Ichigo tries to convince herself that running away was a brilliant move until she tears her clothes on a branch and pricks her finger trying to sew them, proving her ineptitude at surviving alone. At that moment, she hears pirate scouts gossiping about a counterattack on Kagura's ambush, putting her on high alert. Funamushi arrives foaming with rage to avenge Seiren, and just as he is about to crush Kagura, Hebi Ichigo reappears with the swordsman to save him. The villain summons a giant water vortex, but Team 5, tipped off by Mitsuki's snakes, collapses the mountain right on top of him. The group retreats and seals the wells to leave the enemy high and dry. The Funato army invades the village and chaos erupts. Sarada shoots lightning, Iwabe raises walls, and Hebi Ichigo ties up pirates for Metal to trample. Seeing the uselessness of his henchmen, Funamushi drains the blood of 2 of them to use as water. He traps the ninjas inside a water tornado. Kagura inflates the Hiramekari sword to slice the attack in half, but the effort exhausts him. Funamushi leaps at the weakened young man, forcing the heroes to drop their weapons. In a flash, the villain morphs his arm into a water spike and surgically pierces Kagura's chest. After turning Kagura into a human shish kebab, Funamushi is met with a furious counterattack. Boruto activates his karma and lands a direct blow to the villain's stomach, forcing the pirates to run away crying. Hebi Ichigo and the team try to close the gaping hole in Kagura's chest, but the damage is done. In a dramatic monologue, the young man grants the criminals their freedom, thanks everyone, and dies, leaving the group in tears. Far away at sea, the pirate soap opera boils over. The adopted son, Tenma, harboring a complex about wanting his father Araumi's approval, refuses to retreat. Upon learning of his sister Seiren's defeat, Tenma charges head-on into the hidden mist fleet. He comes face to face with Choljuro, who slaughters his henchmen and sinks Tenma with a single clean cut. His brother Isari watches everything and swears revenge. Back in the village, Boruto and Kawaki are foaming at the mouth for pirate blood, but Sarada takes charge, demanding a plan. Taking advantage of a pause in their mourning, Boruto explains that Amado's suspicious pills have stalled Momoshiki's possession, allowing him to abuse the karma's powers without the risk of losing control. Even beaten to a pulp, Funamushi still wants to avenge his beloved Seiren. In the village, everyone mourns Kagura while hunger strikes as the food supply has run out. Sarada steps up as a leader and sends Team 5 to forage for plants, with Mitsuki using his snakes as a radar. Boruto and Kawaki just want to brawl, but Sarada locks them down to defend the base. Out at sea, the pirate leader Araumi discards his son Isari's tactical plan and decrees a massive frontal assault, ordering Funamushi to call off his ambush. In the isolated village, the mood is so miserable that the villagers would rather starve to death than not feed the children. Hebi Ichigo accepts the sacrifice and tells Metal Lee about her tragic past in the slums. Hearing about fruit trees beyond the mountains, Denki and Iwabe go investigate, leaving Kawaki on guard duty. However, the two fall into a trap set by starving pirates. A messenger delivers the retreat order to Funamushi, but he snaps in a fit of rage, ignores the boss, and presses on with the suicide attack just to wring Boruto's neck. The children run in reporting that Denki and Iwabe are missing. Mitsuki spots Funamushi's gang, and Sarada preps the defenses. Hebi Ichigo goes into a reflective mood, confessing her past selfishness, triggering a massive death flag. Funamushi decides to attack before the boss forces him back. He arrives taunting Boruto, claiming his kidnapped friends died begging for mercy. Boruto notices the water barrels carried by the pirates and electrocutes them. The script, however, punishes the heroes with a rainstorm, allowing Funamushi to summon a lethal giant jellyfish. To ensure Boruto lands a Rasengan, Hebi Ichigo uses her own body to bind the aquatic monster, taking an absurd amount of damage. Sarada unleashes a fire attack, but Funamushi breaks free and tries to impale Boruto, just like he did to Kagura. Buntan sneaks up from behind and stabs him mercilessly, avenging her comrade. The pirates flee, but Hebi Ichigo passes away after thanking Metal Lee, earning a VIP grave next to Kagura. After 2 days, the village receives supplies from the Hidden Mist. Sarada decides to heal a captured, wounded pirate, outraging Buntan and the villagers. Boruto falls into a philosophical funk upon realizing that revenge brings no relief, while Sarada takes the blame for Hebi Ichigo's death. Surprisingly, Denki and Iwabe show up unharmed. Funamushi had only tied them up after catching them stealing apples for the starving kids. That night, Boruto falls into a trap set by the brat Kabuna, who is trying to avenge his father, Funamushi. Boruto pummels the lackey, but freezes when faced with the orphaned boy's fury. The moral dilemma of the cycle of hatred weighs heavily on Boruto. Kawaki criticizes this empathy for murderers. During interrogation, the captured pirate drops a real bombshell. Sei-ren, the pirate disfigured by Kagura, is actually the older sister of Ikada, the boat builder the blonde ninja used to call his best friend. While Ikada tends to his comatose sister, the toxic leader Arami arrives with his other son, Isari, sparking a family feud. Arami accuses Isari of cowardice, and Isari draws the giant harpoon given to him by his own father. The old man dives into the sea to visit his frozen wife, recalling that she died protecting the useless Ikada. Upon discovering Funamushi's death, Kobuna cries out for revenge. Ikada advocates for peace, but Araumi slams him against the wall, demanding blood. The real disaster strikes when Sei-ren wakes up, steps on a shell, hemorrhages to death, and with her dying breath demands that Ikada return to the seas. He lies that the war is already won, allowing her to die in peace. With his sister dead, Isari tries to negotiate peace behind his father's back. Ikada, on the other hand, abandons kindness. He tears up his drawings and throws himself into the ocean. The boy miraculously grows gills, parts the waves, and emerges with a gothic look and his water powers fully activated. Choljuro grieves the losses while receiving a secret letter from Isari proposing negotiations. Boruto, meanwhile, goes into shock upon learning of Ikada's lineage, devastated by becoming the target of his friend's revenge. The Mizukage agrees to a peaceful meeting with Isari. The truce fails miserably when Arami hijacks the radio frequencies to declare total war. To prove his cruelty, he brings Isari's magical harpoon to life, impaling his own son right in the middle of the meeting. With the traitor dead, Arami shocks everyone by announcing Ikada as the new supreme commander of the terrorist fleet, tasked with destroying the Shinonome 1 power plant. Even seeing Ikada turn into a warlord, Boruto insists on their friendship. While Buntan and Kyoho freak out, wanting to slice up enemies, Denki and Iwabe hold them back so they can escape. Ikada's fleet crosses the perilous Sea of Death to expedite the genocide, led by the former pacifist, now motivating his henchmen. Knowing that Choljuro's fleet has set off for a bloodbath, Boruto rushes to the shipyard and begs for a boat to attempt diplomacy. Old man Kajiki gives them a ride, buying into the hero's speech. Out at sea, Ikada parts colossal waves so the terrorist fleet can advance safely. Arami has a flashback, confirming he gave the harpoon to his son, knowing the weapon would impale him if he ever betrayed him. Kajiki drops Team 7 off at the Mizukage's ship. Boruto returns Kagura's sword and pitches the absurd proposal of talking to the terrorist leader to prevent the carnage. Misuno, the aide, loses her mind, pointing out that the last diplomat was assassinated by his own father, but Boruto plays the Kagura emotional card. Choljuro agrees to buy the blonde ninja sometime. Boruto's allies, previously out for blood, decide to follow him. Sarada pilots the boat while Boruto takes the blame for his friend's villainous phase. The fleets finally align, ready for battle. Team 7 arrives stealthily, but Ikada instantly blows up their boat with a water tornado. Mitsuki fishes the heroes out onto the enemy ship. Boruto starts his pleading peace speech, promising that the hidden mist is willing to pull back. Arami and Ikada just laugh. Arami steps out to man his chakra cannon, and Ikada vents his frustrations. He confesses that being a shipwright was just a consolation prize for not having magic, but now, with the power of water, he wants genocide and revenge for his sister. Boruto insists on his annoying "I understand you" speech, bringing up Kagura, which only fuels Ikada's hatred. To crush the protagonist's morale, Ikada brings out the orphan Kabuna. The villain issues an ultimatum. He'll only stop the war if Boruto brings him the Mizukage's head. Boruto, playing the martyr, offers his own life in exchange, forbidding his friends from intervening, all while Kawaki stealthily tails old man Araumi. Boruto's suicidal proposal leaves everyone in shock. Ikada accepts, with the sadistic condition that his friends must watch and seek no revenge. Boruto, suffering in silence, gets beaten up by henchmen while ordering Sarada and Mitsuki to stand down. To deny Kabuna the satisfaction of killing him, Boruto throws himself into the ocean. Sarada and Mitsuki swallow their murderous intent to honor his sacrifice. Seeing that they truly gave in, Ikada experiences a brutal, sudden surge of empathy. He dives in, summons a colossal water dragon that splits the skies, and rescues Boruto. Ikada declares the end of the war. Enraged, old Araumi tries to fire the giant cannon, but Kawaki emerges from the shadows and slits the old man's throat with his morphed arm. The conflict ends in a flood of redemption speeches. Back in the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto congratulates Team 7. Araumi survives and is thrown in jail, but Boruto only cares about Ikada. Kawaki shatters the naivety by criticizing the lack of consequences for Ikada's terrorist army, sparking an ethical debate that quickly devolves into a fistfight between the two teenagers. In the Hidden Mist, Choljuro gives up on forcibly modernizing the naval territory, pacifying the pirates. To avoid political tensions, he releases Ikada on parole under Kajiki's supervision. Buntan also embraces forgiveness, promising to arrest Shizuma instead of executing him. Boruto and Kawaki keep beating each other up until they run out of gas. Naruto watches quietly, helps them up, and, in his classic paternal solution, treats them to a bowl of ramen to cure the boys' hatred and bone fractures. Team 10 is left behind while Shikadai takes on real missions. Ino, Jin, and Chocho accept a mission to capture a supposedly dangerous rogue ninja named Jingo Kumano. They end up discovering that his lethal weapon is a kitchen knife and his master plan is making ramen. He had already been pardoned, but the ninja bureaucracy hadn't updated its records. Meanwhile, Shikadai hunts down thieves who stole secret data and accidentally drop a flash drive into Chef Jingo's spices. The master chef cries over his inability to innovate a dish to please a food critic. The Ino Shikacho trio tries to help, but fails. At night, Jingo returns to the shop and is beaten by the thugs looking for the drive. The Hidden Leaf Village team arrives, wipes the floor with the thieves, and saves the day. Chocho, nearly swallowing the disguised flash drive, crumbles her chips into the ramen. The accidental mix of junk food creates the perfect dish that blows the critic's mind and packs the restaurant with customers. Naruto trembles at the mere thought of canceling a family trip to star in a Kage-masa movie, fearing Himawari's wrath. Konohamaru volunteers as a stunt double, but discovers the production is a disaster. The director is a lackey to a profit-driven producer, and the green screen looks cheap. Outraged by the lack of cinematic art, Konohamaru locks down the studio to force on-location street shooting. The producer fires him. The next day, art imitates life when the assistant director is taken hostage in a real bank robbery. The crew films everything. The lead actor distracts the robber while Konohamaru tries to defuse an explosive. With his poorly sharpened kunai, he fails to cut the fuse, so he throws the bomb, causing it to explode in mid-air. The footage turns out so epic that the producer makes a fortune, hires everyone back, and the movie becomes a box office smash. The Uzumaki family heads to a haunted hot spring inn. Boruto tries to scare Kawaki, but Naruto and Hinata humiliate the duo at ping pong. The teens later fry their skin in a hot water endurance contest. Being the pathetic man-children they are, the two participate in a nighttime stamp rally, completely unaware that a literal ghost is stalking them. Kawaki, ever the skeptic, invents logical explanations for the macabre noises and mocks Boruto. The terror escalates when Himawari, who they left behind, activates her Byakugan and threatens them in the dark. After a speech from Naruto about family, the boys finally go to sleep. The spirit takes the opportunity to sit on their chests, guaranteeing bizarre nightmares. In the morning, the two receive the event's prize photo and go into shock when they see the ghost in it. Team 7 investigates assailants who have been slicing up former ninjas' clothes around the Hidden Leaf village. The criminal uses wind style. Kawaki suggests protecting all wind users in the village, proving himself entirely useless. Mitsuki is sad over the disappearance of his cat, Mikazuki, but finds him with Hibiki and her brother, supposed Odin vendors. During another street attack, Mitsuki injures one of the assailants and later catches the female vendor bleeding. The siblings had been using sleeping smoke to rip shirts open in search of a man with a chest scar, their father's killer. The target is Daisen, a neighboring vendor who busts out wind jutsus. Team 7 arrives. Daisen shows off a smooth, scar-free chest to mock their accusations. However, Mikazuki the cat pounces, rips off Daisen's fake skin, and exposes the scar, solving the case. The killer is arrested, the siblings are banished from the village for vigilantism, and Mitsuki gets a 1-week suspension for trying to cover for the girl. Boruto is hauling junk for Kakashi when they spot the elderly Taruto and Ohagi bickering hysterically. Their grandchildren, Yubishi and Sabure, want to get married, but the grandparents' childish rivalry over fireworks is preventing the romance. Kakashi ignores the drama until he discovers that the granddaughter is about to trash a super rare first edition of Jiraiya's book. Motivated by literary smut, he promises to intervene in exchange for the book. He proposes a fireworks competition where the winner gets to control the festivals. On the day of the event, the old folks start trash-talking the rival fireworks. However, Kakashi secretly swapped the barrels, making them insult their own art in front of everyone. The humiliation shatters the elders' pride, leading them to make peace for their grandkids' sake. Kakashi destroys his back in the process, but gets his book and vanishes to read the inappropriate novel. While the young couple gets married, the Ninja Academy welcomes a new batch of brats, including Himawari and Kawaki. The antisocial cyborg is undercover on a secret mission as a babysitter for Princess Kaie Yukiwari, who has a hit on her head for the crown of an irrelevant country. Kawaki has the impossible task of pretending to be a normal student, stalking the princess through the hallways and making the whole school swear he's desperately in love with her. When Himawari tells him the girl reads romance novels, he buys a cheesy love story to try and decipher the female mind. Enter Eiki, a background character with a massive crush on the princess. He sets his sights on defeating Kawaki and uses a summoning scroll. Since Eiki is a loser, the monster knocks the kid out and goes after Kawaki, who disintegrates the creature with a single punch. The princess witnesses the massacre, finds his aggressiveness fantastic, and makes a deal. She'll keep his strength a secret if he promises not to tell anyone that she hates acting like proper royalty. Kawaki happily accepts the burden, unaware that Himawari is behind the door listening to his report to Naruto, ready to blackmail the professional assassin who just got demoted to an elementary schooler. At the academy, Himawari corners Kawaki, rubbing it in his face that she already knows about his secret babysitting mission. The ex-terrorist refuses help, but Kaie is having trouble with classmates who notice her struggling to swallow her food due to strict etiquette. The spoiled rich girl, Osuka, enslaves poor Neon into delivering tea via drone. Kaie organizes a tea party, and Himawari drills the rules of etiquette into Kawaki's thick skull. At the event, he sweats bullets trying to look civilized and reveals that his favorite sweet is taiyaki. Tragedy strikes when the cake arrives. The jealous Osuka secretly stuffed the pastry with mustard. With his canine-like sense of smell, Kawaki catches the scent, freaks out thinking thinking it's a lethal poison, and performs a tactical dive, destroying the tables, trampling the butler Batora, and annihilating the cake. Kaie is devastated, and our resident brute storms off. Himawari figures out the mustard prank and uses Neon's drone to expose the jealous girl. Osuka tries to blame her friend, but Kaie puts her foot down, demanding respect in an outburst that wins everyone's sympathy. Kawaki resurfaces carrying Taiyaki, which the princess delightfully devours. In the end, he swallows his pride and admits he wouldn't survive without Himawari's help. On the way to school, Kawaki complains about his teacher, Hana, who has the charisma of a brick wall. His mood sours further when the special instructors turn out to be Team 7. Boruto shows off his Rasengan, Kawaki loses his temper, and the two beat each other up until Sarada breaks them apart. The kids drool over Team 7 and toss poor Hana aside. Boruto then decides to create a child-sized Hunger Games. He throws a pile of burgers into the courtyard and announces they'll have to fight for the food. Absolute chaos ensues. Neon steals the snack with a drone, and Mimi ignores the bloodbath to swallow a cereal bar. The annoying Aho freaks out over the broken rules and gets bitten by her dog. The class divides in hatred and boycotts the next day's lesson. Boruto and Kawaki try to fix the tragedy, but the brats keep fighting. Realizing the crisis, Hana investigates each student. She gives a tight green Might Guide jumpsuit to Sol and eats ramen with the troublemaker Aho, handing both of them mysterious letters. The next morning, Hana cancels class and creates a shower of petals using wind style, setting up a reconciliation picnic. The troublemakers realize their teacher's affection and become friends again, proving that Hana isn't completely useless. The brats investigate the academy's 7 urban legends, dragging Kawaki along. Shino catches the gang and enslaves them into cleaning the building. At night, Kaie pulls Kawaki aside and confesses that she commissioned fake hauntings with her butler, Batora, to please her classmates. The grumpy Genin agrees to play along. Batora pretends to be an anatomical model covered in paint, and later he and Kawaki have to lug around an incredibly heavy statue of the 3rd Hokage. Himawari activates her Byakugan, sees the two sweating, but plays dumb. During the haunted mirror mystery, a genuinely sinister figure appears. Kawaki attacks, but the creature flees, triggering bizarre events. Kaie, Kawaki, and the butler run to the teacher's lounge, swearing that the spirits have come to punish their fakery. They bump into Shino covered in fluorescent paint, glowing in the dark because he used insects to clean the place. The kids arrive and run off screaming that they've found the 7th mystery. The next day, the legend of Shino's glittery ghost spreads, and he feels proud of it. Kawaki realizes Himawari used her magic eyes to figure everything out from the start, and the little girl confesses she loved watching them humiliate themselves for fun. Teacher Hana splits the class into 3-man squads, shoving Himawari with Kaie and Kawaki with random background characters. Obviously, Kawaki spends the entire time stalking the princess and ignoring his team, earning himself the title of dead weight. While Aiki's team steals the spotlight, a student uses lightning style to make curry for lunch. Kawaki remains utterly useless, forcing his female teammate to shove the food down his throat. Princess Kai decides to slip away into the forbidden forest to find Konoshi, but the cute encounter is interrupted by a colossal fire bear. Hana tries to play the hero, serving as bait with wind style, but gets miserably beaten by the bear. Kawaki finally decides to be useful, delivering a flying kick and obliterating the beast with a single punch. After humiliating the pathetic teacher, he returns to the afternoon exams and carries his entire team on his back, showing his true brute strength. Himawari's team wins the points, but the real prize is Kawaki gaining a one-boy fan club. While Kawaki is organizing some books at the academy, Himawari tries to interact with the spoiled girl and invite her for a walk, but she is ignored. 2 amateur kidnappers decide to grab Osuka and take Himawari as a bonus, who drops her pendant. Kawaki finds the amulet, goes into detective mode, and drags the butler along to investigate. The criminals start sweating bullets when they realize they've abducted the Hokage's daughter, but the leader, Aniki, decides to sell her anyway. Since they are academy dropouts, Himawari tries to convince them to just apologize. While Osuka's mother cries, and Neon uses a drone to track them, the girls decide to take action. Himawari beats up the henchman, and Osuka ties him up. Aniki resists, but at that exact moment, Kawaki crashes through the ceiling like a wrecking ball. The villain tries to roast him with flames, but Kawaki ignores the fire and knocks the clown out with a clean hit. The useless police arrive to clean up the mess. The girls resolve their expired pudding family drama, while a mysterious hooded figure continues spying on the princess from the shadows. The academy forces the students to act in a play about the Sanin. Kaie plays Tsunade. Kawaki hits rock bottom as the giant slug, and Eiki tries to embody Jiraiya by reading erotic tales, turning into a laughingstock. Everyone needs to bring fake headbands. When Himawari forgets hers, Kawaki lends her his official one. The jealous simp, Eiki, overhears the conversation and, motivated by an anonymous note, tries to steal the headband to expose the protagonist's secret to the class journalist. During the chaotic rehearsal, Eiki and Osuka improvise a summoning so disastrous that the stage collapses. Kawaki holds up a beam to keep the princess from being crushed. Eiki runs to hand over the headband but discovers it's a fake. The rich girl had sneakily swapped the metal plates to repay the favor from the kidnapping. The boy shows the note to Kawaki, revealing that someone is actively trying to get him expelled. Meanwhile, corrupt bigwigs order a hit on the princess. The hired assassin invades the infirmary, but Kawaki blocks the attack, forcing the coward to flee before taking a brutal beating. Kaya wakes up, and Kawaki decides to play the alpha male, rejecting the idea of notifying the Hokage. The next day, the school prepares for the festival. Hana fakes being sick and flees to the infirmary to avoid dealing with the chaos. The background extras show up to laugh at Kawaki's slug costume. Suddenly, an anonymous terrorist sends a bomb threat, threatening to blow up the entire school. While the adults panic, Eiki and Eiho find explosives. Inojin and Shino hunt for more bombs through the air ducts. Kawaki saves the day by throwing the lit main bomb to a clone, who detonates it in the sky like fireworks. Inside, the assassin uses the smoke to attack, but Himawari activates her Byakugan and repels the bastard. Kawaki chases after him, but the villain vanishes in the smoke using explosive kunais, injuring teacher Hana in the rubble. Kaia finally connects the dots and realizes that Kawaki is her secret bodyguard. The class visits Hana at the hospital while she pretends she doesn't remember the attack. In the Hokage's office, Kawaki gets a colossal scolding and is fired from the mission. Kaie is isolated with guards, and her father demands her return. Himawari convinces Kawaki to keep investigating, and the two use Eiki to look for clues in the festival photos. They spot the butler, Bato-ra, who had sworn he wouldn't attend the event. When the lights in Kaie's room go out, Bato-ra appears bleeding, but Kawaki smashes through the window and realizes the real assassin had beaten up the butler. Kawaki chases the terrorist, dodges black flames, and beats him to a pulp on the ground. To avoid capture, the villain reveals a vest of explosive tags and blows himself up. Kawaki lies to the police, claiming it was just a casual visit. Bato-ra reveals he was spying clandestinely to protect the princess. The next day, Naruto announces that the mastermind was arrested and the mission is over, but Kawaki knows the resolution is entirely too convenient. Kawaki remains paranoid about the conspiracy and returns to the academy with Himawari. Teacher Hana returns from her medical leave, and the brats throw petals at her, but Kawaki messes up the timing and ruins the surprise. Hana goes home to whine, only to find a secret door in her apartment filled with assassin outfits. The anime turns into a psychological thriller as the teacher chats with her own reflection. The evil voice reveals that Hana is an orphan from the land of bamboo turned into a killing machine. The trauma was so severe that her mind fractured, creating a psychopathic personality that orchestrated the entire attack just to gauge Kawaki's strength, using corpses as decoys to fool the Hidden Leaf village. The good Hana panics, but the villainess takes control of her body. Kawaki warns Himawari that the blown-up terrorist was way too useless to be the real threat. The next day, the new Hana throws the petals in the trash and crushes a butterfly, fully embracing her evil side. The original consciousness cries, trapped inside her own head. Kawaki continues sniffing out clues before pausing for some tea. The split personality teacher decides the best place for a field trip is a deserted island where food mysteriously disappears. A dog steps on a trap, making Kawaki completely paranoid. The rich girl uses her drone to spy, but the machine gets sliced in half. Kawaki and Himawari play detective, watch the footage, and notice wind-style petals on the screen, pointing straight to the teacher. Hana separates Kaie from the group, pretending to look for flowers, but Kawaki intercepts the kidnapping attempt. Realizing her cover is blown, the teacher throws a smoke bomb, drops her psychopathic personality reveal, and flees with the princess toward a suspension bridge. Kawaki and Himawari run after them, but only arrive in time to see Hana smile sadistically and pretend to slash the princess with a kunai. After the supposed murder, Hana burns the bridge and flees, but Kaie is actually alive and tied up in a cave. The bipolar assassin explains that the good teacher is crying, caged in the back of her mind, and now they are just waiting for a boat full of henchmen to make their getaway. Kawaki tries to send the class home, warning them that their teacher is a homicidal psychopath, but the brats refuse to be sidelined and improvise a rope across the bridge. Following a trail of crumbs left by Kaie, the class discovers the hideout. Kawaki confesses he's a real ninja and praises the background characters for helping. In the cave, Kaie tries to free herself using a kunai intentionally left behind by Hana to break her spirit. Before the humiliation can continue, the duo arrives, ready to give the traitor a beating. The final battle begins with the bipolar teacher spitting dark fireballs. Kawaki holds back his killer instincts because taking out the villain means sending the good teacher to the grave with her. Hana summons a paper barrier and spams attacks, bragging about her incoming reinforcements. But Kaie throws an explosive kunai into a fireball, shredding the barrier. Himawari activates her Byakugan, pinpoints the psychopath, and shatters the defense without the slightest difficulty. The extras show up with Sai and the butler, revealing that the Anbu Black Ops have already annihilated the reinforcements. Defeated, the assassin personality attempts suicide, but the children's tearful cries give the original teacher the strength to retake control of her body and seal away her dark side. With the drama resolved, Kai returns to her country to take the throne. The class puts on the play, and Kawaki swallows his pride to wear the giant slug costume. After bidding the princess farewell, the protagonist stands alone and gives a gentle smile to the class photo. Sasuke essentially kidnaps Boruto to go look for a new hawk. A landslide blocks the path, forcing the duo to proceed on foot until they bump into the hermit, Maruta. He mistakes them for goons from Paradise, an illegal animal trading company led by Mozu Shitakiri, who has been threatening the old man to uncover the habitat of a rare hawk. Sasuke enters the place pretending to be a customer, while Mozu humiliates her own son, Suzura. The disguise fails when Boruto recognizes a photo of Tento, prompting Mozu to order her security to wipe the floor with them. At night, Sasuke makes friends with magical birds.
I knew it! You're amazing!
Boruto finds the illiterate Suzura training Yuki, a useless white hawk, and takes on the role of his teacher. While Boruto and the kid exchange letters via the bird, Sasuke finds his special hawk. The wholesome mood is ruined when Mozu shows up, blaming Boruto for putting rebellious ideas into the boy's head. She confiscates the bird and drags Suzura back into captivity. The old hag Mozu tries to sell the hawk to a taxidermist. Sasuke returns with his new bird and decides not to interfere until the kid learns to man up. Mozu locks up her son, but Suzura gathers his courage, steals the white hawk, and escapes. Mozu releases the hounds, but Boruto plays bodyguard, while Sasuke faces off against the head of security. Surprising everyone, Sasuke offers his legendary hawk in exchange for Suzura's useless bird. Mozu accepts, drooling with greed. However, Sasuke reveals he used his Sharingan on his own bird, which goes into berserker mode, destroys the entire lab, and flies off. The security guard realizes he's dealing with the former terrorist of the Hidden Leaf Village and gives up. The boy becomes the hermit's apprentice, and Sasuke dumps Boruto onto a train so he can go back to hunting Code. Boruto falls into a deep sleep, and the train takes a drastic detour, with the protagonist waking up abducted in a sterile room full of bunk beds. Boruto wakes up in captivity and interrogates the extras, bumping into the hunter Anaguma, an acquaintance named Kiseru, and a senile old man who claims they all survived a gas leak and are in quarantine. The old man tests the group's luck with a card game and drives a blade into the loser. Boruto attacks, only to discover the killer is a puppet controlled by Oga, Lord of the the labyrinth, who announces that they will all survive if they clear 5 deadly experiments. An extra triggers a scroll that teleports everyone to a crumbling platform over an abyss. As the platform falls apart, Oniguma tries to glue the floor back together. The assassin Rokuro hangs onto the hunter and convinces a civilian to release his cuffs, only to kick Oniguma into the pit and let the woman fall, laughing sadistically. Boruto carries the weak and uses a wind-style boost to launch himself and the others to the top. With 14 traumatized survivors, the group earns a break before the next torture session. Thirst sets in within Oga's captivity. Rokuro kills a ninja with his parasite to extract a confession. The next game involves playing with fire. Everyone gets a candle representing their own life. If it goes out, they die instantly. An elderly man sneezes, blows out his candle, and drops dead. While Sarada and Mitsuki play detective around the train, the hostages cross a sewer and arrive at a desert with giant fans turned up to the max. Boruto uses the ninjas as human shields, but the hot sand melts the candles of the weaker victims. Oga offers a fast VIP elevator and an excruciatingly slow economy one. Rokuro steals a girl's candle, while Boruto applies some magical communism. He melds all their candles into a giant thick wax block that the entire group holds together to survive the slow ascent. Rokuro and 2 accomplices arrive via the VIP elevator covered in blood. Boruto's group survives by sharing the wax. On the outside, Mitsuki and Sarada corner a train employee who confesses to the experiments and blows his own head off. After deaths and Bata's guilt trips, the gang has a group therapy session where they share their dreams. Yatsume wants to dye her hair, Namuwa is a reformed serial killer, Bata wants to buy back her land, and Kiseru claims he wants to sunbathe in a hot spring. Oga throws them into the pressure room, where the ceiling descends to crush them. The useless Shamo accidentally activates saws and spikes. Boruto finds the right buttons, opening holes in the walls for them to hide in. Outside, Sarada and Kawaki investigate the train records. Inside the meat grinder, there aren't enough holes for everyone. Boruto gives up his spot. Kiseru almost burns through their oxygen, but the protagonist conjures up water and puts out the fire. Boruto smashes the floor to create space underneath, saving the group by mere millimeters.
It worked! We did it! Take that!
Bata pulls Boruto aside and reveals she stole Kiseru's communicator, proving he is the mole. Cut to Sarada and Kawaki discovering in the database that Kiseru is an undercover Kara outer. Bata accuses Kiseru of lying about the sun in his imaginary hot spring. Oga launches a math experiment where everyone gets numbered cards and must reach exactly 7 points by stealing from each other. Bata takes Fugo's card, discovering that his briefcase only contains a shady gas. Right after splitting up, both are stabbed and killed. Meanwhile, Sarada and Kawaki find Mitsuki tied up with explosive tags. Kawaki sets himself on fire to break the seal. In the labyrinth, Boruto tries to divide his points, but Rokuro reappears with the dead player's cards and throws his parasite at Namuwa, forcing the monk to try and kill everyone. Namuwa remembers his favorite priest and endures the pain for Boruto, who slams a giant Rasengan into Rokuro and takes the cards. Instead of killing the bleeding parasite, Boruto gives Rokuro the exact points he needs to survive. He sends his friends ahead through the gate and waits for the liar Kiseru to settle the score. Boruto corners Kiseru demanding answers, but the suspect flees, and the boy gives chase. Namuwa holds the heavy gate until he passes out. Kiseru opens a fire hole in the ground and escapes into a dark cave, followed by everyone. Rokuro tries to insert parasites into the enemy, but Kiseru burns the bugs and retaliates violently. Kiseru is about to send Rokuro to the afterlife when Boruto throws a vanishing Rasengan at his back. Kiseru attacks Yatsume, who counters with a lethal lightning shock. Meanwhile, in the real world, Sarada and Kawaki discover via the Anbu that Kiseru is an undercover Leaf agent, not from Kara. Back in the labyrinth, Kiseru realizes he was framed on purpose. He makes a drastic decision, plunging his knife deep into the protagonist's body, whispering that everything is just a giant genjutsu before passing out. The extreme pain breaks the illusion, and Boruto wakes up in a macabre white room, seeing his friends asleep in sci-fi tubes. Boruto wakes up with wobbly legs, shocked to realize he's been living a lie. Yatsume and Rokuro also awaken in the white room and decide to use a dead guard's map to find the exit. The girl feels sick, and the selfish Rokuro demands the map, When she refuses, a wall isolates Boruto, and Rokuro turns his arms into blades, throwing his slimy bug at her. Boruto goes around and finds the girl on the floor without the map. He carries her through the corridors, but the parasite takes her over, forcing her to attack him. Desperate, she begs the blonde ninja to end it, but he lets her drive the blade into his hand. Feeling the piercing pain, Boruto realizes they are still trapped in the genjutsu. The infection vanishes, and the girl reveals herself to be Oga, the 8th inner of Kara and the game's creator. She explains that Amado tweaked her brain, but after Jigen destroyed her will to live, she decided to test the human mind by playing a sort of Saw game. Hopeless, she tells Boruto to stab her to break the illusion. Our protagonist refuses, grabs the depressed villain, and flees as the virtual world crumbles. He tells her to find a dream instead of torturing innocent people. She reaches out her hand, and everyone wakes up in the real world. Sarada and Kawaki hear Boruto's voice on the radio. Rokuro is arrested. Kiseru reunites with his friend, and Boruto receives a letter from Oga saying she found a purpose, keeping the secret just between them. Far away, Sasuke overhears peasant women gossiping about wedding rings and decides to play detective in Reidaku. The Hokage has contracted a bizarre illness, the same one the Sage of Six Paths had in the past. Kakashi had already investigated the Astronomy Institute, but spent his time teaching a prince how to read. Sasuke enters the institute, now a maximum security prison. After beating up some punks, the director, Zansu, says he acted in self-defense. Shortly after, a prisoner tries to escape, only to be devoured by Menno, a damn dinosaur roaming the courtyard. At night, Sasuke plays dice with the inmates, using his Sharingan to cheat. He cashes in his victory by asking Gigi to distract the guards while he takes a night stroll. However, the dinosaur blocks his path. Seeing that his genjutsu doesn't affect the beast, Sasuke draws his sword and slashes the lizard's chest and claws. The next morning, Sasuke is startled to see the dinosaur strolling around completely unharmed. Zansu corners the edgy Uchiha, questioning the attack. Sasuke tries to cast a genjutsu on the director, but discovers Zansu has a glass eye, rendering him immune to his tricks.
How clever of you to notice. No one else has caught on yet. Not even the subordinates I work with every day.
While the Prime Minister plans to use the army to invade foreign lands, Kakashi finds the forbidden records about the sage in the library. Sasuke takes a beating from random guards just to maintain his cover. Inmate Gigi suggests he visit the infirmary because of a new doctor. At night, Sasuke sneaks out, bumps into Menno the dinosaur, and gets slashed by a venomous claw. He passes out and wakes up in the infirmary facing Sakura, the new doctor, who brings intel from Kakashi about the ultra particles of the Sage of Six Paths. Sasuke tries to play the lone wolf, telling her to go back, but she refuses. Gigi catches the two and is shocked to discover they are married. Gigi tells Sasuke to give her a ring, which the Uchiha does by forging a wedding band out of Earth Release. Meanwhile, Sakura challenges the librarian, Penzila, to a card game for the key to a restricted basement. She destroys the guy because she spent years memorizing card marks to avoid being swindled by Tsunade. With the book in hand, the couple discovers that the cards form constellations pointing to the tailed beasts. Realizing that Zansu is hiding secrets in the basement, Sakura plans to steal the identity of a government messenger so Sasuke can snoop around in peace. Gano and Gigi discover that Menno loves the smell of almonds, petting the beast like a poodle. Penzila tries to do the same but steps outside his cell, enraging the lizard and accidentally frying it with lantern oil. The next day, the messenger Fondal arrives, but Sasuke knocks him out in 2 seconds with his Sharingan. Sakura transforms into the messenger, while Sasuke turns into his walking stick. Exploiting the blind spot of Zansu's glass eye, Sakura throws the stick, allowing Sasuke to revert to normal, mold an earth key, and infiltrate the basement. Down there, the Uchiha finds chickens and old rocks, deducing at an altar that Zansu is playing Jurassic Necromancer. Menno shows up furious about the burn, and Sasuke uses frozen water to heal the beast mid-fight. He then shoves his hand into the dinosaur's mouth and injects chakra, overriding the mind control and turning it into a docile pet. While Sasuke scores a dinosaur, Zansu and a mysterious accomplice resurrect more fossils, preparing an army of zombie lizards. A hawk delivers a message that the Prime Minister is staging a coup d'etat. Gano notices Sakura's ring and compares it to the almond blossoms that Sasuke admires. Sasuke deduces that the crater lake from the meteor is the exact spot to summon the ultra particles. The couple goes to the magical lake and flirts. Sakura performs the hand seals from the card game, collecting the miraculous particles through a pillar of light. The piece is short-lived. An explosion destroys the institute, releasing zombie pterodactyls. Zansu arrives flying on a lizard, thanking them for finding the relic, but Sasuke notices the director doesn't even have the chakra to summon this horde. In the prison, Sakura punches through walls to evacuate the inmates. However, Gigi appears pretending to be scared and stabs her with a poisoned kunai. The manipulator was Zansu's true necromancer, wanting to steal the particles to revive his dead girlfriend. Gigi flees with the loot, activating a jutsu that swallows the institute and makes a colossal dinosaur spawn, while Sakura is left paralyzed by the poison and trapped under the rubble. The emo cuts down the flying lizards and realizes that Gigi is the damn traitor, since he was the only one who knew his secrets. He orders his Jurassic pet to evacuate the prisoners and rushes after Sakura, who has passed out from the poison. When she wakes up, Sasuke is tending to her, and she reveals she had already prepared an anti-venom beforehand, proving her usefulness. Zansu takes the particles from Gigi and decides to kill everyone to support the coup-plotting minister. He orders Gigi to assassinate Gano, but Menno blocks him, shocking the villains who realize Sasuke hacked the beast. Enraged, Zansu sends the entire herd after the couple, but Sakura smashes the ground and Sasuke shoots down the pterodactyls with Chidori Senbon. The boss tries to flee on a flying beast, but discovers the minister has already been arrested by King Nanara. Zansu tries to play tough, but the dinosaur simply drops him in midair, resulting in a fatal and pathetic fall. Sasuke steals the particles back, and Sakura restrains Gigi. Left with no way out, Gigi cries that he became a terrorist to revive his beloved Margot. Thinking she had died in an epidemic, Sasuke coldly throws it in his face that Margot is alive and working for the king. Gigi breaks down in tears, cancels the resurrection, and the dinosaurs turn to dust. The couple returns to their routine of longing for each other on separate missions. Ishiki's lingering soul makes a call from beyond the grave to Code, ordering him to feed Boruto or Kawaki to the Ten Tails, devour the chakra fruit, and become a god. Code swears to complete the mission, spreading his claw marks. At the Hokage monument, Kawaki reveals to Boruto that Code has a white karma and is so strong that Amado had to install limiters on him to avoid bruising Jigen's ego. Code arrives at a cult facility belonging to the late Boro. The guards block his path, and a henchman injects syringes into himself, but Code slices through everyone like butter using his pocket portals. In the Hidden Leaf village, Shikamaru and Sai double the security around Amado, the only one who can unlock Code's powers. The scientist is grateful, but bluntly confesses he'd hand over the codes at the first threat of torture. At the cult, Code finds Bug and demands to see Ada, an overpowered cyborg that Boro hid in the basement. In the Hidden Leaf village, Kawaki suggests Boruto implant his karma into Code to use him as a sacrifice. Code orders Bug to wake Ada, loses his patience, rips open the capsule, and threatens the girl. However, Ada wakes up and ignores his pathetic existence. When he tries to play the tough guy, she simply dares him to try his luck, leaving the fanboy humiliated. Code discovers he can't lift a finger against Ada, failing his villainous pose. The henchman, Bug, takes him to the bar, and Code is left confused, thinking he fell in love with her. When Ada comes down, she shows off her clairvoyance, watching Kawaki's routine like it's a drama series. At the bar, Code begs her to remove his limiters. Ada explains she needs Amado's iris and voice command, but the eyes have biometric protection, forcing Code to plan on physically ripping his head off. Ada reveals that her secondary power makes literally anyone fall in love with her, except for blood relatives and Otsutsuki. Frustrated at not having true love, she hates Amado, but confesses she's into Kawaki because he's a full-fledged alien. In training, Boruto destroys Kawaki's headband with a lightning blast, while Kawaki swears to gain power no matter what. Ada and Code toast to their chaotic alliance. Kawaki wakes up in a cold sweat after a nightmare about Code. During a checkup with Sumire and Amado, Kawaki complains that he's still being hunted. Amado coldly reminds him that the boy's body has already been altered and suggests implanting a purely weaponized karma to protect the leader. Kawaki hates the idea, but his desperation for power makes him waver. Ada watches everything with her clairvoyance, clairvoyance. Since Code refuses to spare Naruto, Ada decides to introduce her other knight. Bug wakes up Daemon, a psychopathic brat, who immediately jumps on Code's back. Guards storm the room to gun everyone down, but the kid reflects their murderous intent, making the grunts kill themselves. Code tries to strike the boy, but the ability repels him, proving Daemon is a violence-reflecting machine. In the Leaf Village, Shikadai and his team try to cheer Kawaki up. Naruto takes him out to dinner, and Boruto gifts him his old headband to prove he belongs there. After a conversation with Himawari, Kawaki remains paranoid and decides to find his own way to protect the Hokage without needing an alien pulsing inside him. Boruto can't stand being watched all the time anymore. While Shikamaru doubts Amado, Kawaki erases his chakra signature and sneaks out of the house, leaving a shadow clone behind. Boruto sees through the trick immediately, while the village guards remain fooled. Ada reports the escape to Code, who uses his claw marks to pop up right in front of Kawaki. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Ino alerts Naruto and Shikamaru about the escape. Boruto ignores his father's orders and rushes into the woods after his brother. Kawaki tries to play the martyr, begging Code to kill him and spare the Hidden Leaf Village. Code laughs, revealing his desire to plant the divine tree and devour the chakra fruit, warning Kawaki that he will only be spared because Ada wants to meet him. Before the kidnapping can happen, Boruto comes flying in.
Damn it.
Kawaki yells that he wants to die for the Hokage and takes a punch from the protagonist. Tired of the useless talking, the blonde ninja activates his karma, ready for a beatdown. Code calmly declares his goal is to feed Boruto to the Ten-Tails for dinner. Kawaki yells at the blonde to run, but Boruto knows that would be fatal. The fight erupts, with Boruto using clones and lightning, while Code slips through his claw marks. Code decides to stop playing around and activates his white karma, explaining that the mark injects sheer alien combat experience into the brain. Boruto draws more power from his karma, thrilling the villain with his raw strength. While Ada watches the whole thing like a reality show, Naruto activates Sage Mode and dashes through the forest with Shikamaru after his sons. Boruto tries to absorb the marks, but Kawaki reminds him they contain Code's iron and blood. Realizing he has the upper hand, Code attempts to abduct Kawaki, but Boruto's body suddenly malfunctions. The experimental pills fail, and Momoshiki takes control. The space parasite mocks the pills and decides to murder Code, manifesting a colossal Rasengan to obliterate him. Code breaks into a cold sweat upon realizing the alien inhabiting the protagonist's body is far too strong. Warned by Ada, Code uses Kawaki as a human shield, but Momoshiki curves a Rasengan with pinpoint accuracy and grabs the boy for the sacrifice. Naruto and Shikamaru arrive, but the advisor's shadow is useless against the alien. Code takes Shikamaru hostage and suggests Momoshiki kill Naruto. The alien prepares a massive strike, but in a desperate bid to protect the Hokage, Kawaki absorbs it, manifesting a new karma secretly embedded in his arm by Amado. Wielding Ishiki's ocular powers, Kawaki charges at Momoshiki in a frantic brawl. Boruto's consciousness briefly surfaces, allowing Kawaki to impale him with chakra rods. Despite Naruto's despair, the duo had already made a drastic decision. Boruto pushes his father away, and Kawaki punches clean through the protagonist's chest with a brutal blow, leaving the Hokage in shock. Naruto weeps, hugging his son's corpse, while Code's jaw drops at the sheer brutality. Ada warns him not to use Kawaki as monster feed, so Code tries to escape by taking Shikamaru hostage once again. Kawaki ignores the advisor, shrinks the escape portals, and blasts the villain at point-blank range with an energy shot. Using a dirty trick, Code pulls Daemon out of a mark on his head to reflect the attack, knocking Kawaki out cold. After getting chewed out by Ada for using the brat, Code admits his weakness and flees, demanding his limiters be removed. Shikamaru warns Naruto about harboring the murderous teenager, but the drama is cut short when the hole in Boruto's chest closes and he stands up alive. Momoshiki explains that he used his backup data to reconstruct the boy's organs, sacrificing his own resurrection. He laughs at Boruto, reminding him that the protagonist's body is now 100% alien, the perfect snack for the divine tree. In the hospital, Kawaki confesses he loves his new weapon to protect his father. Afterward, the two brothers meet at the Hokage Rock to discuss the future, foreshadowing the classic, inevitable destruction of the village.